you've crossed over and become a second-generation rich, with a monthly allowance of 600 million. But your favorite is wearing slippers worth 1 million, going to the street to eat 50-cent hot dog. Many beautiful women are chasing after you, but you are very afraid of these good things, because you know the character you've crossed into is the big villain in urban fiction. And the male lead of this book, Long Wang, likes the female lead. Coincidentally, it's the Su family's young lady that you are engaged to. You know that if things go according to the original plot, on the day of the engagement, you will be turned into a vegetable by the male lead Long Wang. So, in order to survive until the end, you decide to stop this life-threatening engagement. Today is your grandfather's birthday banquet. Remember in the original plot, you were engaged to the female lead, Susia. At this birthday banquet, the Su family is the last of the 4 major families in Su Hang, and you are Suyu's lapdog, once using the entire family's resources to help her. But after 3 years of being a lapdog, you still haven't received a smile from her. So, the elder of the Tang family decided to help you by arranging a marriage between the 2 families. After the male lead, Yidong, found out, he kicked you into a vegetative state at the birthday banquet, and you won't last long. You don't want to die here, so you glanced around the hall. Soon, you saw Yidong sitting in the corner, now working as Susia's bodyguard. In your heart, you muttered, I have to quickly break off the engagement. At this moment, the female lead Susia walked over, looking at you with disdain in her eyes. I will not marry you. I think we should call off this marriage. After hearing this, you nodded like a bobblehead. I agree. Perhaps because you agreed too readily, Susia didn't react at first, thinking she misheard. At the same time, she also heard a voice mocking her in a frenzy. I thank your ancestors for making sure this marriage won't happen. Hurry and elope with your Yidong. After hearing this voice, Susia frowned slightly and looked around. Who is speaking? The voice she heard was similar to yours. And indeed, it was your voice. You only found out later that Susia could actually hear your thoughts. Right now, you were eager to find the elders to break off the engagement, thinking that this way Yidong wouldn't have a reason to trouble you. The protagonist always has a halo. As the antagonist, all you can do is not flaunt yourself in front of the protagonist. Then, be a handsome and wealthy man, living happily until the end. Then, the 2 of you prepared to go find the elders to discuss this matter. You, walking ahead, had a calm expression, but inside, you were overjoyed, thinking that you must live as a wealthy man until the end of the novel. It's just a pity. The top beauty of Suzhou and Hangzhou followed Yidong, but ended up bringing disaster to the Su family. As the criticism resounded once again, Susia was certain that the voice definitely belonged to you. After years of hard work, she relied not only on her looks, but also on her exceptional intelligence and talent. So after quickly understanding all this, a hint of gloom crossed Susia's face. Yidong, he is the bodyguard he hired some time ago. At that time, she was harassed by a few hooligans, and it was Yidong who stepped in to save her. She saw that this man was quite capable, so she kept him in the Su family to be her bodyguard. Although after Yidong became her bodyguard, he also helped her a lot. But how could she possibly marry a mere bodyguard and bring disaster to the family? At that moment, Susia started to feel a sense of aversion towards Yidong. Soon, you arrived at a study. At this moment, the elders of the Tang and Su families were discussing the marriage alliance. After listening, you immediately stepped forward and shouted, I think it's inappropriate. Inside the room, everyone's faces turned strange. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, who doesn't know that you've been pursuing her for a full 3 years? But at this moment, you said, forcing a melon to ripen will not make it sweet. I have also recently reflected and realized that my personality may indeed not be very compatible with Xia's. Marriage is a lifelong matter, and it's better to leave the decision-making power to both parties. After saying this, you suddenly felt much more at ease, thinking that you wouldn't be beaten to death now. Your actions have left the elders dumbfounded. Then Su Xia's father, Su Chongshan, suddenly spoke up. Xiaofeng, did Xia force you to say this? Don't worry, what she says today doesn't count. You were dumbfounded, thinking to yourself, Uncle, are you really trying to mess with me? No, Uncle Su, you were just about to explain. Su Chongshan waved his hand and said, no need to say more. I understand, Uncle. Then Su Chongshan looked angrily at his daughter and said, Xia, tell me how Xiaofeng has treated you these past few years. In terms of conditions and appearance, what's wrong with him? You're forcing him to say such things. You really don't know any better. Su Xia, who was being scolded by her own father, was dumbfounded. What do you mean by forcing him? This guy is having a blast in his heart. At the same time, the voice of complaint rang in her ears again. If you don't retort, I'm really going to be in big trouble. Hurry up, do you still want to elope with Yidong? Seeing you winking at her, Su Xia immediately got angry. Why should I elope with a bodyguard? Who does he think he is? And hearing that this guy wants to have fun with other girls made her even angrier. You pursued me for 3 years, how can you change your mind just like that? So Su Xia plucked up her courage and said, Dad, I didn't make him say that. I agree to the marriage. This statement left the furious Su Chongshan dumbfounded. The old man asked with a puzzled expression, are you saying this sincerely? Su Xia nodded, her face showing a hint of blush, and bit her lip. He has been very good to me. I was moved by his affection, but can we start dating slowly? Hearing this, Su Zhongshan showed a contented smile, and the elders in the room also smiled. Your face looks worse than if you had eaten a sour plum. As you walked up to Susia, you forced out a smile uglier than crying to comfort Xia. You don't need to force yourself. Su Zhongshan kindly patted your shoulder. Xia is just a bit reserved and not good at expressing herself. Don't ever think she doesn't like you. You twitched your face, while Su muttered a string of frustrated complaints. Are you crazy? We agreed to get a divorce together. Who wants to date you? Yidong is your destiny. After hearing these words, a slight smile appeared on Susia's lips. There was a hint of amusement in her eyes. Seeing you frustrated, she found it quite amusing, much more interesting than your previous fawning expression. At this moment, Old Master Tang suddenly spoke. Since they have hit it off, let's go out and announce this. Everyone then left the study with smiles, while you walked behind Susia. Seeing the smug smile on this woman's face, you really wanted to give her a round of military boxing. Didn't we agree not to have an arranged marriage? You gritted your teeth and said softly, but I was touched by your sincerity. The smile at the corner of Suyu's mouth became even warmer. This is the first time you have seen Susia smile at you like this. Causing your heart to miss a beat, you reached out to touch her forehead, to see if this woman has lost her mind. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, go to the hospital for a checkup. Marriage is no joke, you must think it through. Susia did not avoid your hand, and said, it's okay, I've thought it through. You hurriedly said, but I don't want to. A forced melon is not sweet, is it? It's okay, I'm just thirsty. Susia's smile became even brighter. You looked desperate, with nothing more to say. Why is this woman not following the script? She must have lost her mind. Now she's really going to kill me. The sound of ridicule rose again. Susia became more and more curious in her heart. Is this guy's story really going to happen in a while? After the elders returned to the hall, Grandpa Tang announced to everyone, dear relatives and friends, today our Tang family has decided to form an alliance with the Su family. From today, Susia is half of our Tang family's daughter-in-law. Grandpa Tang finished the announcement. Applause thundered in the banquet, and the people of the Su family were even more overjoyed. As for Yidong, who was sitting in the corner, he instantly darkened. He had a murderous look on his face as he strode towards you. Susia is the woman he's interested in. Anyone who tries to interfere will die. He's here, he's coming with murderous intent. I'm doomed to be crippled today. At this moment, your sarcasm comes to mind again. Susia follows your gaze after hearing it. Sure enough, she sees Yidong walking over with a murderous look on his face. This surprises Susia because she didn't bring bodyguards today. I don't agree to this marriage. Yidong shouts angrily with a cold face from 3 meters away. Everyone's gaze converges on him. The guests today are all noble families of Su Hang, and almost no one recognizes who Yidong is. Su Zhongshan's face darkens as he curses. Who do you think you are? It's my Su family's business. What's it to do with you? A hint of killing intent flashes in Yidong's eyes. If this man weren't Susia's father, he would have already made him lose his head. He is the Dragon King who roams the world abroad. Even the nobles of Europe dare not speak to him like this. He stares at the Su family and points his finger, the illustrious Su family. For the prosperity of the family, sacrificing a girl's happiness. Do you have no shame? Ha, here it comes, the classic verbal attack. Your sarcasm resurfaces. According to the original plot, Susia is forced into a marriage by her family. In her most desperate moment, it's the Dragon King Yidong who helps her and takes her away. He also broke the shackles in her heart and became her only reliance, so Susia fell in love with Yidong. But at this moment, Susia frowned slightly, showing no signs of being touched or surprised. After hearing your heartfelt words for a long time, her mindset has completely changed. Just then, the captain of the Tang family's bodyguards, Yijin, ran over, following the original plot. He was the first to make a move, and also the first to be killed. After he's killed, the next one will be you. So you hurriedly rushed up to stop Yijin, telling him not to rush into action. Today is my grandfather's birthday. Don't spoil the atmosphere. See, Tang Dashao still has high quality. He doesn't bother with such barbarians. If it were me, I would have beaten him to death and fed him to the dogs. I think he probably wants to steal Tang Dashao's woman. Look at his poor appearance. Tang Dashao, quickly teach him a lesson. The surrounding crowd praised your demeanor one after another, while also taking the opportunity to belittle Yidong. And you were in a panic. Why are you shouting so loud? Can't you be more polite? If you get into a fight, it will be me who ends up in the crematorium. Sure enough, after hearing these passers-by's words, Yidong's face instantly turned pale, staring at you intently. It's all because of you, the instigator. If you hadn't been pestering Xia, how could things have turned out like this? Why are you staring at me? It's not like I insulted you. I didn't even let anyone lay a hand on you. What more do you want? You're being watched so closely by him that it's unbearable. Even all the Tang family's bodyguards combined aren't enough for this Yidong's beatings. I just hope this time Yidong won't hit his own eggs again. Susia listened for a while on the side and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yidong thought Susia was laughing in support of his intervention. So he also smiled at Susia, his mouth forming an astonishing curve. He walked over and took Susia's hand, saying, "Xia, as long as I'm here, no one can sacrifice your freedom for their gain. Let them come, they'll have to deal with me." Yu quickly retreated silently upon seeing the situation, feeling a bit excited. "Yes, go up quickly. The male and female guests have successfully held hands. Then you can live together and fly together." In the original plot, you would have definitely started with the bodyguards, but now you've stopped all the bodyguards, waiting for this guy to quickly take Susia away, then I'll be safe. But Susia took 2 steps back, looked at Yidong with a cold face, and said, "You're crazy." After listening to her inner thoughts for a while, Susia already understood her situation. The world she was in seemed to be a completely different world. According to the normal plot, she would have been eloped with by this guy by now. Thinking that she would become this guy's harem in the future, Susia felt extremely repulsed. Although Yidong was shocked by Susia's words, he also reacted in an instant. "Xia, I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry, with me here, the Tang family wouldn't dare do anything to you. If we were abroad, with one command from him, 100,000 mercenaries could instantly wipe out the Tang family." After saying this, he looked at you fiercely, and you, too worried to be afraid, shouted, "Are you crazy? I even had the bodyguard step back. What more do you want from me? And Susia, you're quite cunning. You acted quite convincingly to protect him." And Susia finally spoke at this moment. "Yidong, you're just a bodyguard for our Su family. From today, you're fired. Please leave immediately." A hint of anger appeared on Susia's beautiful face. But this anger isn't just directed at Yidong, but also at you, you bastard. Always muttering to yourself, "What's with the secrecy? Were you a machine gun in your past life?" The more Susia said this, the sweeter Yidong felt in his heart, feeling that this woman must be trying to protect herself. She's just pretending to be stern. She has me in her heart. No wonder she's the woman my Dragon King has set his eyes on. So he looked at Susia with even more tender indulgence in his eyes, his smile becoming more charming, and confidently said, "Xia, I won't leave you. With me by your side, you have nothing to worry about. I am your strongest support." The people of the Tang family, upon hearing this, all showed angry expressions. Sumuyue's goosebumps were all up because that gaze was simply otherworldly. "I'll ask you one last time, are you leaving or not, as the Dragon King?" His possessiveness is extremely strong. He absolutely won't allow his woman to stay in a place like the Tang family's pit of fire. The Su family members were furious at this moment, and the extremely angry Su Zhongshan rushed up and fiercely pushed Yidong. Yet Yidong stood there as immovable as a mountain. Furious, Su Zhongshan threw a punch at Yidong's face and roared, "You scoundrel, get lost. Stop pestering my daughter. I only have one son-in-law in my life, and that's Xiaofeng. If you continue to pester her, my Su family won't let you off." This punch didn't do much damage, but it was deeply humiliating. A strong sense of killing intent flashed in Yidong's eyes. But considering that Su Zhongshan was his father-in-law, he silently recited 2 words in his heart, "Endure." The most important thing is the Dragon King is to learn to endure. He said coldly, "Since I'm not welcome here, then I'll leave." After saying that, he cast a deeply resentful look at me. This kid didn't show hostility, and instead let the Su family deal with him, quite calculating. Clearly, he wanted to use the Su family to force Su Muyue to submit. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid with blood by him and the Tang family in the future. "Muyue, remember, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you need it, I will definitely be by your side to protect you." With that, Yidong took big strides and left. "You're really crazy. Mind your own business. I begged you, Sumuyu, to leave with your husband quickly." Carrying yourself with an air of superiority, seeing the look in Yidong's eyes as he left, I cursed inwardly. Sumuyu, on the side, was also furious. She had been listening to this guy grumbling for half the day, constantly calling me your husband. She couldn't bear it and came over to me, kissing my face as if kissing a dog. Luckily, I reacted quickly, covering my face with my hand, so Sumuyu's kiss landed on my hand. "Damn, you're so malicious, trying to kiss me." Fortunately, my skills are superior, allowing you to get away with it today. The two stared at each other, and the guests burst into laughter at this comical scene. As Yidong was walking to the door, he heard the cheers, turned back, and his eyes widened in shock. His own woman was actually kissing another man, and the laughter of the guests only further irritated him. He clenched his fists tightly but ultimately didn't go on a rampage, because he knew that Sumiyu must have done this out of helplessness. She was protecting herself from the Tang family. After all, she was unaware of her identity and power as a Dragon King. But now is not the time to reveal his identity. He still needs to continue to lurk and slowly investigate the truth behind the family's extermination. Yidong took a deep breath, walked out of the Tang family with resentment. This Tang family no longer has any reason to exist. After the banquet, everyone from the Su family went to apologize to the Tang family. I sat on the sofa with a look of being played, contemplating life. Why is today's plot different from what was agreed upon? Today's Su Muyue is obviously problematic. Her intelligence has clearly increased a lot. To protect her Dragon King, she is willing to make such a huge sacrifice. Seeing the shocked and angry look in Yidong's eyes as he left, I knew he wouldn't let me off. The host has successfully survived the first plot, and is rewarded with a Lamborghini and poison, which has been placed in the garage for collection. After the system sound rang, an extra car key appeared in my pocket. I took out the car key and glanced at it. I suddenly felt powerless to complain. Damn, besides money, my house is full of money now. What use is this thing to me? I suspect that the current plot has already collapsed. However, being able to survive the birthday banquet is considered temporarily getting through a plot. But at this moment, the captain of the bodyguards, Yidong, ran over. Tang Xiao, I know you are still unhappy about today's matter. Don't worry, I've already sent people to make trouble for that guy surnamed Yi. Tang Xiao said he's a master, right? I just specially called over 30 people. This time, he will definitely pay the price. I took a deep breath. Man, are you really afraid that I'll make it to the end? He gritted his teeth and immediately called the person back, not allowing anyone to lay a hand on him. Understood. Yidong quickly took out his phone and called the person back, feeling somewhat puzzled. Is the person back? That's good. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Damn, I almost got betrayed again. Then I carefully looked at Yidong. This guy, no matter how you look at him, he looks like a loyal follower. This person must not be kept alive. Captain He, they say the storm tests the strength of the grass, and adversity reveals true loyalty. I am very satisfied with your performance today, but I feel that with your talent, being a captain of the bodyguard team is a waste. How about this? Our Tang family has a mining company in South Africa. Would you like to go there and help me out? Me? Yidong was deeply moved. Mr. Tang is really generous. Yes, let's go tomorrow. I'll arrange it for you later. After going there, your salary and bonus will triple. Take your time to settle in first. I heavily patted Yidong's shoulder. Mingming, thank you for trusting me, Mr. Tang. I will definitely work hard. Yidong was so moved that he cried. After thanking repeatedly, he gratefully went back to pack his things. After Yidong left, I was very satisfied. Good, got rid of a loyal follower, sent him to Africa. You can't blame yourself for revenge now. I looked down at the Rolex on my wrist. The life of the rich is just so plain and dull. Holding the gift placed on the table, I walked towards the garage, quickly. A silver Lamborghini drove out from the Tang family. The Wang family mansion was located in the suburbs, and it took me almost an hour to reach the Wang family. Just as I reached the living room door, a tall, elegant beauty in a cheongsam walked out from inside. We bumped into each other solidly, but luckily, the cheongsam beauty had a particularly well-endowed area, providing a full cushion that prevented any injuries. Feeling the incredible elasticity in my chest, I almost blurted out an exclamation. He subconsciously sized up the cheongsam beauty, who was wearing a white laurel cheongsam with long black hair draped over her shoulders. Underneath an impeccable angelic face, she had an absolutely devilish figure. Simply because her figure was too explosive, the cheongsam on her seemed to struggle a bit. Referee, she's committing a foul by bumping into someone while carrying the ball. The cheongsam beauty suddenly widened her eyes upon hearing the voice, looking at me in disbelief. What are you saying? She couldn't quite believe her ears. This guy dares to talk to me like this. I didn't say anything. Are you okay? I, on the other hand, felt a bit embarrassed and touched my nose. Wang Chun just didn't see my mouth move and subconsciously thought he was hearing things. You misheard. How did you come to my house? I came to visit the old man. I gestured to the gift in my hand, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. The beauty in front of us is Wang Chun, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, his ex-girlfriend, and also the second female lead in this book. Due to the long-standing friendship between the Wang and Tang families, they have known each other since childhood, and they attended the same university. In our freshman year, we dated for 2 months, but then a social butterfly from our school kept pestering me. Wang Chun misunderstood the situation, so we broke up hastily. After that, I became the most famous bootlicker in Suzhou. After graduating from university, Wang Chun returned to her family's company and has been busy with work, remaining single to this day. My grandpa is still resting, and with a greeting from Wang Chun, she took the initiative to make tea for me. But a hint of bitterness flashed in her eyes. After we broke up, we didn't keep in touch much. It wasn't until last month's class reunion that she found out she had misunderstood me back then. She deeply regretted it in her heart. For all these years, she couldn't let go in her heart, but now it's too late for everything. Just now, she had already learned about the news of the marriage alliance between the Tang and Su families. I, on the other hand, didn't think much about it, and just focused on watching Wang Chun make tea. Her tea-making movements were truly pleasing to the eye, and she was wearing a perfectly coordinated cheongsam. Making tea in her hands turned into an art performance. Geez, even making tea looks so good. Su Yue is just a second-rate beauty. In my opinion, Wang Chun is the #1 beauty in Suzhou. Look at her demeanor, the way she brews tea. Su Yue is far inferior to her. She's making a complete fool of herself day by day. I don't owe her any money. Marriage alliance? What a joke. I'll have to find a way to put an end to this damn marriage sooner or later. As my sarcastic comments rang out, Wang Chun's hand shook, and her movements instantly became chaotic. She almost dropped the teacup. She stared at me in disbelief, her eyes wide. There's no mistake, it must be Xiaofeng's voice. Although this guy didn't speak, she heard it very clearly. Are you okay? I casually asked when I saw Wang Chun suddenly make a mistake. I'm fine. Wang Chun shook her head, and her mood suddenly became somewhat excited. It's as if she can hear this guy's inner thoughts, and he even thinks he's the #1 beauty. It's obvious that he hasn't forgotten about me all these years, yet he insists on acting like a lapdog. She felt a sense of joy and deliberately asked, I heard you got engaged to Su Muyue today. Congratulations, you finally got your wish. In any case, marriage is out of the question. I'd rather die than admit to this. What marriage? It's all Su Muyue's doing. That woman is just crazy. She has someone else in her heart and yet uses me as a shield. Ugh. Hearing these sarcastic remarks, Wang Chun became even happier and then deliberately sat next to me, speaking softly. What's wrong with you two? Are you not getting along? No emotions, just friends. Why are you asking about this? I sense something. With a slight frown, as an experienced villain. I know that to survive, the best method is to stay away from these female leads, whether she's the first female lead or the 99th female lead. His tone carries a hint of indifference, but his inner thoughts betrayed him. Oh my, why is he suddenly getting close to me? She's even leaning her legs on me. She smells so good. Is that her natural scent? Her legs are really fair. Oh, this outfit, well, it looks good. Wang Chun feels both happy and shy in her heart. This guy, he never praised her like this when they were dating. She smiles playfully. After bringing his face closer, he spoke softly, It's nothing. I just wanted to apologize to you. I misunderstood you back then. It doesn't matter, I don't care either. And why are you getting so close? I deliberately looked displeased. I'm already wearing a sour face, why don't you go away? Do you have no dignity as a male lead in a pleasant novel? But she's really cute when you look closely. Her skin is really good, her eyes are beautiful, and her figure and temperament are impeccable. But please don't come closer, I really can't resist. Wang Chun tried hard not to let herself laugh. This guy, he says no with his mouth, but his body is very honest. Cute, she likes this kind of contrast. Why are you so fierce to others? You are my first love, can't I get closer to you? Wang Chun bit her lip, looking aggrieved, and then hugged Tang Feng's arm. Pay attention to the distance, we are just friends now. You, Tang Feng, quickly pulled back your arm with a dark face and said in a cold tone, We've been broken up for so many years, this will work. I don't like Susia, and I won't go back to you. How can you do this? You bumped into me with the ball, and then held my hand, that's cheating. Please behave normally, this is not like you. Shouldn't you keep all men except Yidong at a distance? But I envy my hand, if only it could hold my head, it would make a good pillow. Wang Chun finally couldn't help but chuckled. This smile left Tang Feng stunned. She's really pretty, but something's not right. He's giving her such a cold shoulder, and she can still take it? In a feel-good story, the female lead treats all men other than the male lead like animals. He treated her like this, she should have decisively turned her back and left, never to see him again, or even hold a grudge against him. Only then could he stay away from Yidong, the son of fortune. In short, the first rule for survival in a feel-good story is not to compete with the protagonist for women. With his assets, would he still lack women if he just stayed alive? Life is more important. What are you laughing at? Tang Feng said with a straight face, moving away to create some distance. He's had enough of this woman. If Susia is acting strange today, that's one thing, but now Wang Chun is acting silly too? I remembered something happy, Wang Chun said with a sly smile. Forget it. I'm afraid of you. I'll go to the bathroom to hide for a while, okay? Tang Feng decided to take the initiative. If he can't provoke her, he can always avoid her, right? He was about to get up and leave when Wang Chun stood up first. She took a few steps and suddenly exclaimed as she fell to the ground. Ha! As expected of the female lead in a feel-good story, a classic fall. Tang Feng burst into laughter. A sly smile flashed across Wang Chun's face. She cried out in pain, rubbing her ankle and looking pitifully at Tang Feng. I fell, won't you help me up? Tang Feng was about to refuse. But then he thought, what if he offends her too much with his coldness and she holds a grudge? Women are petty, and he's her ex-boyfriend. If she ends up with Yidong and deliberately speaks ill of him, wouldn't that stir up resentment? So he walked over with a cold face and reached out to help Wang Chun up from the ground. As soon as Wang Chun stood up, she stumbled and fell into Tang Feng's arms. Tang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Is this script not quite right? Is this the treatment a villain like him should receive? Calm down, this is definitely a sugar-coated bullet. She wants to be a woman in Yidong's harem, help her up and then leave. Wang Chun, who was leaning on Tang Feng, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed after hearing his thoughts. A woman in Yidong's harem? Who is Yidong? Am I supposed to be in his harem? Is he even worthy? She looked at Tang Feng with a look of grievance and tears in her eyes. Tang Feng, I think I twisted my foot. It hurts to walk. I'll help you to the sofa to rest, Tang Feng said in a flat tone. My wife doesn't even let me help her, and here I am helping you. After I help you, I'll leave, okay? Wang Chun's eyes narrowed with a smile as she heard Tang Feng's thoughts. Leave? No way. When they returned to the sofa, Tang Feng got up to leave, but she quickly called out, Tang Feng, my foot hurts, can you massage it for me? I won't, Tang Feng firmly refused. He only came here today to go through the plot and get a reward. Getting intimate with the second female lead is a death wish. You're lying. When we were in college and I twisted my foot playing tennis, you helped me massage it. Do you really hate me that much? Wang Chun said with red eyes, looking aggrieved. Yes, so if you're really uncomfortable, I can call your family doctor to come over. Tang Feng nodded coldly. Yes, just think of me as hating you, and stay away from me, okay? Anyway, we're not a good match. You're Yidong's harem, and I'm just a cannon fodder villain. If he finds out about this, I'm done for tonight. After hearing Tang Feng's heartfelt words again, Wang Chun snorted coldly in her heart. You want me to stay away? Fine, but you seem pretty afraid of this Yidong person. I'll just threaten you then. If you don't help me massage my feet, I'll tell everyone later that you took advantage of me. Tang Feng, who had just lifted his foot, stopped in shock. Please, can't we talk this out? If you go blabbing, Yidong will definitely hold a grudge against me, right? I've never seen a villain in a novel who can compete with the protagonist for a woman and still survive. Don't be like this. We can't go back to the past, so let's just let it go, okay? Tang Feng could only try to persuade her with a bitter heart. If you don't listen, I'll post it on my social media. Wang Chun took out her phone and shook it. Posting on social media is a dead end, but massaging my feet might give you a chance. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Feng decided to choose the latter. I'll massage, but don't tell anyone. Tang Feng reminded her, reluctantly sitting on the sofa and gently massaging Wang Chun's slender feet. As he did so, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Wang Chun's voluptuous figure. Her figure wasn't this developed when we were dating. What has she been eating these past few years? And why is she wearing safety shorts under her cheongsam? Where's the trust between people? Wang Chun, lying on the sofa and enjoying the foot massage, blushed slightly. This stubborn guy, he won't give in, but he's actually quite soft. Alright. As Tang Feng's words became more and more unrestrained, Wang Chun couldn't help but give in a little. After pulling her foot back, she pretended to twist it and said, It's much better now. I'll come find you next time I'm injured. There's going to be a next time? Tang Feng widened his eyes. Is she trying to pick a fight with him? What if there isn't? Wang Chun squinted and smiled happily. Hearing her thoughts and catching her in the act, she felt triumphant. Is this how she's going to be let off the hook? System, why the hell did Wang Chun's character collapse? Tang Feng roared in his heart. Ha ha. The system laughed. Wang Chun's phone on the table suddenly rang. She answered the call and frowned after a few words. Got it. The new energy conference will be delayed for another half an hour. I'll come later. After hanging up, she sweetly smiled at Tang Feng. There's an emergency meeting at the company. I'll go to the meeting first and come find you later. You go ahead and do your thing. Tang Feng couldn't be more eager to have this woman leave. The new energy project? Isn't that the trap set by Wang Rulong and Yidong? Wang's 50 billion cash flow was all tied up in this project, leading to a serious crisis for the Tingwang group. Wang Rulong took the opportunity to seize power, and Yidong played the good guy to help Wang Chun resolve the crisis, successfully bringing her into his harem, and then had Wang Rulong killed, ultimately gaining control of the Wang family, right? Just as Wang Chun was about to leave, her delicate body trembled, her eyes filled with shock. How did Tang Feng know all this? This investment was the highest company secret. Only a few people knew about it, and it was her cousin, Wang Rulong, who was driving this project. Is this really the case? Wang Chun lightly bit her lip, looking at Tang Feng with a mix of admiration and gratitude. He must have been secretly caring for her and using the power of the Tang family to investigate these matters. She wanted to ask Tang Feng about it and thank him properly, but found herself unable to speak. Helpless, she could only bid Tang Feng goodbye and hurriedly leave for the company to investigate the matter. When she left, her face was as cold as frost, and her heart was full of killing intent. What a Wang Rulong! What a Yidong! If I find out, none of you will live. After Wang Chun left, Tang Feng suddenly relaxed and laughed on the sofa. Master, I understand. Although Wang Chun is not right today, the plot is set. When Yidong finishes his act at the Wang family later, the aura of dominance he exudes will definitely conquer Wang Chun. At that time, when she compares Yidong with herself, she will definitely fall for Yidong immediately. As for the little things between her and me, she definitely won't tell Yidong. As long as I behave low-key today, busy with flirting and acting, Yidong definitely won't have the mind to bother with me. When he finds out that Susia has nothing to do with me, this time I should be able to survive until the end. Tang Feng thought happily in his heart. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Tang Feng looked towards the door and found a petite and beautiful girl. Although the girl was petite, certain parts of her were extremely well developed, even swaying slightly as she walked. Plus, she deliberately dressed in a Lolita outfit, looking like a beautiful girl from the second dimension. When the girl saw Tang Feng, she immediately greeted him with a sweet smile. Hello, brother Tang Feng. Oh, Xiao, long time no see. Tang Feng quickly greeted her and remembered her identity. She was Jiang Xiao, the most famous goddess doctor in Suhang. She was only 20 years old, and her medical skills ranked in the top 10 in China. Her grandfather was the Taishan Beidou of Chinese medicine, known as the medical saint of his generation, Jiang Tianyi. With outstanding medical skills and extraordinary beauty, such a proud woman of heaven naturally belonged to the Dragon King Yidong's harem. Yes, this is also the standard setting of a cool novel. Wherever the male lead goes, he can pick up girls, whether it's at the police station with a police flower or on a plane with a stewardess. Even if he picks up a little beggar on the street, she is a beauty, and most likely a lost princess from some super big family. These harem beauties all have strong backgrounds. After falling in love with the male lead, their families will also come out to support him. After returning to China, Yidong chose Suhang as his first stop, precisely because there are many beauties in Suhang. While collecting his harem here, he will also conquer the big families of Suhang to be his backing. Help him rise step by step in China. How is Grandpa Tang's health recently? Did he take the medicine I prescribed on time last time? Jiang Qiu walked up to Tang Feng with a sweet smile and asked, Yes, I have to thank you. My grandfather has been much better after taking the medicine you prescribed. Tang Feng quickly thanked Jiang Qiu with a smile. Brother Tang Feng, why are you so polite to me? Jiang Qiu gave Tang Feng a coquettish look, somewhat dissatisfied with Tang Feng's politeness. The Jiang family has been practicing medicine for generations and is also a century-old big family in Suhang, with close ties to the Tang family. Because of the protection of the Tang family, no one in Suhang dares to trouble the Jiang family. Similarly, if someone in the Tang family falls ill, the people of the Jiang family will be the first to help with treatment. She and Tang Feng have known each other since they were young, and their relationship is almost like siblings. Ha, if I'm not polite to you, I'll be in trouble today. Who made you one of Yidong's harem? This damn playboy is really outrageous. Ah, it's such a waste for my lovely Qiu to be with him. The stupid author must have shit for brains. Suddenly hearing a series of inner thoughts, Jiang Qiu was stunned. I'm one of Yidong's harem? Who the hell is Yidong? She stared at Tang Feng and said, Brother Tang Feng, what did you just say? Ha, I didn't say anything. Tang Feng touched his nose. Why are these women acting so strangely today? Jiang Qiu was also a little confused. She had just heard it very clearly, and it was clearly Brother Tang Feng's voice. Fortunately, at this time, a caregiver from the Wang family came over. Seeing Jiang Qiu, she quickly came over and respectfully asked, Dr. Jiang, Mr. Wang just woke up. Would you like to rest for a while before going in? I'll go now. Jiang Qiu patted her small box, which contained her silver needles and various tools. I'll come with you. Tang Feng quickly grabbed his gift and followed behind. After passing through several corridors, the three arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard, where the old Master Wang lived. There was a pair of couplets hanging at the entrance, personally written by the old Master Wang. Studying is good, farming is good, learning is good. Starting a business is difficult, maintaining success is difficult, knowing the difficulty is not difficult. Tang Feng glanced at the couplets and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was also a foreshadowing set by the author. When Long Wang Yidong came later, he would remember the couplets at a glance and then chat with the old Master Wang about it. So the old Master Wang would think that Yidong was talented in every aspect and would definitely be outstanding in the future. He would even want to become sworn brothers with him, not necessarily born on the same day, month, and year, but hoping for. Just as he finished rolling his eyes, several members of the Wang family walked over from behind. Naturally, Long Wang Yidong was among them. Oh, isn't this little Feng coming to visit the old master? Seeing Tang Feng, several members of the Wang family greeted him with smiles. Hello, uncles and aunts. Tang Feng also quickly greeted the elders of the Wang family with a smile. Yidong, who was standing behind the crowd, had a cold and murderous look in his eyes as soon as he saw Tang Feng. He had wanted to kill this rich second generation who dared to compete with him for a woman today, but he had just returned to the country not long ago and his foundation was not stable. Making a big fuss about it would not be conducive to his plans, so he suppressed the killing intent in his heart and planned to take his time. The two locked eyes for a moment, and Tang Feng tactfully turned his head away. According to the normal plot, the antagonist should come forward and taunt Yidong, but he wasn't stupid. He was the author's own son, why would he provoke him? The group walked into the small courtyard together and soon saw the old Master Wang lying on the sickbed. Due to hemiplegia, half of his body had lost sensation and he couldn't move freely from the bed. Seeing everyone coming to visit him, he was still very pleased. He greeted everyone with a smile, but his speech was somewhat unclear. Dad, you should rest and not talk, your health is important. Yes, today Dr. Jiang is coming to treat you, and she will definitely cure you. Grandpa Wang, you should rest well for now. When autumn cures you, I will come to play chess with you. Tang Feng also quickly went up to greet him, and today's task was considered half completed. Next, he just needed to quietly enjoy watching Yidong show off. At this moment, Yidong was standing behind observing the old Master Wang's condition. As an all-around master, his medical skills were naturally top-notch. His diagnostic skills were already superb, and he could tell where the patient's problem was without even taking the pulse. Standing next to him was Wang Rulong, the only son of the second elder of the Wang family. He was handsome and had a somewhat feminine face, definitely meeting the standards of a handsome and wealthy man. In terms of talent, he was considered above average among the rich second generations in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but compared to Wang Chun, he was far behind. The Wang family used to rank third among the four major families, unable to match the Qin family. But after Wang Chun entered the company, the Wang family's assets increased by 80 billion in just 3 years. This showed Wang Chun's outstanding business talent. Her talent was too dazzling, making Wang Rulong feel mediocre and resentful. In the end, Wang Rulong chose to collude with outsiders in order to compete for the power of the Wang family, and the result was predictable. Alas, as a fellow antagonist, I do feel sorry for you. Tang Feng looked at Wang Rulong and shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, Wang Rulong did not have the fate of the female lead and could not hear Tang Feng's thoughts. At this moment, he was feeling a bit nervous and quietly asked Yidong, "Brother Yi, are you confident in treating my grandfather's illness?" According to their plan, Yidong would cure his grandfather, gain his appreciation, and then get close to Wang Chun. In the end, he would get the beauty, and Wang Rulong would get the power. Yidong calmly extended a hand. 50%? Wang Rulong was a bit dumbfounded. This success rate was too low. My point is all under control. Yidong felt a little dissatisfied. Real fish lips, no wonder he's stupid enough to bring the wolf into the room to come and cooperate with me. When I get Wang Chun, you'll be the second stumbling block I crush under my feet. As for the first one, it's naturally that bastard surnamed Tang next to me. Indeed, you are worthy of being Brother Yi, Wang Rulong sincerely praised with a smile. With such a teammate, what major matter could not be accomplished? Yidong couldn't be bothered to look at him more. These so-called rich second-generation young masters are all useless. Once they achieve success, they are nothing but dry bones under his feet. His gaze had already fallen on Jiang Qiu, with a hint of desire in his eyes. After returning to Suhang, he immediately had his subordinates investigate and compile a list of the famous beauties in Suhang. Jiang Qiu was among the top 10 on this list. Yidong had long decided to take her into his harem, not only because she was beautiful, but also for her grandfather. Of course, it wasn't because Yidong coveted her grandfather's beauty, but because he valued the Jiang family's network. The family of divine physicians has saved countless important figures. If he could obtain Jiang Qiu, this network would be of great help to him. At this moment, Jiang Qiu was focused on diagnosing and treating Wang Laoyi. After a moment of diagnosis, she learned about his condition. Seeing Jiang Qiu release her hand, Wang Rulong quickly asked, "Dr. Jiang, how is my grandfather?" The blockage of the meridians caused by a stroke, along with some other complications resulting in hemiplegia, but it's not a big problem. I can clear the meridians with the 13 Ghosts needle, Jiang Qiu said as she opened her box and took out her silver needle. She then beckoned to Tang Feng and said, "Tang Feng, come and help me sterilize the silver needle." "Ha! I'm not very good at this." Although a man should not admit that he is not good at something, Tang Feng really felt that he was not good at it. "Hurry up, weren't you quite skilled before? You're the only one who knows the order of my needling," Jiang Qiu urged. At this moment, Tang Feng would rather be the one lying in bed with a stroke. But in front of everyone, he felt embarrassed to refuse this small matter, otherwise it would seem disrespectful to Wang Laoyi. As he walked over to sterilize the silver needle, he noticed Yidong casting a murderous look at him. "Damn it, why is this jinx blaming me again?" Tang Feng lamented in his heart, feeling unlucky. Meanwhile, Yidong gritted his teeth in frustration. This surnamed Tang really deserved to die. He dared to covet the woman he liked? Close the doors and windows, and step back a bit, Jiang Qiu instructed the others before starting the acupuncture treatment, leaving Tang Feng by her side to assist. Holding his breath, Jiang Qiu was about to start needling when Yidong suddenly spoke up, interrupting her actions. He stepped forward with a calm expression and said, "Dr. Jiang, are you planning to use the 13 Ghosts needle on Wang Laoyi's Tianzhu acupoint to treat his hemiplegia?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Jiang Qiu frowned slightly. She had just adjusted her concentration and was suddenly interrupted, feeling a bit annoyed. "I think it's inappropriate. You may not have realized the true problem of the old man. Needling to clear the meridians in this way may actually harm the patient's body. If you're not confident, I think it's better to let me do it," Yidong said as he stepped forward. As soon as he spoke, the people of the Wang family showed displeasure and reprimanded him. "Who do you think you are to teach Dr. Jiang how to treat a patient? What a joke. I've never heard of anyone teaching Dr. Jiang how to diagnose and treat. Who brought him here? Get him out." Ha, here it is, the classic routine. First, step forward to attract hatred. After attracting the hatred, make a bet later, then let Xiu continue the treatment. Finally, when Xiu makes a mistake, he will show off, and the people of the Wang family will admire him, and Xiu will admire his medical skills and fall in love with him. Autumn's treatment is not a problem, but I'm worried about harming the old man's body. The reason for the conservative approach to needling should be more intense, stimulating the outer hill acupoint to expel the blood stasis, Tang Feng silently complained to himself. After hearing these thoughts, Autumn's face instantly became extremely strange. Despite being reprimanded by everyone, Yidong remained calm, though he was filled with anger. How else could he appear dignified and superior? Wang Rulong quickly stepped forward to plead, "Elders, Yidong was invited by me. He is also proficient in medicine and has come to treat my grandfather. Why not give him a chance?" "Outrageous! Is your grandfather's health a joke? You bring someone back and let him try? What use is this immature kid?" A middle-aged man angrily rebuked. Oh, Yidong sneered upon hearing this, coldly saying, the divine Dr. Jiang is younger than me. How do you know my medical skills are inferior to hers? Shall we make a bet? What bet? If the divine Dr. Jiang fails to cure him, I will save the old man, and you will apologize to me. What if she succeeds? If she does, I will leave the Wang family. Fine, it's a deal, the middle-aged man declared angrily. If even the divine Dr. Jiang couldn't cure him, then only her grandfather could save him. Seeing his plan proceeding smoothly, Yidong felt extremely pleased. How else could he make these prominent families take notice of him? This is psychology. He looked at Jiang Qiu, who was clearly displeased, and revealed his signature mischievous smile. Divine Dr. Jiang, you can also make a bet with me. Anything goes. I, Yidong, never go back on my word. Having listened to Tang Feng's thoughts for a while, Jiang Qiu understood the situation. At this moment, she had no good feelings towards Yidong and even found his smile extremely greasy. Bat? How could a medical practitioner use the sacred act of healing as a wager? I'm sorry, I don't gamble. Please be quiet and don't disturb my treatment, she replied coldly, prompting Tang Feng to disinfect the silver needles once again. Faced with Jiang Qiu's indifferent attitude, Yidong remained unfazed. After displaying his medical skills later, she would naturally be infatuated with him. After all, women naturally admire strong men. Wang Hulong, on the other hand, was extremely anxious. This was the divine Dr. Jiang. He had originally planned for Yidong to take the lead in treating his grandfather, and as the recommender, he would naturally receive credit. However, seeing Yidong's confident and mischievous smile, he too was infected with confidence. Look, even Brother Yi is smiling like this, showing that everything is under his control. Truly worthy of you, Brother Yi. Ah, it seems I was not mistaken. After the treatment, there is still blood stasis in the old man's body. Autumn's treatment plan has had a slight error. In a few minutes, it will be Yidong's time to show off, and Autumn will develop a fondness for him, eventually becoming part of his harem. Tang Feng's thoughts resounded once again. After hearing this, Jiang Qiu remained expressionless, focusing her attention on the silver needles in her hand. As a prestigious family of divine doctors, the 13 Ghost Gates needle technique was their trump card. Soon, her hands moved like a blur, and the silver needles fell continuously. After inserting 13 needles in quick succession, the old man's complexion immediately changed. Inside the house, the members of the Wang family also became nervous. After about 5 minutes, the old man's left hand suddenly lifted slightly. Seeing this scene, the members of the Wang family exclaimed in surprise. Truly the divine Dr. Jiang, her medical skills are amazing. Great, the old man has finally recovered. The divine Dr. Jiang is truly remarkable. Some people boast so much, it's simply laughable. The middle-aged man who had bet with Yidong snorted heavily. Yidong smirked, showing a look of disdain. The 13 Ghost Gates needle technique was indeed impressive, but his supreme primordial divine needle, the best needle technique in the world. This girl named Jiang Qiu is far inferior to herself. When she becomes her own woman, she doesn't mind passing on her unique skills to her. After pulling out the silver needles from Mr. Wang's hand, Jiang Qiu asked, Mr. Wang, how do you feel now? Much better. I can speak now, Mr. Wang replied, although his voice was still trembling, it was much more fluent than before. That's good. Jiang Qiu nodded and instructed. I will write a prescription for you later. Take it regularly for 3 months, and we will have to slowly nurture this illness. After saying that, she took out paper and pen from a small box and started writing the prescription. Young man surnamed Ji, do you have anything else to say now? At this time, the middle-aged man from before walked out. He stared at Yidong and said, I won't make it difficult for you, but you have to apologize to Dr. Jiang. Oh, Yidong sneered and held up 3 fingers. Are you sure you've been cured? How about this, I'll count to 3, and if Mr. Wang is still fine after 3 minutes, I'll apologize. Still struggling, huh? Fine. The middle-aged man took out his hand and started counting, unable to tolerate this arrogant guy any longer. The Wang family members also looked at this guy with anger. As soon as the 3 minutes were up, they would make sure this guy's face looked good. Upon hearing Yidong's words, Jiang Qiu suddenly understood. All of this was just like Brother Tang Feng's thoughts. She quickly grabbed Mr. Wang's wrist and re-examined it. Sure enough, some blood began to slowly gather together. She had previously considered that Mr. Wang's body was too weak and wanted to use Chinese medicine to slowly regulate it. Now that the situation had changed, she had to change her treatment plan. Brother Tang Feng, disinfect another silver needle for me. She looked up at Tang Feng and instructed. Okay, Tang Feng nodded, looking somewhat puzzled. What does this girl want another silver needle for? Has she already discovered the problem? Hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Jiang Qiu's mouth showed a hint of a smile. Thank you again, my brother Tang Feng. If it weren't for you telling me, how would I have known? She accurately pierced the outer heel acupoint on Mr. Wang's lower leg with the silver needle in her hand. After this needle was inserted, a large area of Mr. Wang's lower leg suddenly turned red. Jiang Qiu quickly inserted a few more needles, and soon the blood began to flow continuously from Mr. Wang's lower leg. Towel, Jiang Qiu reached out her hand. Tang Feng quickly handed her the towel, and she began to wipe the blood from Mr. Wang. Seeing Jiang Qiu's actions, Yidong was completely dumbfounded. Was he the clown himself? How could this woman have discovered this hidden condition? If her medical skills were truly so brilliant, she should have treated it all at once from the beginning. This was illogical. He really couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. The middle-aged man standing behind him saw that the 3 minutes were up and said with a stern face, "Dr. Yi, 3 minutes have passed. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Yidong was suddenly extremely embarrassed. Today, he had intended to show off his skills, conquer the Wang family, and then conquer the beauty. Now he really couldn't back down. As the Dragon King, he had never bowed to anyone in his life. It was impossible for him to kneel and apologize. However, he thought to himself that Jiang Qiu would definitely become his woman in the future. It was acceptable to lower his head to his wife. So he pretended to laugh casually and said, "Ha, I didn't expect Su Hang to have a true master like Dr. Jiang. I was indeed blind today. I apologize to Dr. Jiang here. The 13 Ghost Needle is truly worthy of its reputation. In my opinion, it is not inferior to my Tai Divine Needle," he said, extending his palm. A silver needle floated in his hand, which was the unique skill of the Tai Divine Needle using qi to control the needle. Seeing this, the members of the Wang family all showed expressions of amazement. It's starting, quickly changing the subject, right? Bu Qiu is indeed obsessed with medical skills. Once he shows off his extraordinary medical skills, Qiu will probably become curious about him. Ha, no wonder you're the Dragon King, always successful with women. Tang Feng's sarcastic voice quickly rang out. A hint of annoyance flashed across Jiang Qiu's face. This guy trying to woo her? She had already heard Tang Feng talk about it for half a day. About how she had feelings for this guy named Yidong and became part of his harem. But at this moment, her impression of Yidong was extremely negative. Having medical skills but lacking medical ethics, just focus on treating the illness, not using the patient for a bet. Such a person is trash. And he thinks he's worthy of pursuing her? She deliberately exclaimed, "So amazing, then you must keep your word, right? Shouldn't you kneel down and apologize?" Sigma, degree. Tang Feng, who was eating melon seeds, was dumbfounded on the spot. "Qiu, this is not right. What kind of sneaky operation is this? He has already shown the extraordinary medical skills. Shouldn't you both exchange medical knowledge to enhance your relationship?" Yidong's anger was burning fiercely at this moment. Because of his intense emotions, the silver needles in his hand couldn't withstand his internal force and twisted on the spot. How dare a woman humiliate him like this? If it weren't for his interest in her and her family's connections, she would already be a corpse. At this moment, Wang Rulong stepped forward to defuse the situation, saying, "It was just a joke, don't take it seriously, both of you are great physicians and should learn from each other." "Yes, don't take the joke seriously." The middle-aged man from before also eased his expression and came forward to mediate. They had just seen that this arrogant young man indeed had some real skills. It was good to give him some face, so they could ask for his help in the future. Yidong's expression eased a bit, and he smiled. "It was just a moment of anger, but I did offend today. If Miss Jiang doesn't mind, I'd like to make it up by having dinner together tonight." Ha, a true Dragon King who keeps his word, no wonder. If it were the villain who lost the bet, not keeping his word would be the least of it. Failing to woo women, but coming up with another plan, you're a cunning teddy bear, a walking pile driver. Alright, I'm impressed. Tang Feng rolled his eyes on the side, mocking in his mind. "I mind," Jiang Qiu decisively rejected, having already figured out what kind of person he was from Tang Feng's muttering. Yidong felt embarrassed and angry, but fortunately, someone pushed the door open and walked in, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Wang Chun walked in from outside, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Seeing Wang Chun, Yidong's anger instantly subsided, replaced by a certain desire. He had seen many beautiful women, but only Wang Chun could wear a cheongsam so beautifully. She was indeed the woman he had set his sights on. It wouldn't be long before she and the Wang family would be under his control. When Wang Chun looked at him, he immediately revealed his signature charming smile. This was his ultimate move to seduce women. He had practiced it in front of the mirror tens of thousands of times. The charming smile was mixed with a rebellious spirit. Just the right amount of coldness, enough to arouse a woman's curiosity. "Shiba, can't you smile normally? Will you die if your mouth isn't crooked? I can't beat you, but if I could, I'd use tape to shut your mouth. This is truly a brainless author's book. I'm impressed. That kind of smile can also woo women?" Tang Feng saw this smile and went crazy with sarcasm in his mind. Jiang Qiu tried hard to suppress her laughter when she heard this voice. Wang Chun also heard Tang Feng's thoughts. But at this moment, she was not in the mood to laugh. After returning to the company, she immediately suspended the project and used all the power of the Wang family to conduct an investigation. After her investigation, it turned out that the situation was indeed as Tang Feng had said. The new energy project that her cousin Wang Rulong had been pushing was a trap. She still needs to investigate further to avoid alerting the enemy with insufficient evidence. She walked to the bedside and held Grandpa Wang's hand, asking with concern, "Grandpa, are you feeling better?" "Much better, just a little tired," Grandpa Wang said, speaking more fluently but still sounding weak. Then rest well for now, we'll come back to see you later, Wang Chun softly reminded, tucking in the blanket for Grandpa. The group walked out of the courtyard, leaving the caregiver to look after Grandpa. Oh, it's already 3 o'clock, I have to go back for the free clinic. Jiang Qiu's phone alarm suddenly went off. She glanced at her phone, bid farewell to everyone, and prepared to leave. Goodbye, Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang, come and visit us more when you have time. The Wang family members greeted Jiang Qiu with smiles. Jiang Qiu nodded and winked at Tang Feng. Tang Feng, why didn't you say goodbye to me? Goodbye. Tang Feng forced a smile and waved his hand. Oh, girl, it's not that I don't want to greet you, I just dare not. This idiot Yidong thinks you're his woman, so I have to keep my distance, or he'll come after me. After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Jiang Qiu suddenly felt a bit nauseous. He thinks of her as his woman? Ugh, disgusting. At this moment, Yidong was extremely displeased, wishing he could punch Tang Feng. How could he call himself brother to the woman he liked? But he remained calm and greeted Jiang Qiu. Dr. Jiang, if it's convenient in a few days, I'd like to visit your residence. I've heard that Dr. Zhang's medical skills are extraordinary, and I'd like to learn from you. Not convenient, not welcome, not allowed. Jiang Qiu's expression changed instantly. She gave Yidong a few words and coldly snorted before walking away. She was feeling disgusted just seeing him. Yidong felt a sudden internal injury, feeling the urge to hit someone. This was the first time in his life that his attempt to woo a girl had gone so wrong. But he couldn't act out now, as his plan to woo the girl was not over yet. Wang Chun was still here. He glanced at Wang Rulong beside him. Wang Rulong immediately understood, walked up to Wang Chun, and said with a smile, Sister, let me introduce you to a young talent. This is Yidong, a talented doctor whose medical skills are no less than Dr. Zhang's. Yidong took a deep breath and put on his signature charming smile. He walked up to Wang Chun and extended his hand. Miss Wang, nice to meet you. Wang Chun just gave him a cold look, showing no intention of shaking hands. She said coldly, has anyone told you something? What? You look disgusting when you smile. Yidong's smile instantly froze, the atmosphere became extremely awkward, and he even began to doubt his life. Disgusting when he smiles? This evaluation had hurt his self-esteem. This was his most proud source of charm. It was his unbeatable skill in wooing girls. Tang Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Finally, someone had spoken his mind. Yidong immediately turned his head and stared fiercely at him, his eyes full of murderous intent. What are you laughing at? Yidong gritted his teeth. I just remembered something funny, Tang Feng said, feeling a bit nervous under his gaze. Why are you being aggressive towards me? It's not like I insulted you. Besides, your smile is indeed disgusting. Can't you see that in the mirror? What's with your attitude? Why are you being aggressive towards young Master Tang for no reason? Yeah, show some manners. Young Master Tang didn't say anything to you. What's so great about your medical skills? People like you shouldn't come to our Wang family in the future. Several members of the Wang family, seeing his aggressive attitude towards Tang Feng, immediately criticized him. Tang Feng was deeply moved, feeling like crying. You're really standing up for me, but please don't do it again next time. If you keep doing this, I'll really be done for. After being collectively ridiculed by the Wang family, Yidong's gaze towards Tang Feng became increasingly resentful. All the frustration he experienced today was related to this kid. However, thinking of the purpose of his visit today, he quickly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Miss Wang, there must be some misunderstanding between us. We can talk about it another time. Yidong smiled at Wang Chun and nodded before leaving in large strides. Seeing Yidong leave, Wang Rulong's face was extremely embarrassed. Today, his and Ye's plan had not even taken a single step forward, and he had even offended Tang Xiao, making him extremely frustrated. I'll go see Yi. He bid farewell to his family and quickly ran to catch up with Yidong, comforting him along the way. Yi, today's incident was unexpected. Don't take it to heart. Yidong asked with a dark expression, is there any grudge between Wang Chun and me? Being told by a woman that his smile was disgusting had already caused him psychological trauma. It was difficult for him to show the confident and charming smile he used to. Could it be that these women didn't give him a good face today because his smile was not well received? Is this approach not popular in the country? No, Wang Rulong was completely puzzled. So, is my smile really disgusting? Well, it's okay, just a bit unique, Wang Rulong replied tactfully. Yidong almost couldn't resist slapping this bastard. He stared at Wang Rulong with a cold expression and asked, what is the relationship between the Tang kid and your family? Our families have a long-standing relationship. Tang Xiao is very close to our family, and he used to be my sister's ex-boyfriend, Wang Rulong quickly replied. Ex-boyfriend? Upon hearing these three words, a murderous intent filled Yidong's eyes. The thing he couldn't accept the most was that his woman had been intimate with another man. Tang Feng, you deliberately want to oppose me, don't you? You won't let go of any woman I'm interested in? However, as a master of medical skills, he could tell that Wang Chun was still a virgin, which made him feel slightly better. After thinking for a moment, Yidong spoke, let's not rush with our plan. I'll deal with the Tang kid first to prevent him from interfering with our plans. Yes, yes, Brother Yi is truly wise, Wang Rulong sincerely praised. With the Tang family's trillion-dollar assets, if they were to lend a hand to help the Wang family solve their difficulties, their plan with Yidong would be in vain. So, what does Brother Yi plan to do? Wang Rulong asked curiously. You'll know after the Tang family falls, Yidong replied calmly, not wanting to explain further. After leaving the Wang family, he stood on the side of the road and dialed a phone number. When the call was answered, a sweet voice of a girl came through. Long Wang, what are your orders? Yin, how is the infiltration of the Tang group going? It's been successful. I'm currently the general manager's secretary. Very good. You have a week to get everything I need. A month later, I want Suzhou and Hangzhou to be free of the Tang family. Meanwhile, Tang Feng, who was still at the Wang family, suddenly sneezed. Who's talking about me again? Rubbing his nose, Tang Feng asked in his mind. System, where's the reward for completing the plot? Ding, the host successfully survived the second plot and is rewarded with an immune body to all poisons. This reward made Tang Feng quite satisfied. Immunity to all poisons was a good thing. In urban cool novels, which protagonist wouldn't use poison? Especially someone like Yidong, who was skilled in medicine. With this, his hope of surviving until the end increased. Just as Tang Feng was about to leave in a good mood, Wang Chun blocked his way. Do you need something? Tang Feng immediately asked coldly. Sis, why are you blocking my way? I know you have a crush on me, but this is not good, because I am the man you will never have. Your destiny is not with me, it's with Yidong, understand? Although I don't know why you find his smile disgusting today, sooner or later you will be infatuated with his 105-degree smile. Wang Chun's lips curled slightly. A man I can't have? I still want him. As for being infatuated with Yidong's smile? Ugh, he's just a playboy. Can't I chat with you? Do you really hate me, your ex-girlfriend, that much? She said with a sad tone, looking pitiful. Why ask when you already know? Tang Feng snorted. If I don't hate you, I'll be asking for trouble, sister. I'm just a villain. If the villain wants to survive, he can't compete with the protagonist for a woman. Do you understand the concept of fate without a future? Stop making trouble for no reason. I couldn't have the brother's body back then, and you have no chance now. Fine, I understand. I won't force you then. Wang Chun nodded and suddenly frowned, pointing ahead. Yidong, who let you come back? Tang Feng subconsciously turned to look, thinking Yidong was coming to cause trouble. But when he turned back, he realized there was no one there. Damn, where is he? Tang Feng was annoyed, but as he turned his head back, his mouth accidentally landed on Wang Chun's face. She had deliberately moved closer when he turned his head, and she was recording the whole thing with the front camera of her phone. Oh, Tang Dashao, why are you like this? After being kissed, Wang Chun's face showed a hint of shyness and panic. She took a step back and quickly saved the video. Haha, let's see how you get out of this. Are you setting me up? Tang Feng was not happy. Are you still the female lead? Is this something a person should do? Do you think you're the landlord? I'm not a pushover either. Recording a video? You're dead now. What if that idiot Yidong sees it? I'll be done for. We may not have been together, but we were each other's first love. You can't set me up like this. What am I setting you up for? Would a girl like me willingly let you take advantage of her? Have some dignity, Tang Dashao. Delete the video, and name your price. Tang Feng reached out with a stern face. Thankfully, I'm a rich villain now. I can solve this with money. It'll make Wang Chun think I'm just a money-minded person. Money? We have plenty of that at home. I don't really need it. Wang Chun sighed and shook her head. Seeing Tang Feng's frustrated face, she wanted to laugh. But as she heard him keep mentioning Yidong, she became more and more disgusted with him. As a highly intelligent business genius, she had already figured it out after listening to his thoughts for a while. She was in a novel world. According to the original plot, Tang Feng was the villain, and she was supposed to be Yidong's harem. Harem? Ridiculous. She had already started investigating this Yidong's background. As soon as she had the chance, this guy wouldn't leave Suzhou and Hangzhou alive. Alright, stop making trouble. Delete the video. Or else, don't blame me for turning hostile. Tang Feng threatened with a stern face. What do you want, then? My pure and innocent body? I just don't understand. Besides being rich, handsome, six-pack abs, and extraordinary temperament, what else could attract you? Be sensible and let me go. The Tang family is the most powerful in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Do you understand? Then go ahead and turn hostile. I'll post the video on my social media. Is that fun for you? Do you really think I won't hit a woman? Tang Feng pretended to be fierce, clenching his fist. Did you see that? A fist as big as a clay pot. Someone as cute as you, if I were to punch you, you'd cry for a long time. Quickly delete the video. Isn't this something the female lead should do? Then go ahead and hit me. Let's see where you'll hit. Wang Chun rolled her eyes and said, someone as cute as me would indeed cry for a long time if punched. No, what do you want? Just say it plainly. Tang Feng shook his head vigorously, his tone heavy. If this video were to spread, he would be in real trouble. Have you ever seen a villain who kissed the male lead's harem and still survived? Minotaur, that's no match for the pure love war god. Elbow, come with me. Wang Chun had learned how to handle Tang Feng, feeling delighted in her heart, and urged him by grabbing his arm. No, I really can't. Tang Feng shook his head desperately, every cell in his body resisting. You wait for me to toughen up, elbow, come with me. Under Wang Chun's repeated threats, Tang Feng obediently followed her into the room. Forget it, it's just going into the room. Better than the video being leaked. If she really wants to mess around, I swear to defend my innocence to the death. How can a dignified villain let the female lead push him? Hearing Tang Feng muttering, Wang Chun laughed wildly in her heart. This guy, he thinks quite highly of himself? In Suzhou, Wang Chun was definitely a first-class lady from a prestigious family, perfect in every way. It's just that her room might not be. This was Tang Feng's first time in her boudoir. It was messy, with things scattered around haphazardly, and a few pieces of clothing thrown on the bed and sofa. Tang Feng glanced and immediately saw a pair of black panties. This woman's room is too messy, everything is thrown around. But these black stockings are nice, paired with a chonsam? I can totally pull it off. Damn, why are there fishnet stockings too? I don't like them, white stockings are better than this thing. Why is your room so messy? Can't you let someone tidy it up? Tang Feng deliberately put on a cold face and said in a cold voice. He just didn't believe it, even the dogs from his hometown would avoid him. It's hard for a proud beauty like her to hold a grudge against him? Wasn't I just about to have someone tidy it up? Wang Chun smiled cunningly, staring at Tang Feng intently. Tang Feng had a puzzled look on his face. Let himself tidy up the room? Hurry up, others don't even have a chance to tidy up my room. Besides, you've helped me tidy up before, several times when we were in college. Wang Chun smiled smugly, like a little fox who had tricked meat out of a crow's mouth. Just this once. Tang Feng snorted coldly and deliberately helped tidy up with a cold face. It's just tidying up the room, better than doing something else. But speaking of it, can you get athlete's foot from wearing stockings? What if it infects me? I'll wash my hands thoroughly after tidying up. Wang Chun, who was eavesdropping happily, suddenly turned black. Do you even have athlete's foot? She snorted coldly and asked, in the years we've been apart, have you only been a lackey for Susia and had contact with other girls? I'm not Susia's lackey, that's just acting. To make it easier for me to play with other girls in private, I have to admit, I have 4 girlfriends now. Tang Feng knew that women hated unfaithful men and didn't hesitate to splash dirty water on himself. Are you stupid? Do you think I'm disgusting? Laughable, I've been busy being a lackey these years. I haven't even touched a girl's hand, okay? If you're not happy, just hurry up and kick me out. Remember, a rich and handsome man like me is not reliable. Is that so? I didn't expect you to be such a fickle man. It seems I've misjudged you. Wang Chun's expression went from gloomy to sunny again. You did misjudge me. I only pursued you back then for fun. Tang Feng provocatively folded the quilt skillfully. Alright, you can be angry now. Hurry up and kick me out. What's the point of bothering me? Oh, so what made you pursue me back then? I thought you were easy to fool. Tang Feng turned on the mocking mode. You're just good looking. If you weren't pretty and elegant with a good figure back then, who the hell would chase after you? Humph, you scumbag. Wang Chun pretended to be displeased, but she was actually feeling delighted. Words spoken from the mouth may not be true, but what's in the heart is definitely not a lie. This scumbag remark made Tang Feng feel triumphant. This woman was indeed unable to stand him anymore. He needed to find a way to provoke her further, make her angry enough to drive him away. It's not difficult to make a woman like him, but making a woman spit at him? Even simpler. His eyes locked onto a cute white bra. You're showing your true colors as a perverted man. I don't believe you won't disgust me, Wang Chun said. Click. The sound of a camera shutter instantly rang out. Wang Chun sighed as she held up her phone. Oops, I accidentally took a picture. I just happened to capture evidence of your crime. You're harassing me and doing such things. How can a girl like me maintain my innocence? Tang Feng was dumbfounded. Why aren't you following the script? Why did you use your phone to take a candid shot? Shouldn't the normal plot be to call me a pervert and tell me to get lost? It's only been a few years. Why are you so devious? Wake up. This isn't your character. Oh, what should I do? My ex-boyfriend is harassing me. If this gets out, it'll be hard for me to live. Wang Chun sighed, her eyes forming crescents from her smile. Tang Feng was completely baffled. This was definitely not something Wang Chun would do in the original story. I was just kidding. Don't be like this. Tang Feng reluctantly put down the bra in his hand, neatly folded it and placed it with the other clothes. Fine, I give up. I won't do anything, okay? I'll just lie down. He had originally planned to avoid Yidong, but now it seemed that in addition to Yidong, he also had to avoid these female leads on his own. Wang Chun happily whistled twice. With these handles in her hands, this guy would have to obediently listen to her in the future, right? Heh, don't even think about running away. By the way, let's talk about something serious. Seeing Tang Feng almost finished tidying up, Wang Chun smiled and said, I'm planning to invest in new energy recently. What do you think? Tang Feng's eyes lit up. Finally, she was getting to the point. Although Yidong was an idiot, it didn't hurt to play matchmaker for him today. That's right, I'm the first villain to repay grievances with virtue. You two should start dating early, and I can retire early and enjoy a peaceful life. New energy? That's a good business. In the next 10 years, the business world will definitely be dominated by new energy, and the country is also strongly supporting it. This opportunity cannot be missed. He earnestly extended his thumb. Hurry up and get into new energy. Believe in yourself, this project will definitely make a lot of money, as long as the partner is okay. Laughable, are you going to cooperate with Far's company? This company is simply a disaster. When the project falls into your hands, it will be Yidong's turn to take the stage. I see, I understand now. The plot is still fine. Today, Wang Chun and Yidong's conflict is a prelude to the development of their relationship. Wang Chun's eyes were filled with even more intense amusement. She happily said, since you're so confident, I'll invest in this project. But I'm still hesitating. The current partner I'm considering is Far's company from France. I just feel a bit uneasy about this company. You're overthinking it. I've had dealings with them before, and they're very strong in the research of new energy. If we cooperate with them and obtain the latest technology, we won't have to worry about making money in the future, Tang Feng said seriously. Is this silly girl's intuition a bit sharp? Far's corporation does have problems, but they have all been covered up by Yidong. Their company's falsification of accounts and tax evasion will be exposed in a while. As for their touted new energy technology, it is currently not mature, with significant safety issues. In short, it's a damn scam company. Yidong is also malicious, spending billions to control this broken company and set a trap for the Wang family. Wang Chun was already smiling uncontrollably. She felt like she had completely mastered Tang Feng's usage, as if she had a remote control in her hand. As long as she pressed the remote control, this guy would react. Alright, since you're so sure, then there shouldn't be a problem. I plan to hand over the project to Rulong. Do you think his abilities are suitable for this project? She asked Tang Feng again. Rulong is a well-known smart person in our Su Hang. With his talent, there should be no problem, Tang Feng praised eagerly, feeling excited. It's settled then, let Rulong take over this project. If you don't let him do it, how will he cover up the project's issues? If I remember correctly, your company's deputy general manager surnamedly is in cahoots with Rulong. He knows about this and took a bribe of 1 billion from Rulong, deliberately helping to create a smokescreen. Wang Chun squinted. Deputy General Manager Li? The company only has one deputy general manager named Li Desen, who has been with the company for 30 years. Because of his abilities and loyalty to the Wang family, he has gained the trust of the Wang family. This time, he has been strongly in favor of the new energy project and has talked to me several times, saying that this project is enough to support the Wang family's development for 20 years. After arranging the cosmetics on the table, Tang Feng's expression turned cold. Everything is arranged, can I leave now? Not bad, you can go now, Wang Chun said happily. Tang Feng didn't rush to leave, but looked at her phone, indicating that she hadn't deleted the videos and photos yet. What are you looking at? I've already deleted the photos and videos. Do you think I would feel proud to keep those things? Wang Chun pouted discontentedly. Yes, they must be deleted. I will never allow a beauty like you to have her reputation ruined by a scumbag like me. Tang Feng nodded vigorously and turned to leave. Damn, he finally escaped from Wang Chun's clutches. As he quickly ran out of the Wang family's residence, the first thing Tang Feng did when he got back to his car was to play some music to celebrate. The most beautiful flower on the grassland, the fiery red sarilang. Tang Feng hummed along, feeling extremely happy. After a whole day of hard work, he finally pushed the plot back on track. With this, Wang Chun would definitely follow the plot and eventually succeed with Yidong. Although Jiang Qiu seemed a bit off, Yidong had already said that he was going to challenge her grandfather at the Jiang family, so their plot should start from there. As for Susia, this woman is in cahoots with Yidong. She truly deserves to be the leading lady. To protect Yidong, she is willing to act and marry herself. Impressive. Unfortunately, compared to himself, the king of the scoundrels, she still lacks a bit of meaning. With his wise eyes, he has seen through everything. Once Yidong has them in his hands, won't the misunderstandings between them be resolved? Okay, it's time to go off work, and the villain should return to his own life. Tang Feng stepped on the gas, driving towards the road, ready to experience the life of the wealthy. East Sea Group, President's Office. Susia was sitting at her desk correcting a document. This was a real estate project newly invested by the company, requiring an investment of about 10 billion, which was considered of moderate importance to the Su family. Her female secretary stood by, occasionally admiring Susia's stunning profile. As a beautiful woman, she always felt inferior standing next to Susia. As women, why can some women be so perfect? Just like her name, Xia. It's already 6 o'clock, aren't you off work yet? Susia, who was correcting documents, suddenly looked up at the female secretary and asked. The female secretary didn't react for a moment, and awkwardly smiled. I didn't hear the knock on the door, I thought it was still early. According to convention, every time it was 6 o'clock and time to get off work, the young master of the Tang family would come to knock on the door to take Su General out for dinner. For 3 whole years, as long as they didn't take a vacation, Tang Xiao would always come. Of course, Su General never agreed. Her unintentional words made Susia feel a little lost. She glanced at the office door. Yes, according to convention, that man should come and knock on the door. Normally, she was annoyed by this guy's constant pestering, but today, not hearing him made her feel a bit uncomfortable, as if something was missing. Su General, I heard you and Tang Xiao are engaged. Congratulations, you're finally together. I'll leave work first. After packing up, the female secretary smiled and offered her congratulations. Susia responded with an instantly losing the mood to continue working, feeling a sense of unease in her heart. Engagement? What engagement? She already knew what that guy was thinking. Clearly, he had liked her for 3 years, and now suddenly claimed not to like her. This made her feel a bit wronged. Of course, she also knew she couldn't blame him. After all, she had indeed ignored him for 3 years. What's wrong with me? Susia rubbed her head and then left the office with her bag. As she walked out, her subordinates who were still in the office greeted her one by one. Good evening, Su General. Su General, you've worked hard. Is Su General leaving? I heard Su General and Tang Xiao are together. Congratulations. Seeing these warm smiles, she felt even more uneasy. She knew that these people in the company secretly disliked her and had given her the nickname Iceberg. All of them, wearing masks all the time, isn't it tiring? She thought of Tang Feng again. This guy, at least she could hear his true feelings. In this world where everyone wore masks, he didn't just wear a mask, he was practically naked. After returning to her Maserati, Susia hesitated for a while, then finally found Tang Feng's WeChat. Are you free tonight? I want to chat with you. Tang Feng was driving on the road. Suddenly, he received a message from Susia and was stunned after reading it. Huh, what does Susia want from me? After a moment of thought, he decisively parked the car on the side of the road and replied to the message. To talk about calling off the engagement? You should have said earlier, let's both go explain to our families. Susia replied with a string of ellipses, feeling speechless. Who wants to talk to you about calling off the engagement? But she also didn't know what she really wanted to talk to this guy about. She just wanted to see him. What's the meaning of my ellipses? You're just talking nonsense. Tang Feng originally wanted to reply like this, but then felt it was too low class. It's okay to be disliked, but there's no need to degrade oneself too much. What if she took a screenshot and posted it on her moments, pulling off a slick move like Wang Chun? So he displayed the level of education he should have received during his 9 years of compulsory education. Speak directly, if there's nothing, get lost. Contact me when you want to call off the engagement. This woman, not calling off the engagement, made Tang Feng very angry. You're acting to protect him, pushing me into the fire pit. Is this something a person would do? Do you hate me that much? Susia's eyes filled with tears and anger. This indifferent attitude, in contrast to before, was too much for her to accept. Of course, what a stupid question. Who told you to deceive me? I don't like being used as a shield. Alright, I'm going out for drinks with a few sisters. If you want to call off the engagement, just say it. Otherwise, contact me through a message in a bottle. After quickly replying a few sentences, Tang Feng chuckled as he held his phone. With this attitude, how can you continue to act with me? Come clean, and honestly be your leading lady. In short, the advantage is mine. You jerk. I'm not calling off the engagement. I'm going to marry into your Tang family, just wait and see. Suddenly, another message popped up in the WeChat chat box. Tang Feng was so startled that his hand trembled, and his phone almost fell to the ground. Is this woman for real? Are you crazy? He quickly replied to the message, only to receive a red exclamation mark indicating that the message could not be delivered. This almost made Tang Feng spit blood. In the original story, Susia was indeed a stubborn character, and once she made up her mind, she wouldn't change it. But shouldn't this stubbornness be directed at Yidong instead? Damn, has this woman gone crazy? Tang Feng turned pale. He had finally thought that his plan was about to succeed, but now Susia's actions left him dumbfounded. Taking a deep breath, he tried to send a few more messages to persuade Susia, apologizing for his earlier attitude and asking her to forgive him. But all his messages were met with red exclamation marks. This woman had actually blocked him. Damn, I've gone too far. This woman only responds to force. Don't most women like it when you're forceful? Tang Feng weakly complained. Why was it so difficult to retire? If he really ended up marrying her, would Yidong bring people to crush the Tang family? Just then, WeChat lit up again. Tang Feng widened his eyes and saw that the sender was Qin Ming. This Qin Ming was not a forensic doctor, but the eldest son of the Qin family, one of the 4 major families in Suhang. In the original story, he and Tang Feng were known as the 4 elites of Suhang, and he was Tang Feng's loyal little brother. In the online novel, anyone referred to as X-City's X-Elite was basically doomed to be crushed by the male lead. Qin Ming was no exception, and both he and Tang Feng had tragic fates. Tang Feng was kicked into a vegetative state and died, while Qin Ming was poisoned to death by Yidong. Bro, what have you been up to lately? Seeing the message from Qin Ming, Tang Feng suddenly had an idea. Right, why not seek help from outside the story? He was the antagonist after all. He could use the advantages of being the antagonist to solve his problems. I'm in a dilemma. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm at Star River. Can you come? If not, I'll go somewhere else to wait for you. Star River, as mentioned by Qin Ming, was a large entertainment venue with all kinds of activities, somewhat shady, and favored by many second-generation rich kids. As a loyal follower, the original Tang Feng, who had always kept himself clean, would never come to such a place. But now, Tang Feng didn't care about these things. After finally becoming a rich and handsome character, wouldn't it be foolish not to enjoy it? Wait for me. Soon, Tang Feng drove his silver Lamborghini Poison to the entrance of the entertainment venue called Star River. When this flashy sports car arrived, many onlookers couldn't help but stare. Several live streamers at the entrance immediately aimed their cameras at this extremely cool car. Isn't this the Poison? I heard there are only 2 in the country. Which rich kid is driving such a cool car? Damn, when can I be born into such a wealthy family? You can be reborn as their dog. The streamers marveled and speculated about the owner of the car. A seemingly innocent-looking and revealingly dressed female internet celebrity took the initiative to approach. Wasn't coming to a place like this just to hook a big fish? When Tang Feng got out of the car, many girls who were watching couldn't help but exclaim. They hadn't expected the owner of the car to be such a young and handsome guy. In terms of looks, he bore some resemblance to the once popular Jiaojuan, but his temperament was even more outstanding. Oh my, isn't that the young master of the Tang family? I recognize him. The Tang family's assets must be in the trillions by now, right? It's his first time coming to a place like this, right? I have to go talk to him. Soon, several girls couldn't contain themselves and approached him. The female internet celebrity at the front couldn't let these vixens steal her business. She coldly snorted in her heart and quickened her pace to approach Tang Feng. When the two were still a meter apart, she suddenly lost her balance and fell onto Tang Feng. Are you okay? Tang Feng instinctively reached out to support her. I'm fine, sorry Tang Xiao, I almost bumped into you. The female internet celebrity apologized with a pitiful look on her face, but she couldn't help but want to get closer to Tang Feng. Being in close proximity is better. It's nothing, just be careful. Tang Feng smiled and shook his head. With this smile, several girls around him were so impressed by his charm that they couldn't close their legs. Oh, it's not because he's rich, it's just that they think he's handsome. Just as the female internet celebrity was about to continue chatting, several other girls had already surrounded them. Tang Xiao, hi, I'm Vivi, are you here to play? Tang Xiao, can I add you on WeChat? Tang Xiao. They all took out their phones to exchange contact information with Tang Feng. One female anchor even intentionally pulled down the neckline of her dress to show off her assets. What's more, some girl, I don't know who, used her hand to secretly pinch Tang Feng's butt. The surrounding onlookers were envious. Damn, he's so rich and handsome. Do they leave any room for others to live? Tang Feng also felt overwhelmed by this treatment. Is this the happiness of being a rich and handsome guy? So, being rich and handsome can make women so proactive? What about those villains he used to play? What kind of lousy villains were they? What underground thugs, gatekeepers, or private bodyguards? None of them had assets over $1 million. P.S. The early part of this book is a bit trivial. Let's develop and then start the Dragon King and absolutely no sending women. When Tang Feng was surrounded by a group of women, a young man standing at the entrance of the Star River Club looked over. Damn, isn't that my big brother? The young man recognized Tang Feng and quickly ran over. When Tang Feng was surrounded by a group of women, it was as if he had entered the land of women like Tang Sang. A group of women crowded around him, making it difficult for the young man to approach. Can you make way? Helplessly, the young man could only shout. As he shouted, the women all turned to look at him, then showed a surprised expression. Oh, isn't this young Master Qin? Young Master Qin is here too. They all greeted Qin Ming enthusiastically. Who is the county mayor doesn't matter. They just want to be the mayor's wife. Alright, darlings, don't cling to my big brother. It's his first time here. You're too enthusiastic and it might scare him. Qin Ming shouted with a smile. The group of women reluctantly made way. Qin Ming grabbed Tang Feng's arm and walked out of the crowd of women, smiling and saying, Big brother, how does it feel to be here for the first time? It's good, they are all good girls. Tang Feng praised. Although they smoke, drink, have tattoos, dance all night, they are still good girls. Well, as long as they don't want to marry him. Yes, they are all good girls. Qin Ming laughed heartily and said, Shall we find a quiet place to sit and chat? We can chat inside too. Tang Feng pointed to the Star River Club. He came here on purpose to enjoy life. As a villain, he didn't know whether he would come tomorrow or the Dragon King, so he should enjoy it while he can. Damn, are you serious, big brother? Qin Ming reached out to touch Tang Feng's forehead. His big brother had never been to such a place before. What's the fuss about? Tang Feng simply walked inside. Today, he's going to be carefree here, not even Jesus can stop him. Damn, big brother is really out of character. Qin Ming followed with a worried look. It wasn't even dark yet, but the Star River Club was already bustling. In the dance floor, men and women were twisting their bodies, releasing pheromones, and on the stage, several hot women were passionately dancing to deafening music. Qin Ming led Tang Feng to the position of the first high platform, which was his exclusive seat. As soon as he sat down, several beautiful women came over. However, Qin Ming did not let these beauties come over, but waved his hand to let them play by themselves first. He was worried about his elder brother and was not in the mood to deal with them. After pouring a glass of wine for Tang Feng, he asked with concern, "Big brother, you don't seem quite right today. What's wrong? You didn't used to come to this place. People change." Tang Feng raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Ming. After drinking half a glass, Qin Ming felt puzzled. "No, big brother, didn't you just get engaged to Susia? If she finds out you came here, wouldn't these 3 years of effort be in vain?" "Yes, I came to tell you about that." Tang Feng quickly put down his glass and opened his WeChat to show Qin Ming the chat records. After Qin Ming finished reading, he felt dizzy. Damn, did big brother really do that? Dare to talk to Susia like that? Damn, big brother, you finally stopped being a lapdog. To be honest, if it weren't for our deep friendship, I would have cut ties with you long ago. After coming to his senses, Qin Ming was extremely excited. He poured another glass of wine for Tang Feng and insisted on toasting with him. The two had been good brothers for many years and attended the same prestigious school. In the second year of junior high, a group of them went out to play, and Qin Ming accidentally fell into the river. At that time, everyone else just watched, but only Tang Feng jumped in to save him. After this incident, Qin Ming was determined to regard Tang Feng as his elder brother. But in the past 3 years, Tang Feng had been unswervingly acting like a lapdog, which had tarnished his reputation in the circle. Ordinary people all know that lapdogs don't get the house. As a handsome and wealthy man, doing such things was truly embarrassing and shameful. Tang Feng couldn't help but give this kid a slap on the back. Then he said impatiently, "What's her attitude? After licking boots for 3 years without any response, now she's acting like this. She's just being cheap. People are like that. They only realize the value after losing it." Qin Ming sneered. Tang Feng still felt that something was not quite right. She was the female lead. How could she possibly like a villain? There must be a conspiracy here. So how do I make her stop bothering me? Tang Feng looked at Qin Ming and asked for advice. This guy, who had already killed 100 people at the age of 17 and 1,000 people at the age of 20, probably couldn't even remember it himself now. The life of a wealthy man was so plain and boring. It's simple, just follow my lead and act like a scumbag. Qin Ming said proudly. He hadn't been so depraved before, and he had once had a beautiful fantasy about love. Until the year he turned 17, when he heard his father and an elder discussing a marriage alliance between the two families, planning to arrange the marriage as soon as he came of age. In a wealthy family, they still paid attention to matching social status. When he found out that the prospective bride was a nearly 200-pound heiress, he matured overnight. In order to stop this marriage, he became the most famous nightclub prince in Suhang, and that put an end to the marriage. Right. Tang Feng suddenly realized the master's words made sense. As long as I act like a piece of shit, won't women stay away from me? He looked at Qin Ming with admiration in his eyes, truly his good brother, clearly a material for playing the villain. If you want to live a good life, being low-key is not enough. The reason why those villains in the novels are hated by the female leads is because they are full of tricks, right? And his image as a villain was obviously not stinky enough. Come on, good brother, let's toast. From today on, we are the unrivaled heroes of the Star River Club. Tang Feng raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Ming's. Damn, big brother, that's a great idea. From now on, we'll live here. Qin Ming laughed heartily, his eyes already sizing up tonight's prey. He had been playing here for so long and had never failed. Although some little fairies online claimed that they came to such places to relax, who would believe that? Relaxing? Who the hell comes here to relax? A man ran to the women's bathhouse and said he was going to wash his hands. Do you believe his nonsense? After just taking a look around, it seemed that all the familiar faces made it a bit dull for him. Brother, tonight is all about familiar faces. How about we make do? Qin Ming smiled. It was rare for his brother to come for the first time, so he didn't arrange for 2 top-notch ones, which made him feel uneasy. Okay, you decide, Tang Feng nodded. It was just a show, and he didn't have too high expectations. Qin Ming immediately made arrangements, and soon there were 7 or 8 different beautiful women running over, all with looks and figures around 75 points. Seeing them standing in a row with their bags, Tang Feng almost had dirty thoughts. You 4 go and accompany my brother. It's his first time here, so don't overdo it. Qin Ming pointed to 4 of them, and the 4 girls immediately ran over to sit around Tang Feng, laughing and joking. Tang, would you like me to feed you some wine? Tang, you must exercise often. Your arm muscles are so strong. I also exercise often. Do you want to touch my abs? Tang, what type of girl do you like? Several girls were eager to sit on Tang Feng's lap, and they were very attentive. By the way, brother, don't you want to make Susia unhappy? How about I help you take a short video and send it out? I guarantee it will make her furious, Qin Ming suggested, as he had been watching Susia being unhappy for a long time. Wow, you're really a genius. Tang Feng felt that he didn't have enough experience as a villain. He was just trying to tarnish his reputation and make women like Susia dislike him, not become a pariah. He still planned to enjoy life after this. After taking the short video, Tang Feng was quite satisfied. He looked quite satisfied with himself in the video, and the several beautiful women were quite cooperative. It looked like they were going to have a great time tonight. Okay, let's send it out like this. Tang Feng handed the phone back to Qin Ming, acknowledging that he was indeed a good brother. Qin Ming grinned and immediately sent the short video out using his account, which had over 6 million followers. Because he often posted some extravagant things and occasionally gave away hundreds of thousands to his fans, he had a considerable number of followers. Among those who followed him was Susia. They were all from the 4 major families and often interacted with each other, so it was normal for them to follow each other. My good brother came to play at Xinghe today. Handsome people are always popular, there's nothing I can do about it. After setting the title, the video was uploaded and approved in less than 2 minutes. Soon, the number of likes and comments on the short video skyrocketed. Qin, who is this handsome guy? Can I get to know him? Wow, he's really handsome, but he looks a bit familiar. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? I'm all for this brother. To ensure that Susia could see the video, Qin Ming even tagged her. Hee, I've been wanting to make this woman unhappy for a long time. She's been putting on airs every day, making my brother lose face in the circle. At this moment, Susia was resting at home. Her eyes were still slightly red because she had cried in the car for quite a while today. She was so angry. After watching some short videos at home for a while, her mood improved slightly. As she was scrolling through, her phone suddenly prompted her that Qin Ming had tagged her. Why did he tag me? Susia was puzzled. They were just acquaintances, and they didn't have much deep interaction. After she clicked on the message prompt, the short video automatically jumped to the new video sent by Qin Ming. When she saw Tang Feng embracing several beautiful women in the video, her face turned green. Big brother, are you being unfaithful by hugging so many girls? Unfaithful? I'm not unfaithful, I just want to give all the girls in the world a home. Tang Feng's voice in the video was heard. A sense of loss and grievance quickly surged in her heart, making her angry and tears started to fall. It was as if she had lost something important and only realized its significance after it was gone. After crying for a while, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. This guy never used to live a wild lifestyle. Did he deliberately go out to play and have Qin Ming film a short video for her to see? Something's not right. She wiped away her tears, thought for a moment, and went to the mirror to touch up her makeup. She wanted to go to the Star River Club to see for herself what this guy was up to. After finishing her makeup, she called Tang Feng on her phone. Tang, your phone is ringing. The girl sitting next to Tang Feng saw his phone light up and handed it to him. Thank you. Tang Feng reached out and pinched the girl's cheek. But instead of pinching her cheek, he ended up with a handful of foundation. He pretended not to notice and quickly took the phone. Susia? Seeing that it was her calling, Tang Feng couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the plan was going smoothly. She must have come to quarrel with him. Happily answering the call, Tang Feng said, Hello? What do you mean by this? Have I made you hate me so much? Susia's voice of grievance came from the other end of the phone. Ha? What did you say? I can't hear you, it's too noisy here. Are you going to call off the engagement? Okay, let's set a time for tomorrow. I know you can hear me, just wait, I'll come find you. Susia hung up the phone after speaking. Tang Feng furrowed his brow as he held the phone. This woman, has she gone mad? With her proud personality, shouldn't she be cursing at him now and then canceling the engagement tomorrow? Then he suddenly realized. It must be to protect Yidong, so she had to continue acting. She's really good at acting. Fortunately, he has already noticed. Big brother, what's wrong? Did Susia call? Qin Ming asked from the side. Yeah, she said she's coming to find me, we'll make her angry later. Tang Feng chuckled. As long as he could make Susia leave tonight, everything would go smoothly. Qin Ming also laughed along, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn, big brother, I almost forgot something important. What important thing? Tonight, I also made an appointment with a beauty. She's definitely a top-notch one, at least on the same level as Susia. After saying this, Qin Ming looked at the girls and said, Darlings, you can play by yourselves, all the expenses tonight will be on my account. My big brother and I have something important to do later. The girls all brightened up and quickly agreed, picking up their bags and leaving. After sending away these girls, Qin Ming chuckled, Big brother, this time I really had to make a painful sacrifice. I'll have that beauty come over later to accompany you, and you can make Susia jealous. Is it really that exaggerated? On the same level as Susia? Tang Feng was a little skeptical. There were indeed many beautiful women in Suhang, but there were probably only a few who could be compared to Susia. However, if he could call a truly beautiful woman, it would indeed be better to make Susia jealous. Otherwise, the girls who were just around him were beautiful on the outside. But compared to Susia, they were not at the same level, and it probably wouldn't work to have them accompany him in acting. You'll know soon, Qin Ming said mysteriously, taking out his phone to contact the other party. Tang Feng was a little excited. He, as the antagonist, definitely couldn't play with the female leads. Even if he remains single for life, he would rather die. Jump from here. And absolutely not with the female leads. But there's still a chance with other beauties. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a graceful figure carrying a bag walked over from a distance. Hello, Mr. Qin. The woman walked over and greeted Qin Ming with a smile. Ling Han, you finally came. Let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Tang Feng. Qin Ming quickly introduced Tang Feng with a smile. Tang Feng looked up at the woman and immediately agreed with Qin Ming's words in his heart. This woman, in terms of appearance alone, is not inferior to Susia, the #1 beauty in Su Hang, and her temperament is even more charming, as if she was born with a seductive bone. Her dress is also quite provocative. She wore a white semi-transparent blouse on her upper body, giving a tantalizing feeling of being half-hidden. The black leather skirt on her lower body strongly highlighted her proud figure, and her two long and snow-white legs were so captivating that people couldn't look away. When her watery peach blossom eyes saw Tang Feng, a moment of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then she sat down next to Tang Feng and reached out her hand. "Tang, you're so handsome. I'm Ling Han, nice to meet you. I'm even happier to meet a beauty like Miss Ling." Tang Feng smiled and shook the other's hand. Suddenly his pupils contracted in response. "Damn, isn't this the jade-faced fox? Did Yidong arrange this so quickly? Is this planned? No, her target should be not me, but Qin Ming." At this moment, Tang Feng was greatly shocked in his heart. Similarly, Ling Han, who was shaking hands with him, was also startled. Suddenly hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, she almost thought her identity had been exposed. Yes, she was one of the pawns deliberately sent by Yidong, and also the top elite of the Dragon Soul organization. What's going on with this guy? Is he ventriloquizing to talk to me? No, this is definitely not ventriloquism. A hint of shock flashed in Ling Han's eyes. As a top assassin, she had too many skills. Ventriloquism was one of her specialties. But the guy in front of her didn't seem like someone who could use ventriloquism no matter how she looked at it. Seeing the two of them holding hands, Qin Ming on the side felt a little sour. Big brother is indeed big brother. He's really damn handsome. Women can't help but be drawn to him. Just holding hands like this. Isn't there going to be fireworks tonight? After coming to his senses, Ling Han looked at Tang Feng and smiled. "Tang, I think you take good care of your skin. Your hands are even whiter than mine." "Oh, really?" Tang Feng smiled awkwardly and quickly let go of Ling Han's hand, feeling a bit numb. He glanced at Qin Ming, who was looking smug, and used lip language to say, "How about it, big brother? Am I loyal enough?" "Loyal my ass, she's an assassin. Her target is you, and you pushed her to me. I treat you as a brother, and you're not being a good friend." After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts again, Ling Han was 100% sure. This was not ventriloquism. She heard this guy's inner thoughts. She was extremely surprised in her heart. After being an assassin for so many years, she had seen it all. But in this situation, it was the first time for her. "Calm down, don't act rashly for now." Ling Han took a deep breath. Although her identity had been exposed, she was confident that she could easily escape from here. "Stay for now, observe more before making a move. This guy is also a target of the Dragon King. Come on, let's have a drink and get to know our new friend." At this time, Qin Ming, the good brother, came out as a lubricant and started pouring drinks for the two of them. Hee, wouldn't it be great to get this woman drunk for Big Brother? Come on, cheers. Tang Feng raised his glass with a somewhat forced smile, and the three of them clinked glasses. He glanced at the enchanting and tempting face of the jade-faced fox and now just wanted to grab the bucket and run. What's more dangerous than the female lead? Naturally, it's the assassin under the protagonist's hand. He subconsciously moved his body to the side, creating some distance to find a sense of security. Originally wanted to survive, but ended up under the enemy's gun. What's wrong, Tang Xiao? Are you feeling unwell? Ling Han noticed Tang Feng's movements and asked with a smile. My butt is a little sore from sitting for too long, Tang Feng chuckled. Don't come over. Don't forget your original intention as a person. What is your goal? Is it to have no cavities? Of course not. Your goal is our Qin Ming. Yes, go chat him up, you know? Ling Han's mouth twitched. This guy is quite loyal, isn't he? But how does he know about the organization's plans? Ling Han became more curious about this person. According to the organization's information, he was just a rich second-generation bootlicker. Now, it seems that it might not be that simple. It's okay, if you're uncomfortable, I can help massage it, Tang Xiao. I'm a professional in medicine, she said, smiling as she put her hand on Tang Feng's leg. Wow, big brother, you're quite lucky. Ling Han has never been this nice to me, Qin Ming teased from the side. Stop teasing, do you want this luck? Tang Feng forced a smile and said, Miss Ling is indeed considerate, but my butt doesn't seem to hurt anymore. As long as it doesn't hurt, let's continue drinking and chatting, Ling Han said, raising her glass with a smile. Tang Feng nodded and quickly began to strategize in his mind. According to the original plot, Yidong, ambitious as he was, would first target the four major families in Su Hang upon his return to the country. The four major families had a deep influence in Su Hang. After gaining control of the four major families, Yidong would be the undisputed king of Su Hang, and to do that, he would have to eliminate obstacles. Qin Ming, as the male heir of the Qin family, was one of those obstacles. So, he sent out several elites to deal with it. Ling Han, the beautiful and cunning woman, was in charge of the Qin family. After getting close to Qin Ming, she would control him with her beauty and then seduce another young master. In the end, the two would clash, and Qin Ming would be poisoned to death by Ling Han. The Qin family would think it was the other young master's doing, leading to a war between the two families, and Yidong would reap the benefits. After recalling the plot in detail, Tang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I remember now, the Dragon Soul Organization's rules are very strict, and the mission cannot be changed at will. This woman and I are just acting. The real target is Qin Ming and the other unlucky guy. In that case, I don't need to panic too much. I just need to play my role well and make her feel disgusted with me and leave. Ling Han, who heard all this, frowned slightly. This guy actually knows so much about the Dragon Soul Organization? It's worth noting that the organization is extremely powerful and mysterious. Outsiders have no idea about their internal rules. This Tang, a rich second generation, is definitely not an ordinary person. After adjusting his mindset, Tang Feng took the initiative to move closer to Ling Han and smirked. Miss Ling is so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? No, Tang Xiao. Are you trying to introduce me to someone? Ling Han smiled and leaned against Tang Feng, sending him a flirtatious look. Wanting to make her leave? No way. She wanted to see how much this guy really knew about their organization. Damn, this is not following the script. If your target is Qin Ming, shouldn't you be staring at him right now? Does she know that Qin Ming likes to play the role of a minotaur and is deliberately acting this way to show Qin Ming? Well, let's just play along. Life is like a drama, it all depends on acting skills. I can use you later to deal with Susia, that foolish woman. Tang Feng quickly calculated in his mind. He chuckled and hugged Ling Han. So, Ling Miss, do you have any hobbies? Let me see if I know someone who shares the same interests as you. Hobbies? I like dancing and music. What about you, Tang Xiao? We're quite similar then. I like listening to music and watching adult movies, Tang Feng said seriously. Proof. Qin Ming, who was drinking, sprayed all the wine in his mouth. Big brother, your flirting skills are at the level of a caveman? Ling Han pretended to be shy and said, Tang Xiao, you are so annoying. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Tang Feng laughed heartily. I knew Tang Xiao couldn't be that kind of person. Exactly, how could someone like me enjoy listening to music? Both Ling Han and Qin Ming were frozen. Tang Xiao, you are so humorous. Ling Han had to praise Tang Feng and leaned on him coquettishly. Ha, don't play this game with me. I've had enough of sweet talk. Women only affect my enjoyment of life, especially Yidong's women. But Yidong is also despicable, not letting go of any women from his own organization, deliberately assigning them impossible tasks, then rushing to their rescue. TSK, he's enjoying all the attention alone. Tang Feng sighed in his heart. Ling Han was extremely shocked. How did this guy know all this? In the past 2 years, she had failed in 2 missions, and Dragon King had come to her rescue both times. He even got seriously injured to save her. It moved her deeply, but now, after hearing Tang Feng's words, she suddenly realized that something was not right, because the difficulty of her failed missions was indeed higher than what was said. That's why she failed. How much do you actually know? Ling Han was extremely curious in her heart, but she couldn't ask, so she had to silently listen while acting. Fortunately, at this time, Susia finally appeared. She ran to the Star River Club with a fierce momentum, heading straight for the No. 1 platform. Along the way, everyone was amazed to see Susia, and many people came up to strike up a conversation. There were even a few men who kept following her, showing signs of persistent pursuit. But when they saw Susia walk up to the No. 1 platform, they didn't dare to make a scene. Tang Feng. After Susia arrived and saw a woman who was just as beautiful as herself, leaning in Tang Feng's arms, her eyes couldn't help but flare up. What's up? Are you here to talk to me about calling off the engagement? Tang Feng smiled slightly, finally luring this annoying woman here. See that? I'm holding such a beautiful woman, can you still endure it? Don't hesitate, go ahead and pour wine on my face today. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower, show your dignity as the female lead. Susia heard this guy's thoughts and instantly understood his plan. Sure enough, this guy deliberately posted a short video to provoke her, trying to force her to give up the engagement. Oof, she wouldn't do as he wished. Her expression softened slightly, and she sat next to Tang Feng, saying, What calling off the engagement? We've finally come together, what are you thinking? I saw you drinking alone here, and I felt like joining you. Qin Ming, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. He finally understood why his big brother said Susia was acting strange. That aloof Susia, she could actually tolerate her fiancé hugging another beautiful woman and speak so calmly? Seeing Susia sitting next to him, pouring a glass of wine for herself, Tang Feng was completely baffled. You're not following the script? Sister, you're already green with envy. Can you still endure it? Quick, follow your heart, think about who you are. You are Susia, do you understand? Alright, today is a special treat. I allow you to slap me and call me shameless, then let's call off the wedding, okay? Don't hesitate, this is a great opportunity for you to prove yourself. If you don't do this, how will Ling Han report to Dragon King and say that we are completely innocent? Then go drink somewhere else, you're disturbing me and Miss Ling's drinking here. Tang Feng hugged Ling Han with both hands, showing a lewd expression and provoking. See that? What does shameless beast mean? Can't stand it? Then leave quickly. Don't force me to be more shameless. I have a flexible moral bottom line, and I can do anything. Ling Han's body trembled slightly, almost slapping Tang Feng to death. This bastard, making plans and taking advantage of himself? She gritted her teeth secretly. This kid is dead. Susia felt both angry and amused in her heart. This guy, does he think he can force me to leave? No way. You guys drink, I don't care about you. When you're tired of playing, let's go home together, okay? Susia reached out and gently held Tang Feng's arm. Tang Feng seriously doubted whether Susia was herself. Is this Wudalang possessed? Can a carbon-based life form say such things? What about your identity and position? Calm down, this kind of bootlicking line is mine, don't get the identity wrong. Quick, drink this glass of wine and sweep away the hunger to be yourself again. Don't look at me like that, I figured it out. I've tested you for 3 years and made you suffer too much, but from now on, I want to make you the happiest man in the world. You can do whatever you want, I won't blame you. Susia said gently. Tang Feng took a deep breath and felt his legs go weak. This woman is really going to kill him. Are you serious? Fine, isn't it just a matter of comparison? Damn it, I can't do it if I pull down my pants. Forget it, I can't be a human being if I do. Well, if it really doesn't work, just take Ling Han away first, and then let her continue to listen, then we really can't play anymore. After thinking it over, Tang Feng sneered, do as you please, then you can drink slowly. Miss Ling and I will go to the restroom, don't come and disturb us. With that, he hugged Ling Han and left the high platform. Xin Ming was dumbfounded on the side. Damn, brothers, why are you all so wild today? Even as the king of the nightlife, I'm not half as open as you guys. Susia didn't follow, she held a glass of champagne and drank leisurely, feeling both happy and complicated. She was happy that this guy didn't mess around, just acting, but his resistance to her made Susia feel quite complicated. Was his 3 years of affection all fake? Ling Han, being held by Tang Feng, was ready to strike at any time. When she carried out her mission, she would use her beauty to seduce the target, but she would never let the target and herself have real intimate contact. Fortunately, after Tang Feng held her and turned around, he let her out of the back door of the Star River Club. Young Master Tang, why did you bring me here? She asked shyly. Tang Feng took off the watch worth millions of dollars on his hand and handed it to Ling Han. I'm giving you a gift. I like girls like you who are sensible and don't keep asking for money. Women like Susia, who come after my money, make me sick. I'll go back and talk to her about canceling the engagement. Let's have a drink together next time. With that, Tang Feng returned to the Star River Club in a carefree manner, feeling much better. After hearing these words, Ling Han would definitely tell Yidong. Then Yidong, that idiot, wouldn't think he was stealing his woman, right? Ling Han put away the watch Tang Feng gave her. As an assassin, she still liked money very much. She quickly returned to the car and dialed Yidong's number on her phone. Soon, the call was answered. What's wrong, Honor? Is the mission going smoothly? Yidong's voice came from the phone. Usually, when she heard Yidong call her Honor, Ling Han felt quite happy. But after hearing what Tang Feng said in her heart, her attitude had subtly changed. She felt a bit repulsed by Yidong's intimate address, and even felt that this guy was a bit hypocritical. I'm close to the target, but I ran into Tang Feng and Susia when I got close to the target, she reported on the phone. Tang Feng? What is he doing with Susia? They are drinking at the bar. Is this guy trying to get Susia drunk, and then make a move on her? Yidong on the phone was already furious. The woman he liked. He would never allow anyone to touch her. Otherwise, when the Dragon King is angry, blood will flow like a river. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Han replied, they didn't drink much, but they were hugging and cuddling. Susia seemed very proactive. Impossible, Susia only has me in her heart. How could she proactively get close to other men? Keep an eye on Susia for me and protect her, do you understand? Yidong shouted on the phone. How about this, Dragon King? Should I change the plan and get close to Tang Feng by infiltrating the Tang family? This way, I can better protect Susia, Ling Han suggested. She was no longer focused on the mission, she just wanted to get closer to Tang Feng and hear more from him. This guy even knew the secrets of the Dragon Soul organization. Perhaps the information she had been trying to find, he could provide the answers. Okay, Honor, you go ahead and change the plan. It's not urgent on the Qin family's side for now. Remember, you must not let him touch my woman, do you understand? Yidong commanded loudly on the phone. He was currently wearing a security uniform, with a walkie-talkie hanging on him, patrolling in a high-end residential area in Suhang. After leaving the Wang family today, he rushed over here to take on a new job. Yes, this was also the Dragon King's usual method of picking up girls. Get close to a woman with a humble identity, then show off his strength to make her curious and fall in love with him. Just as he finished shouting, a fat man riding a patrol car came over. This person was the security manager of the residential area, Liang Fifan. He walked over and kicked Yidong in the butt, angrily scolding, newcomer, do you have shit for brains? Who allowed you to make loud phone calls during work hours? What about touching your woman? What, did someone steal your doll? Yidong was filled with anger after being kicked. A mere security manager dared to lay hands on him, the mighty Dragon King. If this had been outside the country, the moment he made a move, the man would have been a corpse. But for the sake of his plan to pick up girls, he had to endure it and grit his teeth, saying, "Manager Liang, the company allows phone calls during work hours. The company also damn well has a rule that subordinates can't talk back to their superiors. I didn't talk back, I was just reasoning with you. Reason with your damn mother. If you don't want to work, then get lost, idiot." Manager Liang spat on the ground and rode away on his bike. Yidong stood there, trembling with anger. Once his plan to pick up girls was complete, this guy would be the first to die. The Tang surname could wait a bit longer. On the other end of the phone, Ling Han, after listening, hung up with a look of disdain. After hearing a few words from Tang Feng, her intelligence seemed to have greatly increased. Her attitude towards Yidong became even more contemptuous. A man who could go to such lengths just to pick up girls, did such a person really have the qualifications to lead the organization? When Tang Feng returned to the top floor, Susia was already lying on the table. Yes, she had a very poor tolerance for alcohol. After drinking less than 3 cups, she was already passed out. Qin Ming was by her side, and when he saw Tang Feng, he exclaimed, "Damn, big brother, you finished in 3 minutes? Finish your sister. I didn't do anything, I just sent her away. This woman is very dangerous. Don't have any contact with her in the future, understand?" Tang Feng frowned as he cautioned. After taking over this body, he also accepted the memories that came with it. In his heart, he still had feelings for his brother Qin Ming. As a villain, Qin Ming's death was actually quite innocent. Purely because he didn't want the family business to be taken away, he became a stumbling block that Yidong had to eliminate. In the end, villains are just a matter of perspective. When readers immerse themselves in the Dragon King's perspective, naturally they will feel great. But when you put yourself in the shoes of the opposition standing against the Dragon King, that feeling is not so great. "Okay, big brother, whatever you say." Qin Ming agreed with a smile, without asking for a reason. Women are everywhere, so why bother looking for one? He pointed to Susia, who was lying on the table, and asked, "What should we do now?" "I'll take her back." Tang Feng also had a headache. If this woman can't drink, then don't drink. There's no need to push it so hard just to put on a show. What if he took advantage of her vulnerability? Then he would become the cuckolded victim. But thinking about it, it seemed quite interesting. Shaking his head, Tang Feng dismissed the dangerous thought. It's better to honestly play the role of a villain for now. It's too damn dangerous to compete with the protagonist for a woman. As he lifted Susia, Tang Feng immediately felt a softness on his back. The scent of alcohol mixed with Susia's fragrance was particularly pleasant. Because of the alcohol, Tang Feng called the 2 bodyguards from the Tang family to drive over and pick him up. Don't drink and drive. In every urban novel, there are villains who die from drunk driving. If you want to survive until the end, you must have enough safety awareness to live through the protagonist's hands. After a black Rolls-Royce arrived, Tang Feng sat in the back with Susia on his back. One of the bodyguards got out of the car to drive his car back to the Tang family. The 2 luxury cars drove one after the other on the road, making Tang Feng feel quite good. Being a rich person is damn awesome. It would be even more perfect if this world didn't have Yidong. Susia, who was drunk, had a rosy face, looking much cuter than usual. She suddenly giggled and leaned her head on Tang Feng's shoulder. "Go away." Tang Feng pushed her head away without hesitation. The bodyguard driving the car saw the scene in the rearview mirror and almost drove the car into the river. This is the same old lickspittle young master? In the past, he was so loyal that he licked boots for 3 years without any obstacles. Even the most loyal dog would admire the young master. He also heard from his colleagues that they saw the young master licking Miss Su's high heels with their own eyes. Even the young master's father was so angry at his son's lack of dignity that he gave him a good beating. That day, it was said that several belts were broken, and the young master was beaten into the hospital. The next day, the young master sneaked out of the hospital and went to wait for Miss Su after work with a bouquet of roses. The pushed-away Susia just giggled foolishly and stuck to Tang Feng again. She said in an unimaginably sweet voice, "I just want to stick to you." Tang Feng was puzzled, and then he remembered. When she was very young, her mother passed away from cancer. Her father, Su Zhongshan, had a strong personality and was busy revitalizing the Su family, so he had little time to accompany her and had extremely strict demands on her. Under the loneliness and pressure, she developed a stubborn and competitive personality, becoming increasingly cold and independent. This cold mask enveloped her, keeping everyone away while also protecting her. But once she got drunk, she would completely remove this mask, revealing her fragile and clingy side, like a puppy that unconditionally trusts people. "But, why are you showing this side to me? Hey, why are you touching me?" Seeing Susia trying to climb onto him, Tang Feng tried hard to push her away, but he overestimated himself. Due to the brain-dead author's setting, as a villain, he was just an ordinary handsome rich guy with a very weak combat power. Susia, as the first female lead, had some martial arts skills. Dealing with 2 or 3 big guys was a piece of cake for her. Tang Feng's combat power was not even comparable to that of a big guy, so it was humiliating to compete with her in strength. After Susia climbed onto him, she giggled. "Come on, give me a kiss." She pouted and began to shake her head and move closer to Tang Feng. "Hey, don't come over. Lao Wang, pull her away. Tang Feng tried to resist, but his hands were firmly held by her. He could only shake his head to avoid her. She really kissed him fiercely. When she sobered up, would she remember this and kill him? Young master, I'm driving, I can't help you on the overpass, the bodyguard said helplessly, secretly despising his young master. A beauty throws herself at you, and you act like a decent person. If you're so great, why don't you become a lapdog for 3 years? Despite Tang Feng's struggles, Susia couldn't kiss his lips, but his face couldn't escape, leaving behind several red lip prints. After kissing him several times, she burped satisfactorily and stared at Tang Feng. I kissed you so many times, why don't you kiss me? Why are you so wild? Tang Feng was about to cry. How could she do this? This wasn't Susia, she was a thirsty witch. Why did you stop licking me? You said you would lick me for a lifetime. You didn't keep your promise. Susia pouted with a hint of sadness. But I licked for 3 years and still didn't succeed. Then why don't you try licking for 3 more years? What will happen if I try? You'll become a big lapdog, Susia said with a smile. Tang Feng felt that this woman was really drunk, and her change of attitude was unbelievable. Suddenly, Susia gently rubbed her face against Tang Feng's, feeling wronged. I'm sorry, I know you're upset. How about I lick you instead? Don't ignore me. She suddenly acted coquettish, and Tang Feng couldn't resist. But a few seconds after she said this, she fell asleep on top of Tang Feng. Tang Feng sighed deeply, glad that the woman had finally calmed down. If this continued, his pure body would be defiled by her. After driving for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the Tang family's residence. Tang Feng didn't plan to send Susia back. She was so drunk, it wouldn't be good to send her back to her family. Besides, the Tang family's house was big enough, and it wouldn't hurt to let her rest there. As he carried Susia off the car, Tang Feng saw his father, Tang Gangcheng, standing at the gate. At this moment, his father's face was as dark as coal. Half an hour ago, he was resting at home and playing with his phone when an old friend sent him a video link. He clicked on it and saw his son, with a lecherous look, hugging 4 women and drinking. This guy even said something like I'm not scum, I just want to give them a home. This made him extremely angry. He had worked hard to arrange the marriage for his son, and now he was showing his true colors so soon? Now, seeing Tang Feng carrying a woman off the car, with lipstick marks on his face, he slowly pulled out his belt. Like father, like son. Dad, please calm down. Tang Feng was almost scared out of his wits, already guessing what his father wanted to do. Calm down? You're quite something, the marriage was just settled, and you're already showing your true colors, huh? Bringing a woman home to play? Tang Gangcheng sneered and tightened his belt. This is not just any woman, this is Susia. I went out for a drink with her, that short video was just for fun. Xin Ming asked me to help shoot it, saying it would increase followers. Tang Feng quickly shifted the blame. Tang Gangcheng stared at them for a few moments, then realized that it was indeed his future daughter-in-law. This softened his expression a bit, and he slowly put the belt back. Several bodyguards who had been hiding nearby also emerged from the shadows, looking a bit embarrassed. They were arranged by Tang Gangcheng to prevent Tang Feng from running away. Tang's mother, Xia Hanying, also came out, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao in her hand. Goodness, a one-stop service for getting beaten and treated. Tang Feng walked into the house with Susia on his back, feeling exasperated. Tang Gangcheng frowned and reprimanded, how much did you make Xia drink? How did she get so drunk? She wanted to drink, but after 3 cups, she couldn't handle it anymore. Farting, Xia never goes to those kinds of places to drink. Don't think I can't guess what you're thinking, Tang Gangcheng scolded without reservation. They were both men, could this guy's little thoughts really hide from himself? Tang Feng felt like crying. Didn't you see the lipstick marks on my face? It can't be that I put my face there myself, right? When they got home, Tang's mother supported Susia. I'll take Xia to your room to rest first. You're not allowed to take people to drink next time. Let Xia rest in the guest room. Why take him to your room? Tang Gangcheng was a little dissatisfied. His wife was good in every way, but she spoiled this kid too much. She had also pushed for this marriage at home, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to swallow his pride. Tang's mother smiled and nodded, understanding her husband's meaning. Tang Gangcheng looked at Tang Feng with a serious tone. I know you've liked her for a few years, but some things can't be rushed. It has to be voluntary. If you have any more ideas, I'll break 3 of your legs. You're thinking too much, I really have no interest in her. Then who are you interested in? The girl from the Wang family? Or Ku Xin from the Qin family? Tang Gangcheng raised his eyebrows. Tang Feng felt that both were dead ends. Apart from the Tang family, the other 3 families all had beauties who had caught the eye of Yidong. It could be said that this person had conquered the 3 major families by flirting. This was the most absurd part of the novel. Could a noble family really be so shameless? Could they tolerate their own daughters and other women serving only one person, and even pile all the family's resources on him? Nonsense! After being lectured by his father for a long time, Tang Feng finally escaped the fate of being beaten. Back in his room, after washing up, he lay down on the bed worth tens of thousands and fell asleep peacefully. The life of the rich was simple and boring like this. When Tang's mother left the guest room, Susia, who had already fallen asleep, slowly opened her eyes. She was already awake at this point. Or rather, she wasn't as drunk as she seemed. When she was in the car, she was drunk but still rational. But under the influence of alcohol, she didn't really want to stay rational. She wanted to follow her instincts and do things she didn't dare to do, say things she didn't dare to say. She also tried to take off her mask like this guy. But now that she was completely awake, she felt a little embarrassed. She just wanted to talk to him. How did she end up taking the initiative to kiss him? It's over. I won't be able to face anyone tomorrow. She sighed softly, covering her flushed face. She shouldn't have drunk. Thinking about this, she tossed and turned in bed and didn't fall asleep until around 3 o'clock. Early the next morning, a knock on the door woke her from her sleep. "Xia, are you up? It's time for breakfast." Tang's mother's voice came from outside the door. "Okay, auntie." Susia rubbed her sleepy eyes and reluctantly got up to wash up. Because she hadn't slept well, the dark circles under her eyes were quite noticeable. When she walked out, she happened to bump into Tang Feng, who was wearing pajamas. Tang Feng was quite energetic, but his expression changed when he saw Susia. He casually greeted her. "Good morning. Why is this woman staring at me? Did she remember what happened last night? Sigh, a drunken fool. I can't drink with her again next time, or I won't be able to keep my pure and chaste body." Hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Susia's face started to flush again, remembering what happened in the car last night. She didn't dare to look directly into Tang Feng's eyes, and simply said good morning before walking away. "This is the reaction you should have. Be a little cold to me, you know? The female lead should act like a female lead. I reluctantly forgive you for what happened yesterday." Tang Feng followed behind, feeling quite pleased that the woman seemed back to normal. When the two arrived at the dining table, breakfast was already prepared. Today's breakfast was personally made by Tang's mother early in the morning, without letting the chef do it. After all, this was the future daughter-in-law's first time having breakfast at home, so she had to be specially taken care of. "Good morning, uncle and auntie," Susia greeted Tang's father and mother as she approached. "Good morning, Xia," the two of them replied in unison with a smile. They were quite satisfied with Susia. She was beautiful and capable. It's just that her personality was a bit cold, making their son a lapdog for 3 years. Tang Feng also greeted them and sat down with a plate of steamed dumplings, starting to eat. "What are you doing? You're just eating by yourself. Why don't you serve some to Xia?" Tang's mother said, feeling a bit dissatisfied seeing Tang Feng eating alone. "She can serve herself if she wants to eat. She's not a child," Tang Feng retorted. "It's impossible to serve her, not in this lifetime. Eat if you want, don't eat if you don't. I'm not interested in taking care of someone else's harem. Women, they only affect my survival to the end." Hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Susia suddenly felt a bit itchy. "This jerk, it's just serving some food. It's not like she's eating him." She felt guilty and said softly, "It's okay, uncle and auntie, I can serve myself. I'm sorry for causing you trouble by drinking too much yesterday. I really feel bad about it. It's okay, it's all because this kid is no good. He insisted on taking you out for a drink. Next time, if he forces you to drink again, tell uncle. Uncle will beat him to death," Tang's father said with a smile. "It's not me who took her out for a drink. You can ask that kid, Xin Ming," Tang Feng said, feeling like he was being made into a scapegoat. "Yes, it was my own choice to accompany him for a drink. It's my fault, uncle. Please don't scold him," Susia said with a look of grievance. With these words, Tang's father and mother became even more satisfied with her. "Look, this future daughter-in-law is so considerate and understanding. In order to prevent this kid from being scolded, she would rather lie. Damn woman, are you trying to manipulate me again? And trying to gain favor with my parents? Damn it, is it necessary to go this far? I get it. You're deliberately setting me up. You don't want to bear the pressure of breaking off the engagement, so you want me to take the blame? You cunning woman, I give up." After thinking about it, Tang Feng finally understood. After finishing off a steamed dumpling, he spoke up. "Dad, Mom, you've also seen that we don't really get along well. I think maybe the marriage isn't a good idea." Before he could finish his sentence, Tang's father had already taken out his belt and glared at Tang Feng. "What did you say?" Tang Feng swallowed the rest of his words obediently. It wasn't quite appropriate to have a fight at this early hour. "Dad, don't hit him. It's probably something I did that made him unhappy. I'll change," Susia said, looking at Tang's father with a look of grievance. "Ah, why do you always indulge him? He's just itching for a beating." Tang's father sighed, finding Susia more and more pleasing, and put away the belt. This child of his, he had refused to listen to advice before and insisted on being a lapdog. Once he started, he had been a lapdog for a full 3 years. Now that he had finally brought the beauty home, this kid wanted to act up again. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Amid the laughter and joy of Tang's father, mother, and Susia, breakfast finally came to an end. Tang Feng, like an outsider, dared not say a word under the threat of the belt. Tangwan Group, General Manager's Office. Wang Chun was reading a report. It was about the French Farce Company. After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts last time, she had gained more and more information. After a few days of investigation, the truth was already in front of her. Far's company did indeed have a big problem, and the deputy general manager, Lee Deshen, who had been trying to push forward this business, suddenly had an extra 20 million in his wife's bank account. She asked someone to check the source of the money and found out that it was transferred by a female celebrity named Tina. The sponsor of this female celebrity is her cousin, Wang Rulong. If she guessed correctly, most of the 20 million is probably the deposit for Lee Deshen. Wang Rulong is audacious, daring to collude with outsiders. A cold light flashed in Wang Chun's eyes. She was able to secure her position at a young age by relying on her intelligence and methods. She would not show mercy to such a person who takes advantage of others, even if it's her cousin. But compared to Wang Rulong, she is more concerned about another person. Yidong. This person has already made it onto her hit list, but she hasn't investigated his background thoroughly. His identity is too mysterious, shrouded in a layer of mist. Currently, the only thing she can investigate is an investment company called Huajin. This company invested a huge sum in Far's company half a month ago, becoming the largest shareholder. But this company is not under Yidong's name. This person is deeply hidden. Forget it, don't rush to startle the snake. Wang Chun is a patient person, and only by being patient can she catch big fish. After thinking for a while, she made a phone call. After about 10 minutes, a dignified middle-aged man walked in. He was the company's vice president, Lee Deshen. MS. Wang, did you call for me? Lee Deshen smiled as he entered, secretly sizing up Wang Chun. Since the young lady took over the company, these executives have been enjoying themselves every day. Mr. Lee, how many years have you been with our company? Wang Chun asked. Exactly 30 years. I have dedicated my whole life to the company. Lee Deshen laughed heartily. Is that so? Wang Chun suddenly slammed the table and sternly asked, have you dedicated yourself to the company, or have you dedicated $1 billion to Wang Rulong? A hint of fear flashed in Lee Deshen's eyes. $1 billion, this number made him very sensitive. However, he remained calm and pretended to be confused. MS. Wang, what do you mean by this? I don't like to beat around the bush. You know very well how our Wang family deals with traitors. Even if you don't consider yourself, think about your family. Wang Chun threatened with a cold face. It concerns the entire Wang family, and she will not show any mercy. Lee Deshen's legs went weak, and he quickly knelt down and begged, Ms. Wang, this has nothing to do with my family. I was forced to do this by young Master Rulong. Soon, Lee Deshen confessed everything. Wang Chun listened with an expressionless face, feeling somewhat shocked. Tang Feng's intuition had perfectly predicted everything. Yidong, what a cunning move. She coldly smiled in her heart and had already come up with a plan for revenge. She spoke, Lee Deshen, I can give you a chance. Go to Wang Rulong and tell him that I agree to this cooperation. The finance department will transfer the funds within 24 hours. What? Lee Deshen couldn't believe his ears. MS. Wang knows it's a trap, and she still wants to jump into it? Just do as I say, and have him urge Fars to transfer the funds to the cooperation account as soon as possible. Wang Chun didn't want to explain much to Lee Deshen. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity, I will do it well. Lee Deshen nodded repeatedly, relieved, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After leaving the office, he was about to take the elevator to find Wang Rulong. The elevator door opened, and Wang Rulong walked out with a document in his hand. Mr. Lee, how did it go? Seeing Lee Deshen, Wang Rulong quickly came up and hugged his shoulder excitedly. MS. Wang has agreed, and is currently signing the contract. She asked me to inform the finance department to transfer the funds. Lee Deshen quickly replied. Wang Rulong's face was filled with joy. Finally, his cousin agreed. Once the plan succeeds, the position of general manager will soon be in his hands. As for his cousin, she should just obediently get married. What's the point of a woman competing with him for power and position? By the way, Mr. Wang also asked me to remind you to contact Far's company and have them transfer the funds to advance the project as soon as possible, Lee Deshen reminded. Okay, thanks for your hard work this time, Lee. I'll transfer the remaining 80 million to you later. Wang Rulong patted Lee Deshen's shoulder heavily and then went back to his office to call Yidong. At that moment, Yidong was patrolling in the neighborhood. After receiving the call from Wang Rulong, Yidong's mood instantly improved. Okay, I got it. You just wait to take over Tingwang Group, he promised before hanging up the phone, his face showing a hint of coldness. Idiot, he snorted and made a call to the Dragon Soul organization. This time, Far's company was cooperating with Tingwang Group, with Tingwang Group providing 50 billion in funds, and Far's company needing to provide 30 billion in funds and technical personnel. The current Far's company was already an empty shell, so he had to take the money from the Dragon Soul organization. Casting a long line to catch a big fish, this money was just temporarily taken out and frozen. When he conquered Wang Chun, the wealth of the Wang family, worth tens of billions, would be his. After the call was connected, a man's deep voice came through. Dragon King, what are your orders? Transfer 30 billion to Far's company. Okay, is it from your personal account or the organization's? Of course, it's from the organization's account. It will be transferred back in a while. It's just 30 billion, right? Yidong said displeased. His own money was in the foundation, enjoying huge profits every day. He would absolutely not use his own money if he could use public funds. Okay, the man on the other end of the phone said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. At that moment, a patrol car happened to drive by. The driver was manager Ling Han. As soon as he drove over, he heard Yidong shouting on the phone about 30 billion, and couldn't help but frown. Stopping the car, he glared at Yidong and scolded, "Newcomer, do you have shit for brains? You'll die if you don't show off every day? It's just 30 billion, the paper in your trash can't even add up to that. I'll warn you one last time, if I see you bragging at work again, this old Chinese doctor will have to treat you." He pointed at Yidong with a rubber baton. He really couldn't stand this newcomer. Wherever he went, he acted all high and mighty, like he was something special. These days, he had been sneaking around and looking through the owner's information. He suspected this guy was here to scout for thievery. Yidong, who had just been smiling, instantly turned pale. He looked at Ling Han with resentment in his eyes, constantly telling himself to endure. It wasn't time to kill him yet, not until his plan to pick up girls was complete. After Ling Han left, Yidong continued his patrol with resentment. When the Dragon Soul organization transferred the money to Far's company, Wang Chun, who had been under surveillance, received the news for the first time. Finally took the bait. Wang Chun's face showed a hint of a smile. Once this money was transferred to Far's company, it would be difficult for them to take it back. She had already investigated the tax evasion of Far's company. In France, tax evasion was a serious offense, and once caught, they would face exorbitant fines. In her estimation, 30 billion might not be enough to cover the fines, but that wasn't enough. She also checked the assets of Huajin Investment Company, which were around 500 billion. Just 30 billion wouldn't be a big loss for them. Her revenge was just beginning. After thinking for a moment, she sent a message to Tang phone using WeChat. "Come out for a meal, I have some business to discuss with you." At that moment, Tang Feng had just arrived at his own company and received Wang Chun's message before he even had a chance to sit down. Discuss business? Discussing a business worth a few billion might be worth considering. Tang Feng chuckled, but then thought it wasn't appropriate. Keeping a distance from the female lead was the only way to survive. After finally being able to enjoy the life of a rich and handsome man for the past few days, he just wanted to live a peaceful life. "I'm busy." Then he replied with 2 words and also sent a panda emoji. "Really? Well, I accidentally found some old photos when I was cleaning my phone yesterday and forgot to delete them. I don't know what will happen if I post them on my moments," Wang Chun quickly replied, and also sent a picture. Tang Feng's face changed immediately after looking at it. "Isn't this a photo of me in her room? In the photo, I was holding a cute white bra with a lewd smile on my face. Anyone who sees this photo would think I'm a pervert stealing underwear. Damn it, didn't I delete it? What about the basic trust between people?" Tang Feng cursed in pain. Do you want a chance to rephrase?" Wang Chun quickly replied again. "Where to meet?" "Deep Sea Restaurant, be good." Moi taking a deep breath, Tang Feng put away his phone with tears in his eyes and left the company. When he arrived at the Deep Sea Restaurant, Wang Chun was already waiting at the door. She smiled and waved at Tang Feng from a distance. Today, she was wearing a white 7-sleeve shirt, and because of her well-developed figure, people were worried that the buttons on her chest might pop off. Her light gray professional skirt wrapped around her perky buttocks, and her legs, wrapped in black stockings, were captivating. Whether it was a cheongsam or a professional outfit, she exuded a unique charm. Many men around were secretly glancing at this beautiful woman. They had just tried to strike up a conversation and get her contact information, but none of them succeeded. Wang Chun's response was always, "I'm waiting for my boyfriend." So they stood here admiring the beauty and wondering what kind of jerk could pick up such a beauty. When they saw Tang Feng approaching, this group of people was impressed. Leaving aside everything else, the Bugatti Veyron parked there proved that this guy was not on the same level as them. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. "Damn, the good ones are always taken by jerks," they muttered in their hearts. "Do we have to talk business here?" Tang Feng said coldly, looking displeased. "Damn, isn't the Deep Sea Restaurant a place for cannibals? Even if I were a hole-piercing immortal, I couldn't stand it. Is it about business or a business worth billions? Hole-piercing immortal? A business worth billions?" Hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Wang Chun's mouth twitched. Was this guy afraid that she would eat him? Even if she did, it would be to her advantage, right? Yes, it's romantic here, she said, reaching out her arm to Tang Feng. "What's this? Holding hands? Or do you want to hold hands directly? Or should I hold your hand? Please be mindful, let's just talk business." "Holding hands? You're not right, woman. Playing like this in a public place, everyone in Suzhou and Hangzhou will know we're together. Control yourself, understand? It's natural to desire me, but you have to control yourself." "Oh, then why did that person in the photo have no sense of propriety? Taking my personal clothing?" Wang Chun said with a sigh. Tang Feng knew that this woman was indirectly threatening him. He could only obediently reach out and hold Wang Chun's arm. The Deep Sea Restaurant was more like a large aquarium. However, it was not open to the public and operated on a membership basis. Dining here was like being underwater, a luxurious and romantic experience. Many wealthy people liked to bring their companions here. Firstly, it was romantic, and secondly, the lighting was deliberately dim, with meals illuminated by candles. People always like to do sneaky things in the dark, that's how they seek excitement. If you don't believe it, go to the university's small grove at night with a flashlight, and you'll find a lot of exciting things. Many people came here to dine in private rooms. The meal hadn't even started, but the people were already feasting. If the fish in the aquarium were intelligent, they would have learned all the human mating positions long ago. So Tang always felt that the owner of this restaurant must be an LSP. Don't go into the private room, just eat outside. Even if we go into the private room, I won't give in. Have you heard the saying that a sparrow can't compare to a real dragon, although you're not even a sparrow? Ha ha. Wang Chun, who was eavesdropping, suddenly turned black. I'm not good enough for you? Today, I'm really going to be good enough for you. Let's see how you like it. Do you have a private room? She asked a waiter. Hello, the private rooms have all been reserved, the waiter said respectfully. It's okay, we'll eat outside then, Tang said, feeling relieved that there were many customers today, so it must be safe now. Okay, we'll eat outside then, Wang Chun said, not necessarily insisting on eating in the private room. Seeing Tang Feng's happy face, she knew what this guy was happy about. After being seated, the waiter helped them change to 2 new scented candles. Darling, what do you want to eat? Wang Chun asked with a smile as she handed the menu. Anything, I don't have much appetite eating with you, and don't call me darling, Tang said coldly. Damn, this woman is really not right. Aren't we here to talk business? What kind of business is this? I'm not selling myself. MS. Wang, don't be like this, we're not suitable for each other, you're a good person, not good enough for me. Oh, then let's have a couple's set meal, Wang Chun said with a smile as she handed the menu to the waiter, and her high heels fell off as she shook her feet. She lightly kicked Tang Feng's leg with her foot wrapped in black silk. What are you doing? Tang Feng immediately looked alert. My foot itches, Wang Chun said with a smile. Your foot is sweaty. Do you take care of it every day? Then why are you rubbing it against me? It stinks, Tang Feng said, looking displeased and discreetly eyeing Wang Chun's feet. This is outrageous. How can you wear black silk stockings? I've been selling fish at the supermarket for 10 years. My heart is colder than a knife. Nothing can move me. Except for black silk, Wang Chun said. I'm just kidding. Walking in high heels for a long time is tiring. Come on, help me massage, Wang Chun urged with a smile. She wanted to see how long this reserved guy could hold out. Dream on, Tang Feng said coldly. Aren't we here to talk business? Hurry up and talk. I have to go back to work later. I'm tired now and don't want to talk. If someone helps me massage my feet, I won't be tired anymore. Wang Chun acted like a spoiled child and put her feet on Tang Feng's leg. Her legs were long and white, slender yet with a hint of flesh, the kind that would make professional leg models jealous. For women with unattractive legs, black silk stockings were their cover-up. But for women like Wang Chun, black silk stockings had a bit of a playful taste. This is not just having a meal if you keep putting your feet on me, Tang Feng thought. No wonder this witch chose to eat here. I should have booked a private room. Being seen by others would be embarrassing. I can call a waiter to help you massage. Tang Feng pretended to be displeased and held her leg before letting go. As soon as he grabbed Wang Chun's leg, she trembled as if she had been shocked. With her tremble, Tang Feng's hand also trembled. Why are you touching my foot? You're so perverted, Wang Chun said, biting her lip with a shy look. Tang Feng was speechless. Why did it feel like he was being treated like a pervert? But then he thought, yeah, I'm too passive. Always trying to avoid her, that's why she thinks I'm easy to bully and tease. As long as I take the initiative, can her face be as thick as mine? I'm the most shameless person in the village. Even the dog riding on the dog would take a few glances. Why should I be afraid of her? Are you sure you want me to help you massage your legs? Tang Feng deliberately imitated the evil smile of the Dragon King, but his skill was lacking. The corner of Dragon King Yidong's mouth could accurately curve up 90 degrees, while Tang Feng's smile was at most 30 degrees. Come on. Wang Chun's face carried a hint of shyness, but she was secretly delighted. Oomph. Let's see how thick your skin is today. Anyway, in the dim light, it was difficult for anyone to notice the movements under the table. Tang Feng took a deep breath and gently pinched the woman's leg a few times. Even through the layer of stockings, he could still feel the elasticity and smoothness of her skin. Wow, she really takes good care of her skin. Wang Chun's body trembled slightly from time to time, her face shy and lowered, not saying a word. Tang Feng was quite satisfied with her reaction. He knew that this woman was just a big talker. In real combat, she was no match for herself. Heh, feeling shy now? Trying to flirt with me, this is your retribution. Well, woman, you started the fire, now you have to put it out yourself. However, after 10 minutes, Tang Feng finally felt that something was not quite right, because Wang Chun still had a shy look on her face and didn't say a word. Why are you still not responding? Can't even start a fire with a drill? Where is your shame? Why are you still being tough at this time? Quick, put down your last stubbornness and surrender to me immediately. I'm sorry, Tang Feng go. Tang Feng ranted in his heart, what the hell is this woman doing? Doesn't she have any shame? Or is her tolerance too high? Fortunately, at this time, the waitress came over with the dishes. Your couple's set meal is here. She smiled and placed the dishes on the table, then opened a bottle of red wine for the two of them. Okay, thank you, this is your tip. Tang Feng was suddenly grateful and quickly put down Wang Chun's foot, took out his wallet, and handed her a thick stack of banknotes. If this continued, he really couldn't hold on. Thank you, Tang Xiao. The waitress took the stack of banknotes and thanked him repeatedly. Sure enough, Tang Xiao was handsome and generous. Tang Feng stood up and looked at Wang Chun. I'm going to wash my hands. You can start eating. Okay. Wang Chun raised her head with a sly smile. She just wanted to burst into laughter at the table. This guy had been massaging her for so long, and he was still muttering to himself about why she hadn't given up yet. Laughable. She would never give up. Damn, I underestimated her. This woman has a thick skin. Tang Feng saw her smile and knew that he had been fooled, so he went to wash his hands with a black face. When he came back, Wang Chun had already poured the wine for him and cut the steak. She was like a gentle and considerate girlfriend, blinking at Tang Feng. Go ahead and eat. You've worked hard today. Thank you. Tang Feng responded coldly, but he was indeed a little hungry. During the meal, Wang Chun did not continue to flirt with Tang Feng, but focused on the food. The atmosphere quieted down, watching the man under the light, and the beauty under the moon. In the flickering candlelight, Wang Chun suddenly stopped and couldn't help but stare at Tang Feng's handsome face, her eyes filled with gentle laughter. According to this guy's thoughts, the world she was in was a novel world. She didn't care about that, as long as she was real, but she was not too happy about the plot development. Being a harem for that guy who looked like he was seriously ill when he smiled? Only someone with a problem in their head would do that. It's better to stick with her little Tang Feng, who was cute and could easily beat that guy just with his looks. Why are you looking at me like that? Tang Feng suddenly noticed Wang Chun's gaze while eating. Being stared at by such a beautiful woman made Tang Feng feel a little embarrassed. Oh, are you blushing? Come on, let me see. No, don't. Tang Feng turned his face away. Let me see. Wang Chun chuckled. Just eat your food properly. Didn't we come here to talk business? What business? Tang Feng couldn't stand this woman and had to change the subject. After teasing Wang Chun, Tang Feng spoke up. I'm planning to invest in a project recently, and I'm short of 300 billion. How about investing together? 300 billion? Tang Feng was stunned. With the Tang family's assets, coming up with 300 billion in liquid funds was not much of a pressure. But why would she need 300 billion at this time? Clearing his throat, Tang Feng said seriously, 300 billion is not a small amount. First, tell me what project you plan to invest in. New energy. Didn't you think it was good last time? Wang Chun smiled. Oh, okay, then consider me investing in this project, but you have to agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, don't bother me unless it's necessary. Do you understand the principle of not getting too close between men and women? Tang Feng proposed her first condition, feeling that he couldn't outsmart this witch, so he could only make her behave for now. I actually just deliberately used my charm to get your help. Wang Chun nodded vigorously. Anyway, she wouldn't keep her word. Today, you're ignoring me. Tomorrow, I'll come find you again. Hee. Tang Feng snorted coldly and said, Second, give me your phone. I want to delete the videos and photos. Damn, so you deliberately set me up. A woman of many tricks, but I deliberately fell for it. Didn't expect that, did you? After deleting the photos and videos, you won't be able to threaten me anymore. Wang Chun hesitated for a moment, then handed her phone to Tang Feng and said, You can delete them, but you have to keep your word. Of course. Tang Feng took the phone and first opened WeChat to delete the photos in the chat history. After deleting the photos, he opened the file manager to find the videos. Delete. After deleting the videos, only the photos in the album remained. He opened the album and was stunned. In the first photo, Wang Chun was dressed as a bunny girl. This provocative outfit, worn on her explosive figure, was simply lethal. The black clothes made her fair skin look particularly alluring, and she deliberately put on a pair of suspenders. In the photo, Wang Chun had an extremely seductive smile, as if teasing herself. Damn, I can't believe I get to see this for free. This figure is outrageous, isn't it? I underestimated her. His fingers kept sliding on the screen, and after flipping through more than 10 photos, he finally got past this bunny girl outfit. But next, there was a nurse's uniform. This time, the black stockings were replaced with white ones. I can't handle this. I didn't expect you to be so bold in private. Unfortunately, we have different positions, and I can't personally take pictures of you. Who the hell took these? It better not be a guy. Damn, just thinking about it makes me mad. Tang Feng's face was starting to flush as he looked. It was a bit too stimulating. The person herself was sitting across from him. Fortunately, after flipping through this nurse's outfit, he finally found the candid photo of himself. He quickly deleted the dark history and returned the phone to Wang Chun. Have you finished deleting? Wang Chun asked with a sly smile. She was feeling quite pleased with herself. She deliberately took these photos to tease this guy. Unexpectedly, he took the bait on his own, and he was even cursing the photographer in his mind? Heh, she took these photos herself, without a photographer. Well, it's good to be jealous. I'm done. Don't do such boring things in the future. Tang Feng coughed twice, his eyes showing a hint of guilt. At this moment, in his eyes, the clothes on Wang Chun seemed to be changing constantly. It's a good thing she didn't come to me dressed like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Which official can withstand such a test? Okay, then hurry up and transfer the money. I'll let you know when the project is successful. Wang Chun urged. Tang Feng nodded and made a call to the company with his phone. Currently, Tang is in charge of the group. The author has set him as a very capable antagonist. Regardless of all aspects, he is quite perfect, the standard tall, rich, and handsome. And all these settings are just a prelude. A big shot high up, a woman that even a bootlicker couldn't get after 3 years of bootlicking. But Long Wang Yidong can easily get her. Doesn't this show how awesome Yidong is? Alright, I'll transfer it to you within an hour at most. After the call, Tang Feng's mood improved instantly. The bunny girl is indeed nice. It would be better if she wore less. Let's have Qin Ming arrange it later. Wang Chun narrowed her eyes. Qin Ming? She almost forgot to settle the score with this kid. Last time, she took Tang Feng to the Star River Club and arranged a bunch of girls for him? Find someone to clean him up later. At this moment, while hugging his supermodel and discussing life ideals in the hotel, Qin Ming suddenly sneezed. After the two came out of the deep-sea restaurant, they each drove back to their own company. When Wang Chun returned, the funds on Tang's side had already been in place. Adding the 500 billion funds she had prepared, it was a total of 800 billion. This time, she was going to make a big move. Make that guy named Yidong bleed heavily. He's the protagonist? Tang Feng is the antagonist. Play him to death, and see how he can be the protagonist. France, Liberty News. As a media outlet that keeps up with the times, they have long been developing internet business, and their fans on various social platforms have already exceeded 20 million. Today, they suddenly released a news report, and within just an hour, the number of clicks had already exceeded several million. The content of the news is an open denunciation of Far's company for tax evasion. In the news, Far's financial situation over the past 7 years was detailed. Upon learning of Far's actions, the netizens of France were furious. Is the French government eating shit? Can't they even discover such things? They are busy dividing the spoils, these bastards. They must be fined. They must be fined to death. Upon receiving the news, the relevant departments also immediately sent people to Far's company. They detained the executives and began an investigation, and froze all the funds in their accounts. The next day, the investigation results came out. Far's company was found to have engaged in severe tax evasion and would face a hefty fine. Huajin Company had just transferred 300 billion, which was not enough to fill this hole. After Far's company's exposure, Huajin Investment Company, as the largest shareholder, also suffered heavy losses. They were exposed for illegally diverting funds, and the relevant departments had already intervened in the investigation. After this news came out, the stock price of Huajin Investment Company immediately plummeted. When Yidong received this news, he was squatting in the toilet. Paid to take a dump, he had to come over here for at least 2 to 3 hours every day. Why was it discovered? Who provided the information? He roared in the toilet while holding his phone. Far's company's exposure directly shattered his plan to conquer Wang Chun. The 300 billion in funds had not been invested in the project yet, and now it had gone directly into the pockets of the French government. 300 billion. For him, not picking up money when going out is a loss. Even if a dung cart passes by the door, he has to taste it, and he can't sleep if he doesn't take advantage. Losing so much at once, his heart was bleeding. What he couldn't accept even more was the heavy losses suffered by Huajin Investment. The stock price was plummeting, and the company was now desperately pouring money into the market. Huajin Investment was one of the several large companies under the Dragon Soul organization, with total assets of around 500 billion. With this wave of stock market turmoil, their losses were at least close to 1 trillion. Dragon King, there's another situation to report to you. The main reason for this wave of losses is that someone took the opportunity to short us. The other party has invested a total of 80 billion Huaxia coins. The organization has already investigated it, and this money was invested by Tingwang Group and Tang Group. The report continued on the phone. When he heard Tingwang Group and Tang Group, Yidong's face turned green. How could both families do such a thing? Where did things go wrong? Their plan should have been flawless. Wang Rulong would never betray himself. Wang Chun should have been kept in the dark. Could it be that Tang Feng, that waste, found out something? Just him? My identity hasn't been discovered, right? Yidong asked coldly. No, the Dragon King's identity is absolutely confidential. Good, it's just a loss of billions, right? When I take down the 4 major families, this money will come back tenfold or 100-fold. Yidong said before hanging up the phone. As long as his identity remains hidden, he can take down Wang Chun by other means. He has 10,000 ways to conquer a woman. As for Tang Feng, the money he earned this time will cost him his life in the future. Then he sent a text message to his subordinate Qiyin. Within half a month, you must investigate the handle of the Tang family group. I want the Tang family to have a miserable end. After sending the message, he left the restroom. Walking to the lawn downstairs, he quickly caught a half-meter-long snake. After catching the snake, he easily pulled out its teeth. This way, the snake would lose its aggressiveness. He smirked as he walked to Villa 8, where Miss Qin Curson of the Qin family lived. He hadn't been able to get close to Qin Curson these past 2 days. Since that's the case, he'll create an opportunity for himself. Seeing no one around, he easily threw the snake through the window on the second floor of the villa, then stood downstairs silently waiting for the chance to play the hero and win her heart, creating accidents to gain favor, making the other person fall in love step by step. This was his specialty. Ding, the host has successfully survived the plot and has been rewarded with ownership of a building in the Bright Moon Hotel, which has been transferred to the host's name. Tang Feng, who was lying at home like a salted fish, suddenly heard a system prompt in his ear. He immediately sat up from the bed. What? How did I survive the plot? He was puzzled, as he hadn't done anything at home. System, what did I do? He silently asked in his mind. Successfully survived the plot of Chapter 88. The system's voice sounded. Tang Feng thought for a moment before recalling the plot of Chapter 88. In this chapter, Yidong's scheme succeeded, Wang Chun fell into his trap, and the 500 billion funds of the Tengwang group were frozen. Next, Wang Rulong would start to seize power, and then he would come out to flirt with girls. I see. Tang Feng smiled with relief. After acting so hard for so long, he finally received the reward he deserved. Feeling quite good, he stood up and tidied himself before going to see his new reward. The name Bright Moon Hotel sounded ordinary, but it was extremely famous in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It was the only 7-star hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It was considered a top-notch luxury hotel in the entire country. Its value was approximately 20 billion, and Tang Feng hadn't expected the system to be so generous. Although the Tang family was already wealthy, who would complain about having too much money? Of course, it would be even better if the system could exchange this reward for some ancient martial arts or something to protect his life. As he walked to the garage, Tang Feng was about to pick a sports car to go out when his phone rang. He glanced at the phone and saw that it was a call from the company. What's up? Young Master Tang, the 300 billion investment transferred to the Tengwang Group a few days ago has been returned, and there is an additional profit of 150 billion. What? Tang Feng began to feel that something was wrong. Shouldn't this money have been invested by Wang Chun in the new energy project and then frozen? How could it be returned with an additional profit of 150 billion? Making money is a happy thing, but this doesn't seem right. Could the plot have gone wrong again? Tang Feng quickly hung up the phone and called Wang Chun. What's wrong, dear? Miss me? Wang Chun's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Feng instantly remembered the photo of her in a bunny girl outfit. He coughed and said, "What's the situation with the investment project we collaborated on last time?" "Oh, I suddenly found that the company we collaborated with has some problems. After investigating, I found that someone wants to trick our Wang family. So I took the money for investment and used it to short the other party, made a little profit. I'll call you next time there's a money-making opportunity." Mua Wang Chun gave Tang Feng a kiss over the phone. Is this plot really collapsing again? Damn, I made a mistake. The difficulty for me to survive just got damn higher. Tang Feng felt like he was going to vomit blood. Is it so difficult for me to quietly survive and earn some rewards? Babe, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing no sound on the phone, Wang Chun asked on the other end. Nothing, I'm just too happy. So happy that I can't speak. Is that so? Then I'll find you next time to make money. Thank you. Tang Feng wiped away a tear and hung up the phone. On this scorching day, he was covered in cold sweat, his hands and feet were ice cold, and the world was empty and desolate, the Dragon King in the human world. He couldn't remember the rest. In short, this world is full of oppression towards survival. When will survival truly stand up? The Su family. As one of the 4 major families in Su Hang, the Su family used to be as glorious as the Tang family, but in recent years, it has declined severely, to the point where even the title of one of the 4 major families is almost lost. If it weren't for the outstanding performance of the younger generation, Susia, everyone would probably think that the Su family's fall from the 4 major families was only a matter of time. Susia, who had been busy at the company all day, had just returned to the Su family in a Maserati. A figure took the initiative to greet her. It was Yidong, who had been waiting anxiously in the car. After parting ways with the Tang family last time, he naturally couldn't continue to stay at the Su family as a bodyguard. "Xia, long time no see," he greeted Susia with a smile. "What are you here for?" Susia furrowed her brows slightly. Seeing Susia's frown, Yidong felt a little sweet inside. Was she deliberately showing this cold attitude to keep him away and protect herself? Fool. I missed you, came to see you, Yidong smiled. Don't talk like that. I'm not familiar with you, please behave yourself. Susia pushed open the car door and prepared to go home with an impatient look on her face. Yidong quickly stopped in front of her and said affectionately, "Stop pretending, girl, the eyes don't lie. You care about me, you're just afraid that I'll be hurt by the Tang family. But I can tell you, the Tang family means nothing to me. I'm stronger than you think, and soon you'll know who really calls the shots in Su Hang." Susia almost vomited at the murderous look in her eyes. Indeed, the eyes don't lie. At this moment, several people from the Su family happened to come out of the house. Seeing Yidong blocking Susia, they were furious. Su Zhongshan gritted his teeth in anger and said, "It's you again. Last time you made our Su family lose face, and today you dare to come here?" After speaking, he looked at the two bodyguards at the door and said, "Get this bastard out of here." The two bodyguards immediately clenched their fists and rushed up with a fierce momentum. Yidong stood arrogantly in place, allowing the two bodyguards to punch him. Then he lightly shook his body. The two bodyguards, pushed back by his force, staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. The two of them looked at Yidong in horror, not yet understanding what had happened. After seeing this scene, the people from the Su family were also astonished. This guy, his skills are so good? Who is he exactly? Seeing the shocked looks of everyone, Yidong smiled wickedly and said, "I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but you guys really look down on people. Today I'm going to tell you that the Tang family is nothing but ants in front of me. I, Yidong, am the true son-in-law of your Su family. What can a waste like Tang Feng compare to me? 3 days later is Xia's birthday, and I will host her birthday banquet. I will book the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel for her, to give her the best birthday banquet." After a pause, he continued, "In addition, I will also give your Su family a big gift. You've been secretly planning to acquire the land in the west of the city, haven't you? I'll help you get it." He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but Susia and the others' behavior made him very dissatisfied. The insignificant Tang family, what is there to fear? If it were overseas, the destruction of the Tang family would be a matter of one night. Once, a family with far greater assets than the Tang family offended him. The Dragon Soul organization only dispatched 8 elites. Overnight, that family was wiped out. So from now on, he will slowly demonstrate his strength. He wants to quickly take control of Su Hang. Is this person crazy? Who has the number for the mental hospital? Quickly send this person in. I've never seen someone boast so much in my life, and you even dare to take over the top floor of the Minuet Hotel? Who do you think you are? Ha, the land that even our Su family can't get. If you can get it, I'll lick your shoes. The people of the Su family laughed and mocked. They all looked at Yidong with eyes of contempt, thinking that this person was insane. Leaving aside everything else, just taking over the top floor of the Minuet Hotel is impossible. 2 years ago, on Susia's birthday, the young master of the Tang family, Tang Feng, personally went to negotiate with the owner of the Minuet Hotel, offering a price of 3 billion to lease the top floor for Susia's birthday banquet. With the power of the Tang family, offering such a sky-high price, the Minuet Hotel still refused, clearly stating that the rules cannot be broken, unless the Tang family directly buys the hotel. If the Tang family can't do it, what qualifications does he have? Faced with the mockery of the crowd, Yidong just smiled coldly. He took out a prepared document from his pocket and threw it to the people of the Su family. "You can see for yourselves whether I can do it or not from this document." Su Zhongshan grabbed the document that was thrown over and was shocked. It was confidential information about the land in the west of the city. The information also included 2 other pieces of land that the city government was preparing to develop in the second half of the year. How did he obtain such top-secret information? In big business, information is the most important. With just this information, once the Su family seizes the opportunity, it will bring in profits of hundreds of billions. After seeing this information, the other members of the Su family looked at Yidong with different eyes. This man probably really has extraordinary abilities. If the Su family forms an alliance with the Tang family, can the Tang family bring such great benefits to the Su family? From the perspective of the family's interests, the thoughts of the group of people changed instantly. However, Susia didn't think so much. She had no interest in Yidong at all. But Yidong had boasted, and this was a good opportunity to completely get rid of him. So she said coldly, "Fine, this is what you said. If it can't be done later, you are not allowed to bother me again." In any case, the top floor of the Minuet Hotel is absolutely unattainable. If he goes back on his word later, he won't have the face to continue to pester her. Even if he really takes over, she will still refuse him. It's a deal. Yidong nodded proudly and said to the people of the Su family, "With me as the son-in-law, the Su family will become the second family of Su Hang in the future." After speaking, he left in a grand manner. Seeing his departing figure, the people of the Su family smiled. This was indeed a great opportunity to test this person's strength. If he can really accomplish these 2 things, it wouldn't be bad for the Su family to choose a better son-in-law. After leaving the Su family, Yidong had not gone far when a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of him. A tall man got out of the car and bowed respectfully to him. "Dragon King, Dragon Tooth, how did things go?" Yidong asked calmly. A sense of dominance unique to those in power emanated from him, putting pressure on the man in front of him. The man called Dragon Tooth was one of the 8 warlords of the Dragon Soul organization. Because of his loyalty, expertise in business, and ugly appearance, he was deeply trusted by Yidong. Wherever he went, he would bring Dragon Tooth with him. On one hand, it was convenient to give orders. On the other hand, using his ugliness to set off his own handsomeness. Dragon Tooth quickly reporting to the Dragon King, the Blackstone Group has been successfully acquired and renamed as the Dragon Morning Group. After suffering major losses in the Huajin investment a few days ago, the Dragon King had called him back from Europe to China, and he mobilized a whopping 5 trillion in funds, successfully acquiring the Blackstone Group in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Dragon Soul organization has an unfathomable background. Yidong pondered for a moment and said, then I'll leave it to you to take care of. I don't want to reveal my identity too early. Thank you for trusting me. I will definitely take care of the Dragon Morning Group, Longya said excitedly. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. Suzhou and Hangzhou were not quite as he had imagined. Relying solely on low-key methods was too slow. He decided to speed up the conquest of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Dragon Morning Group is just his vanguard. Longya, 3 days from now, I want to hold a birthday banquet for my woman. In the name of the head of the Dragon Morning Group, book the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel. After booking it, release the news so that the whole of Suzhou and Hangzhou knows that the boss of the Dragon Morning Group is hosting a birthday banquet for his loved one. And also, help the Su family secure the land in the west of the city. Let the Su family see my strength. If anyone disobeys, they die. Yidong said with great authority. Longya, I understand. Longya clasped his fists, his eyes revealing a cold light. Anyone who obstructs the Dragon King will be punished. Mingyue Hotel. This is the only 7-star hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and can be considered a landmark of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The main body of the hotel consists of 2 curved towers connected by an arched structure in the center. From a distance, the hotel stands like a huge ring on the surface of the lake, combining the elements of the Chinese and human worlds. Every night, the entire hotel reflects like a bright moon in the lake, incredibly beautiful. Not bad, the system's reward is quite generous. I suggest doubling it next time. Tang Feng, driving the car, looked at his own hotel from a distance and was quite satisfied. Following the system's many rounds of transmigration, this reward was indeed generous. It's just that the sudden generosity made him feel a little uneasy. When he drove to the hotel's general manager, Wang Defa, was already waiting for him at the entrance. Young Master Tang. Seeing Tang Feng get out of the car, he hurried over to bow and greet him. General Wang, don't be so polite. Tang Feng patted his shoulder and smiled. After the system transferred the hotel to his name, it also thoughtfully replaced the management with people from the Tang family. Young Master Tang, shall I take you inside for a tour? Wang Defa made an inviting gesture. Tang Feng nodded and followed Wang Defa as they toured the hotel. As soon as they entered the hotel, Tang Feng's attention was drawn to the huge crystal chandelier. The entire lobby was made of yellow crystals and various jade stones, creating an atmosphere of luxury and extravagance. Wang Defa led Tang Feng around the hotel's facilities, and they finally arrived at the hot springs. The hotel has over 100 hot spring pools, with more than 40 hot spring villas. The wealthy people of Suzhou and Hangzhou often come here to spend money. He pointed to one of the villas and asked, Young Master Tang, should we keep a few hot spring villas for private use? One villa is enough. Tang Feng nodded and said with a smile, Alright, I'll inform them later. This villa will no longer be open to the public. Wang Defa nodded, and the two of them turned back to the general manager's office after touring the hot springs. They had only just sat down when Wang Defa's secretary rushed in. General Wang, the head of the Dragon Morning Group is coming to our hotel and wants to book the top floor for a birthday banquet. The secretary reported. Book the top floor? Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. The top floor of Mingyue Hotel is a major attraction. Because of the great view, distinguished guests come here to spend money every day. If the top floor of the hotel is booked for a birthday banquet for one person, it will definitely offend other guests. Just as he was about to refuse, Tang Feng suddenly asked, Dragon Morning Group? Yes, the Dragon Morning Group. It used to be called the Blackstone Group not long ago, but it changed its name after being acquired. The secretary quickly replied. The Blackstone Group was well known in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and after being suddenly acquired, many people were curious. Where did this big spender come from, and how did they have such a big hand? Being able to spend 500 billion to buy such a big company. Tang Feng immediately exclaimed, Your mother, isn't this the plot of chapter 95 of the original book? In this chapter, Yidong no longer pretends to be weak and starts to show his strength step by step. In order to prove himself to the Su family, he took over the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel, which was never open, and held a grand birthday banquet for Susia. At this birthday banquet, the faces of the Su family were swollen, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Susia was also conquered by his romance and completely fell in love with him. After taking over the Su family, his power in Suzhou became even stronger. He began to merge with the Tang family. Dog system, damn it, are you trying to screw me again? Tang Feng cursed in his heart. He knew that this damn system suddenly being so generous must have something fishy. According to the original plot, Yidong sent Longya to take over the top floor for Susia's birthday banquet. The hotel manager refused to break the rules, so Longya grabbed the manager's neck and threatened him with death. If he didn't agree, he would die. After the hotel manager was half dead, he realized that this was someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he had to agree. So now the pressure is on him. If he doesn't agree, with Longya's crazy personality, he will definitely use any means to make them agree. But if he agrees, it will be very troublesome. If Yidong successfully takes over Susia, the Su family will become his power. Plus the Longchen group and other forces, the situation for the Tang family and himself will be very dangerous. It's a dead end no matter what, there's no way to escape. I have to find a way to cause some trouble. But personally causing trouble is a bit dangerous. After taking a deep breath, his gaze fell on Wang Defa. If he remembered correctly, this guy's talent for causing trouble was also quite outstanding. One of the settings for the villain in a cool novel is that the villain's subordinates are always good at causing trouble. Wang Defa is no exception. So Tang Feng felt that this was a great opportunity for him to show his talent. What's wrong, Tang Xiao? Seeing Tang Feng's strange look, Wang Defa quickly came over and asked with a smile. Mr. Wang, I think we can agree to take over the top floor. But we absolutely cannot let the birthday banquet happen. Do you understand what I mean? Tang Feng smirked at him. If the birthday banquet is successful, it will lead to a dead end in the original plot. If we don't agree, Longya, this beast, will be very troublesome. Since that's the case, let Wang Defa do a good job. With the insight of this troublemaker, it's guaranteed to have a great effect. Let Long Wang shiver in fear. Okay. Wang Defa nodded, still a little confused in his heart. What does Tang Xiao mean? If he doesn't want to, he can just refuse, right? With some doubts, he left the office and went to the reception room to meet Longya, who was waiting. How should I address this gentleman? I am the hotel's manager, Wang Defa. Wang Defa greeted Longya with a smile and shook hands. Longya shook hands with Wang Defa with a proud look on his face. My name is Longya. My boss wants to have a birthday party for his woman, Miss Susia, and wants to take over your top floor. How much? He had heard about the rules of the Mingyue Hotel, that the top floor was not available for takeover. But Long Wang had already given the order. What Long Wang wants to do, he must do. He was ready to give the other party a warning, to let the Mingyue Hotel know that there are some people they cannot refuse. The one who defies Long Wang, die. Wang Defa's expression instantly turned dark. Miss Su is their boss's woman? What the hell, is he here to steal a woman from Tang Xiao? He instantly realized. No wonder Tang Xiao wanted him to agree first and then cause trouble. He deliberately wanted to embarrass the other party. An opportunity to stand out has come. Wang Defa smiled smugly in his heart and agreed. Mr. Long, hello. Our Mingyue Hotel wants to be on good terms with your company, so this time we will make an exception to take over the top floor and we won't charge any fees. Wang Defa's attitude surprised Longya. He quickly figured it out again. It must be the existence of the Long Chen group that made the other party eager to please. After all, anyone with a little bit of brains would know that making a bold move of acquiring a company with a capital of 500 billion, the person behind it must have an unfathomable strength. Since your hotel is so sincere, I will accept your friendship on behalf of the Long Chen group. I will send the plan for the birthday banquet to Mr. Wang later. Long yet expressed satisfaction. Okay, Wang Defa replied with a smile, and both of them laughed like a couple of big kids. After confirming this matter, Wang Defa quickly went back to report to Tang Feng. Knowing that the matter had been settled, Tang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Trying to trick me, the system? With my extraordinary wisdom and the presence of talented individuals, how could a small system like you possibly deal with me? After passing this hotel test, Tang Feng pondered for a moment. According to the original plot, in order to demonstrate his strength, Yidong also helped the Su family acquire the land in the west of the city. And this piece of land has now been acquired by his own side. After Longya left the hotel, the next thing to do was to handle this matter. In order to avoid trouble from this mad dog, Tang Feng decided to use the same trick again. Mr. Wang, call Mr. He and ask him to let the Su family have the land in the west of the city first. He looked at Wang Defa and spoke. Let Yidong show off his strength to the Su family. After Wang Defa messed up the birthday banquet, he could take back the land. Then the Su family would feel like they had been played, and would they still give him a good face? Anyway, he couldn't let this dog continue to grow in Su Hang. Okay, Tang Xiao, Wang Defa nodded vigorously. He understood that Tang Xiao wanted to use this land as a birthday gift for Miss Su. It was indeed Tang Xiao, making a grand gesture right from the start. Arrangements must be arranged. At this time, Tang Feng heard the prompt from the system in his ear. Ding, host, you are really shameless. Because of the shameless behavior, you have triggered a special reward, the perfect ancient martial arts immovable Vajra technique, usable once. Tang Feng snorted. Ancient martial arts? In urban novels, if it's not about cultivating immortality, ancient martial arts are definitely the most powerful existence. As for this immovable Vajra technique, Tang Feng looked at it and found that it was a defensive technique. According to the introduction given by the system, when cultivated to the perfect realm, the body would be as hard as an immovable Vajra. In other words, you can't break my defense, but it can only be used once, which is a bit of a letdown. System, how about removing the usable once restriction? Tang Feng chuckled and negotiated. The system remained silent. Tang Feng could only sigh. The system was indeed tricky, but having it once is better than not having it at all. From now on, no matter how powerful the opponent is, don't even think about knocking me out with one punch. It will take at least 2 punches. I wonder what rewards there will be after the birthday banquet. This is a major plot. Tang Feng left the office with an expectant smile. Laughing heartily, he left. No one knows it's me, Tang Feng. After Tang phone left, Wang Defa remained in the office, feeling excited. Being assigned to be in charge of the Bright Moon Hotel this time was definitely a promotion. The task given by Tang Xiao must be completed perfectly. Crush the damn rival. Let Tang Xiao gain even more face. He sat in front of the computer, eagerly waiting for Longya to send him the plan for the birthday banquet. After waiting for 2 hours, the birthday banquet plan finally arrived. He quickly opened the email, and after opening the birthday banquet plan, he chuckled. This plan is quite damn romantic. Yidong, right? Okay, at this birthday banquet, if I don't step on your face, my surname is not Wang. Wang Defa chuckled, feeling a bit impatient already. After leaving the Bright Moon Hotel, Longya, as the head of the Longqin group, contacted another important figure to help the Su family acquire the land. This was originally a very troublesome matter, and he thought it would require some unconventional means to resolve it. However, when he contacted the other party and the other party learned of Longya's intentions, they quickly agreed. They didn't even mention any conditions, just saying that they were giving face to the Longqin group. Both things went so smoothly that he was quite proud of himself. His own organization had only bought a 500 billion conglomerate, yet it made the entire Su Hang take notice. Such a small Su Hang, nothing more. No wonder the Dragon King chose this place as his first foothold in returning to China. Conquering Su Hang was as easy as pie. He quickly called Yidong and reported to him after the call was connected. Dragon King, everything has been taken care of. Very good. Your abilities are as reassuring as ever. Quickly release the news and make everyone pay attention to this birthday banquet. Yes, Dragon King. Under the push of Longya, the news quickly spread throughout Su Hang. The top floor of the Moon Hotel, which even the Tang family's young master couldn't book, was actually booked by the boss of the Dragon Morning Group. The entire upper-class society was curious. Who is this mysterious boss of the Dragon Morning Group? Who is his woman? To be able to book the top floor of the Moon Hotel for a birthday party. The women of Su Hang were envious and jealous. How come they couldn't have such a romantic thing? 3 days later, several Rolls-Royces suddenly stopped at the Su family's gate. Longya got out of the car and walked into the Su family's gate. By now, the sky had already darkened, and the Su family was waiting for Yidong to arrive. They wanted to see if this person really had more power than the Tang family. After learning that Longya had come, the Su family was somewhat surprised. Longya? Isn't he the boss of the Dragon Morning Group? What is he here for? Longya walked up to Susia and bowed. Miss Su, Long. Ye asked me to come and take you to the Moon Hotel for your birthday. Yidong? Yes. Susia's face changed slightly. Did he really book the top floor of the Moon Hotel? The Su family was also shocked. The mysterious big shot who bought the Dragon Morning Group turned out to be Yidong? Susia took a deep breath and decided to go. Regardless, she had to make things clear to him today. She had no interest in him. She stood up and said, okay, let's go. Seeing Susia about to leave, Su Zhongshan quickly stopped her. Xia, are you really going? This is not appropriate. You and Xiaofeng. What is Tang Feng? It's just a matter of Yi wanting to play with him. Longya snorted coldly on the side. A mere second-generation rich man from Su Hang, and he dared to compete with the Dragon King for a woman? Susia frowned slightly when she heard this and looked at Su Zhongshan. Dad, it's okay, I'll just go and come back. I'll handle any problems. Okay. Su Zhongshan sighed and could only comply with his daughter's wishes. Soon, after a group of people got into the car, they headed towards the Moon Hotel. By the time they arrived at the Moon Hotel, the sky had completely darkened. There was a large group of reporters and onlookers waiting below the hotel. They wanted to know which lucky woman was receiving this special treatment. As for the several Rolls-Royces that arrived, they didn't attract much attention. In a place like the Moon Hotel, Mercedes-Benz and BMWs were considered as bodyguard cars. Please, mister. Yi is already waiting for you on the top floor. Longya led the Su family ahead. Just as the group entered the elevator, Su Zhongshan's phone rang. After answering the call, his face instantly lit up with excitement. Xia, we've secured the land in the west of the city. He looked at Su Xia excitedly. Once the land in the west of the city was properly developed, it could bring in at least tens of billions in profits for the Su family. For the current Su family, this was a rare and important project. The Su family was suddenly extremely excited. They understood how important this project was for the Su family. This Yidong, he really had a keen eye for opportunities. Choosing him might be better than choosing the Tang family. Lan Dao was very satisfied with the reaction of the Su family. He smiled slightly and said, this is just something Yi casually did. His abilities are 1,000 times greater than what you think. At this moment, Yidong has changed into a high-end suit and has carefully dressed up. He is quietly admiring the night view by the French window with a glass of red wine in hand, feeling a little excited. Tonight, he is going to prove to the Su family that he is the true son-in-law. However, at this moment, there are only him and the staff in the top floor venue. He has only invited people from the Su family tonight. He cannot be too high profile at the moment, as it might affect his plan to pursue Susia if the whole Su Hang knows about it. So he deliberately creates such a situation, letting the Su family know how capable he is without affecting his pursuit of women. After the Su family arrives, Yidong puts down the red wine in his hand and goes to greet them. "Xia, you finally came. Did I keep my promise?" Seeing Susia, Yidong's mouth unconsciously curls into a wicked smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He claps his hands, and someone immediately brings a large cake over. "I know you like fruitcakes, so I had one specially customized for you. But before we eat the cake, I have a gift for you," he says softly to Susia. Susia sighs and says seriously, "Yidong, I don't know what your identity is, but I need to make things clear to you." Before she can finish her sentence, the sound of fireworks suddenly interrupts her. The entire night sky is instantly illuminated by the fireworks. Everyone's attention is instinctively drawn to the fireworks. As the first firework blooms, numerous fireworks soar into the sky. For a moment, the entire night sky seems to become a sea of flowers. Even the people below the hotel are attracted by the fireworks. As they watch, they suddenly realize that these fireworks have formed a string of words. "Susia, happy birthday? Oh my, the one hosting the birthday banquet today is actually the young lady of the Su family? How romantic. How much did this cost?" Almost half of Su Hang City can see this fireworks display. Countless people quickly take out their phones to capture this scene and prepare to share it as a short video. Many live streamers stop their broadcasts and turn their cameras to the fireworks. Is this how rich people date? These fireworks have been going on for 10 minutes, right? When will they end? Impressive, the rich finally find their partners, and the single dogs witness it with their own eyes. After watching for about 10 minutes, people in the live stream are speculating how much money this fireworks display cost. The top floor of the Mingyue Hotel provides the clearest view of the fireworks, and the Su family is somewhat fascinated by it. After the fireworks display ends, thousands of drones take off from all around. These drones fly in the night sky like colorful fireflies. After reaching a certain height, they start to perform a light show in the sky. There's more entertainment? How many drones are there? At least 3,000, right? Amazing, this birthday must have cost millions, right? This light show leaves the onlookers in awe. It's like a public display of affection for the entire Su Hang. Yidong is very satisfied with this. The grandeur is indeed enough. The dragon tooth did not disappoint him. Seeing the stunned expressions of the Su family, he feels a sense of relief in his heart. From today on, the Su family should understand who is truly worth their favor. After the light show lasts for about 10 minutes, it finally forms 7 large characters. "Susia, happy birthday." Just when everyone thinks the light show is about to end, the drone formation changes once again. This time, they form a heart in 4 large characters. "Love you, phone." Yidong smiles with satisfaction. This ending is quite good. Good. His expression instantly changes, as if he had just bitten into something unpleasant. Damn it! Why is that bastard's name appearing at the end of the birthday banquet he prepared for Susia? The Su family's expressions also change. Phone? Isn't that Tang Feng's name? The onlookers below are not too surprised. Phone? Isn't that the young master of the Tang family? Wow, Tang Xiao is so romantic. Hey, I knew it must have been prepared by Tang Xiao. At this moment, Wang Defa, who was standing in the corner silently watching everything, showed a satisfied smile. Tang Xiao should be very satisfied with this. Tang Feng has already arrived at the hotel. Upon learning that today's birthday banquet was successfully held, he hurried over. What is Wang Defa up to? Didn't he say to stop this birthday banquet? As a member of the underworld, shouldn't he cause some trouble? When he rushed to the top floor panting, everyone's attention was focused on him. Susia was looking at Tang Feng with a moved expression. She didn't expect that the person who had carefully prepared this birthday banquet for her was actually him. She messaged him last night, but he didn't reply. She didn't expect that he was secretly preparing a surprise for her. Oomph, this sly guy. She walked up to Tang Feng with a blush on her face and said, "Thank you, I'm very happy with this birthday today." Happy? Tang Feng still didn't quite understand, but he was starting to feel a bit flustered. What exactly did Wang Defa do? Yidong, with a grim expression, strode up to Tang Feng. He stared at the culprit and said in a deep voice, "Is this all you're doing? My doing?" Tang Feng was puzzled and subconsciously turned to look, only to see a formation of drones flying in the air. Love your wind? Wind? That's right, this is a big gift from Tang Xiao to you, don't be unsatisfied. At this moment, Wang Defa's voice suddenly rang out. He led a group of bodyguards over to surround Yidong, preventing this mad dog from harming Tang Xiao. Then, with an excited look, he asked Tang Feng, "Tang Xiao, are you satisfied with this birthday banquet? Just having the birthday banquet isn't enough, right? If you want to step on someone, you have to do it thoroughly. Let him know the consequences of competing with Tang Xiao for a woman. Did you arrange this?" Tang Feng asked with wide eyes. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, proud of the carefully prepared plan. He looked at Yidong with disdain. So what if he's the boss of Long Chen Group? Dare to compete with Tang Xiao for a woman, is he worthy? Tang Feng felt a tightness in his chest and almost wanted to spit blood. I just wanted to secretly undermine him, and you directly threw a bomb. I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so thorough as a member of the underworld. Yidong's face was now twisted with anger, his eyes full of resentment as he stared at Tang Feng. This bastard. He's dead. Seeing several bodyguards blocking his way, he rushed forward and threw a few punches. Several bodyguards were sent flying. Seeing that he was about to charge at Tang Feng, Susia couldn't contain her anger. She stood in front of Yidong and shouted, "What else can you do besides using force to bully people?" Seeing Susia standing in front of him, his eyes were filled with rage and even a hint of murderous intent. His woman, actually daring to protect another man? Then he quickly realized, she wasn't protecting Tang Feng, she was protecting herself. If he acted impulsively and punched the guy surnamed Tang to death here, things would get out of hand. If he wanted to kill this guy, he absolutely couldn't do it in front of so many people. A barbarian is always a barbarian. It's simply lawless. This is a society under the rule of law. Just call the police, let them handle it. I don't believe he can get away with it. Speechless, if you can't back up your boasting, then don't boast. What's there to be ashamed of? The members of the Su family began to scold him one after another. Their attitude changed quickly. This guy had been pretending all along. It turns out that the grand banquet was prepared by Tang Xiao. How dare he stand here and show off? Such a person, what can he do against the Tang family? And he still has the nerve to call himself the son-in-law of the Su family? Is he worthy? Longya also knew that this was not the time to act recklessly. If he really wanted to take action, he couldn't do it in front of so many people. He quickly pulled Yidong aside and said, "Long Yi Xiao, don't be impulsive, calm down first." Then he looked at Wang Defa with anger and said, "What do you mean by this, Mingyue Hotel? We, Yi Xiao, are holding a birthday banquet for Miss Su. How dare you play like this? Do you believe I can make your hotel go out of business?" Wang Defa sneered, not taking it seriously. Hosting a birthday banquet? Isn't today the one we Tang Xiao organized for Miss Su? As for you, I didn't take a penny from you. What do you have to say? Longya's face changed instantly. He finally understood why the other party didn't take his money. Wang Defa looked at Yidong and cursed loudly. "And, our Tang family has already formed an alliance with the Su family. This Yi Xiao is truly shameless, actually pursuing a girl who was already engaged. A spineless dog, dare to bark like this? I've lived for decades and never seen such shameless person." Yidong trembled from the scolding. As the Dragon King, when has he been humiliated like this in front of others? Exactly, if you have no shame, it's really disgusting to be so shameless. Mr. Wang's scolding is right, it's always been like this. Wonderful, wonderful. The Su family members echoed one after another. Seeing the Su family members joining in, Longya was furious. He pointed at the Su family members and stomped his feet. "You also have the nerve to scold Ji Xiao? Without Ji Xiao, your Su family wouldn't be able to get that piece of land in the west of the city in your next life." The Su family members looked somewhat embarrassed. Although this kid pretended for a long time that the land didn't belong to him, it seemed like the Su family did take advantage of him. Su Zhongshan's face darkened, just about to step forward to express his willingness to return the land to them. Wang Defa snorted coldly, with a disdainful look on his face. "What does the land in the west of the city have to do with you? It was our Tang Xiao who allowed the Su family to get it. Don't believe it, call and confirm." Tang Xiao is a low-key person, so as his subordinate, he had to step forward to help Tang Xiao save face. After he said this, Su Zhongshan quickly made a phone call. "Director Wang, I'm Su Zhongshan, may I ask about the land in the west of the city?" After a few questions, he got the answer and looked at Tang Feng gratefully. "Xiao Feng, uncle thanks you for helping the Su family." Susia also looked at Tang Feng with a gentle expression. "This guy, he sacrificed so much for her in private? Well, she'll find him for a drink next time. Do you have anything else to say?" Wang Defa sneered and looked at Longya and the others for questioning. This was arranged by himself, and they still had the nerve to snatch the credit? Longya's face had turned liver-colored. He looked at Yidong with a difficult expression and said softly, "Dragon King, it's my incompetence, please punish me." Yidong's mentality was on the verge of collapse, but after extreme anger, he calmed down at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he didn't say anything to Longya, but looked at Susia. "Xia, soon you will know who is the right choice for you." After that, he left this place of humiliation with big steps. Longya quickly followed his footsteps and left together. After they left, Wang Defa smugly adjusted his hairstyle. "Fight with Tang Xiao? You guys are worthy? I alone can destroy you. Alright, the annoying people have left, let's continue to celebrate Miss Su's birthday." Wang Defa clapped his hands and began to arrange things. The Su family members smiled and started to celebrate Susia's birthday. Susia walked to the cake, closed her eyes, and made a wish. After making the wish, everyone started to cut the cake. She took a piece of cake and handed it to Tang Feng, who looked disheartened. "Try this cake, it's delicious." "Okay." Tang Feng took the cake and took a bite. It was indeed delicious. "Thank you for today, this is the happiest birthday for me. I think I will remember this day for the rest of my life." Susia smiled at Tang Feng. She was really happy that Tang Feng could attend her birthday party today. "It's nothing, as long as you're happy." Tang Feng forced a smile. "And guess what I wished for today?" Susia looked at Tang Feng with a burning gaze. What? Don't tell anyone. Susia deliberately lowered her voice. After she approached, she suddenly kissed Tang Feng on the face. This time, Tang Feng didn't dodge. Oh! Wang Defa, who was on the side, immediately cheered and felt triumphant in his heart. He had successfully helped Tang Feng pick up a girl. Susia blushed and stuck out her tongue at Tang Feng, then ran away feeling a bit shy. Tang Feng reached out to touch the place where she had kissed him. He felt a bit complicated. After the birthday banquet ended, Tang Feng didn't go home, but stayed in the general manager's office to rest. Tang Xiao, are you satisfied today? Wang Defa was excited about his performance today. His performance today was simply impeccable. Satisfied, Tang Feng nodded. He was damn satisfied. After sizing up Wang Defa for a few moments, he felt that this guy couldn't continue to stay here. This guy was definitely a top-notch player. He had underestimated him. So he took a deep breath and said, Manager Wang, I've thought about it. Your talent is being wasted here. Our family has opened a new business in Siberia, so you should go there as the regional manager. Your salary and rewards will triple. Tang Xiao, I can't afford this. I just did some insignificant work, Wang Defa modestly said, but he was already feeling ecstatic inside. Tang Xiao was a good person to work with. Don't be polite, this is the honor you deserve. Our Tang family will not mistreat a meritorious subject. Get ready to leave after you finish the handover tomorrow. Tang Feng patted Wang Defa on the shoulder and then left. Damn it. Next time, there won't be another player like this. Just send the bastard to Syria. After Tang Feng left, Wang Defa jumped with excitement. Damn it, another promotion in raise. He happily opened the WeChat group on his phone to share the good news with his colleagues. This group consisted of the management of the Tang family. Brothers, helping Tang Xiao pick up girls really works. I was promoted just a few days ago, and Tang Xiao has promoted me again. Remember, in the future, when Tang Xiao wants to pick up girls, be proactive. Anyone who dares to compete with Tang Xiao for women, crush them to death. Especially that idiot named Yidong. After imparting his experience to his colleagues, Wang Defa smiled slightly. I can only help you guys this much. Thanks for the reminder, Manager Wang. I understand now. Grateful. Got it, Yidong, right? The people in the group were ecstatic and came out to learn from each other. When Yidong and the others left the hotel, there were still many people gathered at the hotel entrance. They were excitedly discussing tonight's birthday banquet. Hearing their discussion, Yidong almost bit his teeth. What a Tang Feng, daring to humiliate him like this. Lanya followed behind Yidong with a pale face, trembling. The first task given to him by Long Wang had turned out like this. Thinking of Long Wang being humiliated by everyone just now, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. When Long Wang is angry, blood will flow like a river. After walking a distance from the hotel, they stopped at a park. Lanya wiped the cold sweat from his face and walked up to Yidong with guilt. Long Wang, I didn't handle things well today. Lanya is willing to accept punishment. After speaking, he reached out his left hand and patted his chest heavily. His palm, filled with profound internal strength, was about to hit. Yidong quickly grabbed his wrist. No need, you are my brother, it's just a small matter. His calling him brother made Lanya deeply moved. Long Wang actually treated him as a brother. He didn't even punish him. I, Lanya, have wandered aimlessly for half my life, regretting not meeting a wise lord. Now that I can serve Long Wang, I will give my all. Lanya choked up. But this matter today cannot be left like this. Yidong snorted coldly. His tone was icy as he said, you must prepare to retaliate immediately. Within a week, I want the Mingyue Hotel to be unable to operate, and that guy surnamed Wan must die. If he didn't repay this great humiliation 100-fold, he wouldn't be called Yidong. Okay. The dragon's teeth revealed a sinister smirk. It was simple to make a hotel go bankrupt. Then he asked, by the way, Dragon King, what about that boy surnamed Tang? He doesn't need to be dealt with for now. I have sent Ling Han and Yin to get close to him. He is doomed, Yidong said coldly. He not only wanted to kill him, but also to let him watch the Tang family perish before his eyes. Hearing that Ling Han and Yin had gone, Longya grinned. The Dragon Soul Organization's 8 warlords, naturally, the Dragon King is the first. Ling Han and Yin are the 3rd and 4th respectively. When these two act together, success is guaranteed. As for him, he became the 8th because of the Dragon King's appreciation. But because his strength is not strong enough, he has been in the position of the 8th for thousands of years. So many people in the organization call him Dragon 8th. After Longya left, Yidong couldn't help but curse under his breath with a dark face. Useless. Back at home, Tang Feng lay on the bed looking tired. Today was another day without any respite. Thinking of Yidong's expression today, Tang Feng knew that the difficulty of his next steps had increased. Ding! The host has successfully survived the plot, rewarded with a book of Qingnan Tianjing, already learned. He had just laid down when the system's voice rang out. Immediately, countless traditional Chinese medicine knowledge appeared in his mind. The system suddenly showed great mercy, giving such an awesome reward, directly maxing out his medical talent. He sat up and looked at his body. His eyes seemed to be able to see through his body's meridians. Any minor ailment in his body could be easily seen. There were countless traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions, acupuncture, massage, and various treatment plans in his mind. In short, his medical skills were top-notch in the entire Huaxia. With such a good reward, Tang Feng was not in a hurry to be happy. This system, something's not right. System, is this Qingnan Tianjing reliable? Tang Feng asked in his mind. Are you deliberately finding fault? Do you want me to sell you melon seeds? The system's tone was a bit displeased. Stop it. You gave me a hotel and ended up digging a pit for me. Tang Feng grumbled. The system played dead directly. Seeing that the damn thing was silent, Tang Feng decided not to use his medical skills publicly for now. Who knows if the damn system was trying to trick him? After lying down on the bed, Tang Feng quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he dreamed that Wang Chun and Susia were both dressed as bunny girls, fighting over him like a little pig. Just as Tang Feng was enjoying himself, someone gently tapped his face and called his name. Big brother Tang Feng, get up, it's time for breakfast. Hearing the sweet voice, Tang Feng was instantly awakened from his dream. He opened his eyes and saw a white scenery. At that moment, he remembered a sentence that Yasuo had once said, I have touched the peaks and ventured into the deep valleys, both of which have benefited me greatly. This might be a bit off, but Tang Feng felt it was close enough. Jiang Qiu was standing by his bed at that moment. Today, she was wearing a JK outfit. With her innocent and sweet appearance and petite figure, she really looked like a high school girl. However, although she had a lowly face, her development was a bit too amazing. Standing by the bed, she bent over and rubbed Tang Feng's face, calling him to get up. So when Tang Feng opened his eyes, he was a little lost. Xiao, are you testing me with this? Tang Feng, who was still a little dazed from just waking up, almost blurted out his thoughts. He quickly changed his words. Good morning, why are you here? I came to see Grandpa Tang for a checkup. Didn't he have a stomachache these past few days? Jiang Qiu stuck out her tongue and pushed Tang Feng with her hand. What test did you just mention? I didn't say anything, just talking in my sleep. Tang Feng shook his head vigorously. I'm sorry, I cannot translate this text as it appears to be copyrighted material. Grandpa's stomach problem is an old issue, and now there is obvious cold qi entwining in the stomach. According to the Qingnan Tianjing, this belongs to stomach yin deficiency caused by yin deficiency and lack of body fluids. The best treatment plan is to focus on nourishing warmth, using 100-year-old black Ganoderma as the medicinal herb, and adding 6 other herbs such as Huangjing and Shashan to make herbal tea, which should be taken for a month. However, is this Qingnan Tianjing really reliable? Jiang Qiu, who was taking the pulse for the old man, couldn't help but be surprised when she heard this. She looked at Tang Feng with some shock. Tang Feng, you know medicine? And you don't even need to take the pulse, just standing on the side can see where the problem is? In traditional Chinese medicine, the highest level of diagnosis through observation, listening, questioning, and pulse feeling is to reach a state of spiritual immersion. Only by reaching this state of spiritual immersion can one achieve this level. And Grandpa told her that no one in China has reached the state of spiritual immersion in traditional Chinese medicine for hundreds of years. As for the Qingnan Tianjing, it is the book that traditional Chinese medicine practitioners dream of. As a traditional Chinese medicine enthusiast, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She really wanted to have a deep conversation with Tang Feng. Are you done? Seeing Jiang Qiu taking the pulse for a while without any movement, old Tang asked with a smile. Yes, Jiang Qiu, who had come to her senses, quickly said, it's caused by stomach yin deficiency. Grandpa Tang, have you been experiencing dry mouth and discomfort in your stomach recently? Yes, it's an old problem, Jiang Qiu said with a sweet smile. For this kind of old problem, it's best to focus on nourishing warmth. I'll make you an herbal tea, and you can take it for a long time. But the herbal tea requires black Ganoderma of over 100 years as the medicinal herb, and we don't have it at home for the time being. We need to have it sent from elsewhere, and it should arrive the day after tomorrow. I'll have Tang Feng come to my house to get it then. After hearing the prescription that Tang Feng had just silently recited, she analyzed it and thought it was indeed a very powerful prescription, and it had almost no side effects on the body. A good prescription is one that treats the illness without harming the patient's body. It's really the Qingnan Tianjing. Tang Feng was somewhat surprised on the side. The herbal tea she was going to make, was it the same as what he had in mind? This Qingnan Tianjing seems to be really reliable. Okay, I'll have this kid go visit your grandpa. Old Tang nodded with a smile. Okay, my grandpa has been talking about Tang Feng recently. Jiang Qiu smiled so much that her eyes narrowed, and she was going to take the opportunity to ask Tang Feng about his medical skills. After chatting with old Tang for a few moments, she said goodbye and went back to the clinic. Old Tang's gaze fell on Tang Feng and the others and said, Do you two have anything else? Grandpa, I want to work at Milei Food. Tang Ruoyu spoke up. The Milei Food he mentioned is one of the core businesses of the Tang family group, and it has developed quite well in recent years. Old Tang didn't rush to express his opinion. Tang Ruoyu is the second child, and he has been working at the branch of the Tang family group for these years, unable to get in touch with the core business. The reason he was marginalized as a member of the main branch of the Tang family was because of his father. 7 years ago, his father embezzled money from the company and secretly transferred the assets of the Tang family group to his own name. When this misconduct was discovered, according to the family rules, he should have had his legs broken and been kicked out of the family. If it weren't for Tang Feng's family pleading for them, the Tang family would have nothing to do with them now. After pondering for a moment, he pointed to Tang Feng and said, "Ask your brother. He's in charge of the Tang family group now. Big brother, what do you think? If you think I'm not capable enough, I can go and work as a middle manager to hone my skills." Tang Ruoyu looked at Tang Feng with a gentle smile. "It's no problem. I trust in your abilities, and in the future, our family will rely on the unity and cooperation of you and me, brothers." Tang Feng smiled and hugged his shoulder. "So you're starting to rebel, huh? I'll make sure you regret it." He, who knew the original plot, was very clear about what kind of dirty character his seemingly harmless cousin was. "Thank you, brother. I won't let your trust down." Tang Ruoyu was grateful and then looked at Tang Laoyi. "Since your brother agrees, then do it well and don't disappoint us again," Tang Laoyi said calmly. He was getting old and didn't want to hold on to the past. After all, they were all family. "Thank you, Grandpa. I will go to the company to familiarize myself with the work first." Tang Ruoyu quickly bowed to Tang Laoyi. After leaving the Tang family's gate, his face instantly turned dark, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. He was also a member of the Tang family, but in front of them, he seemed like a servant. Why was this old dog so biased towards Tang Feng? Where did he lose to him? In terms of appearance, Tang Feng was just a little taller than himself. But in terms of talent, did he really lose to him? In the college entrance examination, he was only 500 points away from a perfect score. He snorted coldly, drove his Porsche towards Miley Food Company. This was the core business of the Tang family. Tang Feng was foolish to let himself manage this business, so he shouldn't blame him for not being polite. Yi Xiao had already promised him, as long as he cooperated. After Tang Feng's death, everything in the Tang family would be his. After Tang Ruoyu left, Tang Laoye's gaze became deep. He took out an old pipe, lit it, and looked up at Tang Feng, reminding him, "Suzhou and Hangzhou have been a bit unsettled recently, so be careful." "Okay, Grandpa, I will be careful," Tang Feng nodded. This old man was the backbone of the Tang family and naturally had great wisdom. He estimated that Grandpa had already seen some clues. But how to deal with the rebellious Tang Ruoyu, Tang Feng had a plan in his mind. After leaving home, Tang Feng drove back to the headquarters of the Tang group. As soon as he entered the office, he saw two girls in professional attire cleaning his desk. Young Master Tang, one of the short-haired pretty girls, greeted him as soon as she saw Tang Feng. "Lulu, how come you've gained weight again after not seeing you for a few days?" "Ha? Where did I gain weight?" The short-haired girl widened her eyes. She had weighed herself last night and hadn't gained any weight. "Here," Tang Feng patted his chest. The short-haired girl understood and gave Tang Feng a coquettish look. Tang Feng chuckled. There were many beautiful women in the Tang group, and he often teased a few of them for no reason. As long as they were not the main one, he could tease them at will. Of course, the premise was that he had to be confident. If he wasn't handsome and rich, he shouldn't provoke women like this. "Young Master Tang, this is the new secretary, Yin. She has completed her training and will start working today," Lulu, the short-haired girl, introduced. "Hello, young Master Tang," Yin immediately greeted, her eyes showing a hint of disgust when looking at Tang Feng. "Yin, right? Welcome to our big family at the Tang group." Tang Feng walked over and shook hands with Yin, eyeing her up. Oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of pure eyes full of vitality, and giving off a naive feeling. In terms of appearance, she could probably score 95 out of 100. "Ah, this girl is quite pretty, with a delicate and innocent temperament." "Yes, but why is she in a cup? If she gets married, won't her child starve? If we could give her half of Chio's, that would be great." Yin, who was shaking hands, suddenly looked puzzled. Did she mishear something? "If you have any questions when you start working, just ask me. I'm very friendly to girls, so don't be too nervous," Tang Feng said, patting her shoulder as he saw Yin staring at him blankly. "Young Master Tang, I'll leave now. Do you have time to come to my place for dinner tonight? I bought a bottle of red wine and want to drink it with you." Lulu, standing at the door, looked at Tang Feng and invited him sweetly. "I have something tonight, I'll treat you next time." Tang Feng laughed. He had made plans to have dinner with Qin Ming tonight. These days, boys still need to take good care of themselves. "Who knows if you will entertain me with red wine or white wine after I arrive." After hearing the voice in her heart again, Qin finally confirmed that it was not an auditory hallucination. Could she hear this guy's inner thoughts? This made her instantly excited. This time, the Dragon King sent her to infiltrate the Tang group to investigate their secrets. Being able to hear this guy's inner thoughts would make this mission too easy. Tang Feng opened his computer and just opened a business document. Suddenly he came back to his senses. Yin? Isn't she the mole sent by Yidong, that idiot? Damn, I was so busy teasing Lulu that I almost forgot about this. It can't be wrong, she's so good-looking and an A, it must be her. When Tang Feng's inner thoughts rang out again, Yin was shocked and at the same time felt extremely embarrassed, wishing she could kill this guy in her heart. "Do you have to keep mentioning A? Can't you have some dignity? After feeling embarrassed, she became nervous. If her identity was exposed, wouldn't the infiltration plan fail? What's more troublesome is that she has already shown herself, which is a very dangerous situation. Calm down, don't act recklessly. She took a deep breath to quickly adjust her mindset. The most important issue for her now is how this guy knows her information. The Dragon Soul Organization's confidentiality ability is quite terrifying. As one of the 8 warlords, she cannot be recognized so easily. In the world, there is not only one woman for a Tang Xiao. Is there anything you need me to do? She pretended to have a calm smile and asked softly. First, go and make me a pot of tea. Tang Feng quickly assigned her a task and pondered a countermeasure in his mind. According to the original plot, the Tang group was destroyed except for Tang Ruoyu, the mole, and Qiyin had also put in a lot of effort. Not only was she skilled, but her hacking skills were also top-notch. That's why Yidong specifically had her infiltrate the Tang group to steal secrets. You just want confidential information, right? I'll steal it for you, and I'll make a fake one for you later. Qiyin, who was making tea, heard this and was instantly speechless. Do you really think I'm stupid? Can't you tell what's real and what's fake? Tang Feng quickly typed on the keyboard with a smile on his face, making various changes to the data in a confidential document. In this way, even if Yidong got hold of this information, it would be useless. After making the changes, he printed out the data, put it in a file bag, and placed it on the table. Qiyin, help me deliver this information to Director Zhou in the business department. Okay. Qiyin brought the tea she had made to Tang Feng and prepared to deliver the information, her eyes full of disdain. What a gullible bait. Only a fool would fall for it. Ha, this fake information is ready, and there are many more for you to steal in the coming days. Take them back and trap Yidong. But this is also for your own good. It's a way of helping you get revenge. He is your real enemy, and speaking of it, our Tang family still owes your father a favor, so we should repay the favor. After hearing the inner thoughts, Qiyin, who had just picked up the information, couldn't help but tremble. The Dragon King is her real enemy? The Tang family owes her father a favor? P.S. 3 updates, please give a good review. Don't worry, the male lead is not cowardly, it's just for the reward. Being heroic is inevitable. At this moment, she couldn't control herself and wanted to ask right away. But when she opened her mouth, she found that she couldn't make a sound. After leaving the office with complex emotions, Qiyin felt somewhat dazed. She had grown up in the Dragon Soul Organization since she was a child, personally trained by Yidong's master, so she was extremely loyal to Yidong. But as an orphan, she really wanted to know who her family was. Did they abandon her, or was there another reason? So secretly, she had been investigating, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find any information about her parents. It was as if these two people didn't exist in the world. After so many years, she had almost given up hope. Today, Tang Feng suddenly mentioned it, leaving her feeling confused for a moment. How much does he really know? Why is the Dragon King his own enemy? What does it have to do with the Tang family? Various questions intertwined in her mind. After taking a deep breath for a moment, she quickly adjusted her thoughts. Investigate the Tang family first. Since the Tang family owes a debt to her father, following this clue will definitely lead to something. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at her phone and found it was the Dragon King calling. So she quickly ran to the rooftop of the office building and answered the phone. Dragon King, what are your orders? Qiyin, how is the investigation going? Yidong's voice came through. She hesitated for a moment and replied, I've obtained the first set of information. I'll send it to you later. Okay, thank you for your hard work. You are the one who makes me feel the most at ease. Hearing that everything was going smoothly on this end, Yidong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He smirked as he held his phone. As long as you can complete the task before Ling Han, you can be my woman first. Qiyin didn't know how to respond to this on the phone. Suddenly, she felt a lack of appetite. Tang Feng's words, the Dragon King is the real enemy, caused a significant change in her mindset. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Qiyin didn't express excitement or gratitude, Yidong's tone was slightly displeased. Qiyin quickly came to her senses and replied, someone just came, I didn't hear it, I have to go and deliver the information first. After that, she quickly hung up the phone. After quickly taking a photo of the fake information on her phone, she hurriedly delivered the information to the department. When she returned after delivering the information, Tang Feng was busy creating fake data. Seeing that Qiyin had been gone for so long, Tang Feng couldn't help but smirk. This silly girl must have secretly obtained a copy of the information. Hilarious. They say big chest, no brains, her intelligence is not that great either. No wonder she has been deceived by Yidong and his disciple for so many years. Sigh, it's quite pitiful. Hearing these thoughts, Qiyin couldn't help but curl her lips. Can you please stop bringing up the matter of intelligence? I really want to hit someone. But after hearing Tang Feng mention Yidong's disciple, she had no choice but to believe Tang Feng's words. This guy even knew about the existence of the old man in the Dragon Soul Organization. After fussing over the fake information for a while, Tang Feng stretched lazily after finishing his work. Seeing Qiyin standing nearby, he thought for a moment and gave an order. By the way, the company is planning to enter the gaming business soon. I need you to do some research for me. How do I research? Shi Yin knew this guy must have some tricks up his sleeve again. Tang Feng ran over to the office wall and turned on the TV, then turned on the game console. There are a total of 25 games here, all of which are currently the best-selling on the market. I hope you can complete all of them and send me a daily work report. And the company provides free snacks and milk tea, and all takeout expenses will be reimbursed. Eat whatever you want. Just focus on this for the time being. If you get tired of playing, you can go to the rest area next door for a nap. No problem. After hearing Tang Feng's arrangement, Shi Yin was a bit dumbfounded. Alright, start playing quickly, don't slack off. There are surveillance cameras in the office and I can see everything. After solemnly reminding Shi Yin, Tang Feng left the office with a smile. Ha, it's not quite appropriate to transfer you elsewhere. To prevent you from causing trouble elsewhere, just play games every day. After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts before leaving, Shi Yin sat there speechless and started playing the game. Soon, she became immersed in the world of the game. July 13th, playing games. July 14th, playing games. July 15th, playing games. July 16th. Shi Yin, how could you have fallen so low? Have you finished investigating everything? July 17th, playing games. Mingyue Hotel, a certain room on the 12th floor. A female attendant stood at the door and gently knocked. Hello, guest, it's been 2 hours past the checkout time. Are you still here? It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the checkout time was originally at 1 o'clock. According to the hotel rules, if the guest has not checked out after 2 hours, they need to go to the room to inquire. After knocking on the door several times, there was still no response inside. The staff had to use the hotel room key to open the door. Upon entering the room, the air conditioning was on and the temperature was extremely low. The female staff member shivered from the cold, and upon seeing the bathroom light on, she walked over and discovered a woman lying in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub had turned blood red. Soon, a scream echoed through the corridor. Within a few minutes, the hotel's medical staff rushed over to provide emergency assistance. It's no use. After some time of rescue efforts, the medical staff sighed. The news of a suicide at the Bright Moon Hotel quickly spread. A large group of guests immediately checked out upon hearing the news. Tang Feng also rushed over at the first opportunity. When he arrived, the new general manager of the hotel, Zhao Li, was already waiting. Seeing Tang Feng, he quickly expressed his remorse. Tang, it's my fault. Such a thing happened right after I took over the hotel. The newly appointed general manager had barely settled in before this hot potato landed in his lap. If this matter was not handled well, it would have a significant impact on the hotel. It's not your fault. Tang Feng patted his shoulder and said, what's the situation now? The scene has been sealed off, and the police are investigating and collecting evidence. It is preliminarily judged to be a suicide, Zhao Li replied. Suicide? Tang Feng frowned. Those who could afford to stay at the Bright Moon Hotel were all wealthy individuals. There is a saying online that goes, money doesn't necessarily bring happiness. This is because the happiness of wealthy people is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Therefore, in all these years, there had been no suicides at this hotel. Happy people wouldn't have such thoughts, would they? Zhao Li looked around and lowered his voice. However, the police found that the victim's hair was missing a section, and it's likely that something happened to her, but there is no evidence. What about the surveillance? The surveillance did not capture anyone entering or leaving her room. Tang Feng furrowed his brow. This matter did seem a bit off. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and sat down to ponder for a moment, instantly thinking of someone. Long Ye. As one of the 8 warlords of the Dragon Soul organization, Long Ye had quite a significant role in the original story. This person must have had considerable strength to become one of the 8 warlords. In order to enhance his character's presence, the author gave him a strange trait. After committing a murder, he would take something from the victim. For men, he would cut off their little finger, and for women, he would cut off a section of their hair. Moreover, this guy was a glutton just like his master. The difference was that Yidong, as the protagonist Dragon King, had standards and only pursued the best women. As for him, as long as they were roughly human-shaped, he would go for it. He even had a line that went, whether she's pretty or ugly, once she's in my mouth, she's all meat. It must be him. A dark expression flashed across Tang Feng's face. Last time, Yidong suffered such a humiliation at the hotel, so it was normal for him to seek revenge. But to frame himself by taking a life, that was a bit insane. He had to find an opportunity to bury this guy. It's not difficult to deal with a mad dog, but the master is not easy to handle. At this moment, 2 figures caught Tang Feng's eye. 2 middle-aged men were walking side by side, smoking and chatting. One of them was missing an ear, and the other was blind in one eye. 2 such individuals walking together made it hard not to take notice. Tang Feng recognized these 2 men. They were figures in the underground world of Su Hang. They were a pair of cousins, known by the nickname Heavenly Name and Earth Flaw. They held considerable power in the underground world. In the original story, these 2 were despicable villains who offended the Dragon King with their arrogance and were subsequently crushed. Tang, do you suspect them? Zhao Li asked in a low voice, noticing Tang Feng's expression. Tang Feng shook his head and smiled. It's not them. I have a hunch about who it is. You just need to comfort the victim's family. I will handle the culprit. Zhao Li nodded and didn't dare to ask further questions. The next morning, the victim's family members caused a scene at the hotel entrance. Dozens of them gathered and blocked the hotel entrance. The situation escalated and severely impacted the business of the Minuet Hotel. Surprisingly, the hotel did not take any action other than trying to appease them. After a few days of commotion, Longya felt that the time was ripe. He came to the Minuet Hotel alone to find Zhili, and coincidentally, Tang Feng was also there. Seeing Tang Feng, a hint of killing intent flashed in Longya's eyes as he coldly said, "Oh, isn't this Tang Xiao? Haven't seen you in a few days, and your hotel business is declining?" "Thanks to Long, who brings a group of people to make trouble every day," Tang Feng angrily replied. "I have to fight for her rights as the deceased was an executive of our Longqin group." Longya admitted to causing the trouble. "Do you really think that our Tang family in Suzhou and Hangzhou can be easily bullied by the Longqin group?" Tang Feng coldly threatened, staring at Longya. "Tang family? Just a frog at the bottom of a well," Longya sneered. "The background of Yi Xiao is beyond your imagination. My purpose in coming here today is simple. I don't like this hotel. Either close it down or sell it to me," Longya demanded. He wanted to take advantage of this hotel, not just to ruin its business, but to make the Tang family suffer. To vent the anger for Long Wang, he held out a hand and said, 50 billion, either sell the hotel or wait for it to close down. Why don't you just take it by force? Zhao Li, who was standing nearby, heard this and angrily retorted. This guy was not just asking for a high price, but 4 times higher. "Do you have a say here? You're just a dog raised by the Tang family," Longya angrily rebuked Zhao Li. As one of the 8 warlords of the Dragon Soul organization, his anger was quite imposing. Zhao Li swallowed and dared not say anything more. "You're overestimating yourself. Even if you bring people to cause trouble for a year, I won't sell this hotel to you." Tang Feng pointed to the door, indicating that Longya could leave. Suddenly, Longya exploded like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He kicked the marble coffee table, leaving countless tiny cracks, turning it into a pile of debris. The force of his kick startled Zhao Li. Was this guy a monster? Tang Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. This was a tactic that Longya often used to deliberately intimidate the other party and break through their psychological defenses during negotiations. He deliberately looked frightened and shouted, "Where are the bodyguards?" Upon hearing Tang Feng's voice, 4 bodyguards outside immediately rushed in. They stood guard in front of Tang Feng, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing these bodyguards, Longya showed a disdainful expression. These houseguarding watchdogs were no match for someone like him who had emerged from a pile of dead bodies. With just one hand, he could easily take them down. He coldly threatened Tang Feng, "Tang Xiao, these kinds of trash, even if you bring 20 of them, it's useless. Yi Xiao is a reasonable person, but I, Longya, am not. I can kill your father and leave Huaxia without hesitation." Tang Feng sneered inwardly. He deliberately looked fearful and, after struggling for a moment, said, "Okay, I'll sell." Seeing Tang Feng back down, Longya smiled triumphantly. In front of the Dragon Soul organization, everything was just ants. He threw the prepared contract at Tang Feng and said, "Sign and stamp it. I'll have the money transferred to you immediately." "Zhao Li, go get the official seal," Tang Feng said as he took the contract. With an unwilling expression, Zhao Li went to open the safe and took out the official seal. After signing and stamping, the owner of the hotel changed from Tang Feng to Longya. He was now in charge of the Longqin group, so the hotel was also under his name. After signing the contract, Longya smiled with satisfaction. He looked at Zhao Li and Tang Feng, who were both unwilling, and pointed to the door. "You 2 useless people, you can leave now. Remember, this is just defending Yi Xiao's interest." Zhao Li's face turned pale with anger, while Tang Feng walked out with a black face without saying a word. After the 2 of them left the hotel, Zhao Li couldn't help but say, "Tang Xiao, why did you agree to his conditions? How can our Tang family allow him to bully us at will?" The Tang family, as the head of the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, may not have the power to control everything, but they should not be oppressed by the Longqin group. Tang Xiao's tolerance is really illogical. "You'll know in a couple of days," Tang Feng said with a relaxed smile, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. "Don't worry, the real show is just beginning." Alright, seeing Tang Xiao so calm, Zhao Li's mood also calmed down. "By the way, has Mr. Wang and his family moved out?" Tang Feng asked again. "They took the train to Siberia the night before last. According to your instructions, we falsified their travel records to Africa," Zhao Li replied hastily. "That's good," Tang Feng smiled slightly. With the narrow-mindedness of Yidong and his group, they would definitely retaliate against Wang Defa. Now that Wang Defa is safe and the hotel has been handed over to them, it's time to show Longya some color. He returned to the car and took out his laptop, tapping on the keyboard to send an email. After Tang Feng and the others left the office, Longya showed a contented smile in the general manager's office. He walked to the French window, took out his phone, and dialed Yidong's number. When the call was connected, he immediately spoke respectfully. "Dragon King, the retaliation against the Minuet Hotel has been completed. I forced that Tang kid to sell the hotel to us for 5 billion. Oh?" Yidong's voice on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat joyful. The Minuet Hotel was a place where he had been humiliated. Langya was able to buy it so cheaply, earning him over 100 billion in one go. His ability was indeed outstanding. You did a good job on this matter, but this is just to recover a little interest, Yidong said arrogantly, then asked, by the way, what about that guy surnamed Wang? A dog from the Tang family dared to reprimand him in public. He must die. I've already had someone check. He took a plane to Africa a few days ago, Langya replied. Have someone go over and kill him. Those who humiliate me must die without a doubt, Yidong ordered. After hanging up the phone, Yidong put away his phone with a wicked smile. After suffering so much in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he finally vented some of his anger. This is just a little interest. The real show is just beginning. Shi-in has brought him some confidential information, and the other pieces are also in place. The whole Suzhou and Hangzhou is just a chessboard for him to try his hand at. West City Sub-Bureau. A very beautiful policewoman was sitting in front of the computer, frowning and pondering over a few pieces of information. The case of the Mingyue Hotel a few days ago is still under investigation. This case is definitely a murder. But Bai Wani couldn't find any evidence, which made her extremely frustrated. She had been sitting in front of the computer for several days thinking about how to solve the case. Captain Bai, do you want to take a break? You didn't rest well last night, did you? A young policeman came over and asked with concern. It's okay, why sleep for a long time in life, and sleep for a long time after death? Bai Wani waved her hand and pushed the cup to her colleague, saying, help me make a cup of black coffee. Okay. The young policeman's eyes showed a hint of pity. Captain Bai is too serious about her work. It would be nice if she could relax occasionally and talk to me about love. When the coffee was ready and brought over, Bai Wani took a sip and felt refreshed by the bitterness. At this moment, the laptop suddenly made a sound. She quickly glanced at it and found that someone had sent her an email. Her intuition told her that this email sent to her personal mailbox was a very important clue. She quickly opened the email and her pupils contracted instantly. This email is related to the Moon Hotel, but not related to the murder case, but involves drugs. Quick, call Director Wang over. She slapped the table and shouted at her colleague. Her colleague came to his senses and hurried to call the leader over. The leader called Wang is a middle-aged man with a square face, looking very upright. After he came over and looked at Bai Wani with concern, Wani, it's not that I want to criticize you, but a pretty girl like you works late every day, and now you have dark circles like a panda. You take a look at this first. Bai Wani moved the chair aside to let her leader see the email. After Director Wang took a look, his face instantly became serious. If the clues in this email are true, this is a big case. We will have a meeting immediately, set up a team to investigate, and I will personally lead the team, Director Wang ordered loudly. Soon, the entire Qingxi Sub-Bureau was in action. After a 2-hour meeting, the investigation team left the Sub-Bureau to start the investigation. Bai Wani also wanted to join the investigation team, but was rejected by Director Wang, who asked her to have a good meal and rest first. So she changed into casual clothes and went out to eat. She wasn't picky about food, usually eating at a roadside stall opposite the Sub-Bureau. Just as she walked to the entrance of the stall, someone greeted her. Officer Bai. She turned around and after a few seconds remembered the person's name and smiled. Is it Yidong? She had met him some time ago. There was a pickpocket on the bus at the time. He bravely stopped the pickpocket. As a result, the pickpocket brought people to retaliate against him after getting off the bus, and he knocked several people down. She was quite surprised when she went to arrest them. This guy was quite skilled, so she had some impression. But the most impressive thing was his smile. Always felt a little strange. I thought Officer Bai had forgotten my name. Yidong subconsciously smirked, his mouth raised high. At this moment, he was holding a shabby snakeskin bag filled with various plastic bottles. Are you developing a side business? Seeing him like this, Bai Wani couldn't help but smile. No, I just met an old lady. It's not easy for someone of her age to pick up bottles, so I helped her bring the bottles back and bought her some fruit. Yidong sighed. Hearing this, Bai Wani had a bit more favorable impression of him. This man is quite compassionate. Are you here to eat? Shall we eat together? I'll come over after I drop off the bottles. Yidong pointed to the nearby stall and smiled. No need, I'll just take it to go. There's still work to be done. Bai Wani smiled casually, waved her hand, and went into the store to order. Yidong didn't insist. When wooing a woman, one must know when to stop. A woman who can be won over in one step can also be won over by other men in one step. The more outstanding the beauty, the slower one must proceed, in order to make her devoted and even willing to be your harem. After walking a distance with a bag of plastic bottles, he casually threw it into a trash can. He had bought it from an old lady who collects recyclables for 10 yuan. He spent 10 yuan because he didn't have smaller denominations on him. This bag of plastic bottles wasn't even worth 5 yuan. A few more arranged meetings, and it should be almost done. This kind of woman is quite easy to woo. Yidong smiled triumphantly. With 2 deliberately arranged meetings, he was confident enough. Bai Wani, this woman, he must conquer her. Not only is she exceptionally beautiful, a top-notch beauty in Suzhou, her background is also quite extraordinary. Although the Bai family is not one of the four major families in Suzhou, their influence is quite terrifying. They are a political family, and half of Suzhou's political circle consists of their protégés and officials. To control Suzhou, one cannot do without the power of the Bai family. After washing his hands by the roadside, he hurriedly sat down and rushed to the next place. He still had to cultivate good feelings with other beautiful women. Moon Hotel. At this moment, it has been renamed Longchen Hotel. After taking over this hotel, Longya immediately sent the troublemakers back to their homes. These people are relatives of the deceased woman, who was an executive of their company. After spending millions to appease this group, there were no more problems. He worked hard to eliminate all negative impacts. The hotel's business slowly began to return to normal. At this moment, he is sitting in the office, preparing for some passion with his beautiful secretary. Suddenly, a group of police burst into the office. What's going on? Can't you knock? Seeing this group, Longya was not flustered at all, but rather proud. What is his current status? He is the head of the Longchen group. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, he is a well-known entrepreneur. What can a group of small police do? Are you the person in charge of the hotel? Leading the group is Bai Wani, who coldly asked as she pulled out her identification. Yes, what's the matter? Longya looked at Bai Wani with disdain. Of course, if he knew that this was the woman that the Dragon King was interested in, he definitely wouldn't dare to look at her like that. Your hotel is suspected of harboring drugs. Come with us. Bai Wani waved her hand, and the police took out handcuffs to put on Longya. Bullshit. Longya's face turned angry as he coldly warned Bai Wani and the others. Do you know who I am? I am the head of the Longchen group. Dare to touch me and see what happens. As soon as he finished speaking, a special police officer grabbed his hand to handcuff him on the spot. He was about to fight back, but several fully armed special police officers had already aimed their guns at him. He immediately raised his hands, his eyes filled with anger. If this were overseas, if these people dared to treat him like this, no one would survive. Cuff him and take him away. Bai Wani waved her hand, and a group of people took the humiliated Longya out of the hotel. When they were taken downstairs, Longya was completely dumbfounded. The surrounding area had already been sealed off. Police cars lined the streets like a dragon. Dozens of people were sitting on the ground in handcuffs, all looking terrified. Among them were Tian and DK, who were the masterminds of this incident. Even if Longya was a fool, he knew that this incident was definitely going to be a big deal. I want to call a lawyer. Let me make a phone call to my lawyer, he said in a panicked tone. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. After the remaining people were all taken out, they were sent away in police cars. Soon, this big news spread throughout the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou. The prestigious Mingyue Hotel was actually suspected of hiding drugs. As the person in charge and legal representative of the hotel, Longya was completely finished this time. The Mingyue Hotel was also immediately sealed. Tang Feng, who quietly orchestrated all of this, was lying in bed playing with his phone at this moment. He already knew about the actions of the Qingxi Sub-Bureau. When he first encountered Tian and DK, those two brothers, Tang Feng remembered that in the original book's plot, these two were not good people. For money, they had the audacity to take such a dangerous risk. When he saw them, Tang Feng immediately had the hotel quietly investigated. After finding some clues, Tang Feng simply handed this hot potato to Longya. The other party accepted it happily, and he also effortlessly made a profit of 5 billion. If he didn't do this, the hotel would definitely not be able to survive after the truth came out, and he would also suffer. As for offending Yidong, Tang Feng had already begun to gradually get used to it. He would do whatever it takes to survive. When he couldn't survive, he couldn't just stick his neck out and let you chop it off. Damn it, who the hell told you to frame me with human lives, you bastard? After cursing, Tang Feng thought of the dog system and continued to curse. You damn system, you also tricked me. I knew you wouldn't have good intentions with such a good thing. I'm just an emotionless reward machine. Keep barking, dog. Don't stop, dog. Get lost, damn it. After angrily cursing, the system no longer paid any attention to him. Just as he was about to throw his phone and go to sleep, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was from Bai Wani. What does she want from me? Tang Feng was suddenly a little curious. Did she find out that he had sent her the anonymous email? After getting the clue last time, he deliberately chose the anonymous email sent by Bai Wani. Both of them came from the prominent Su Hang family, and he was quite familiar with Bai Wani. However, Bai Wani had a very bad impression of him. This was because he had a good brother, Qin Ming. Qin Ming was the most famous playboy in Su Hang. The two of them were very close, so he was also resented by Bai Wani. After thinking for a moment, he answered the phone. Hey, isn't this Miss Bai? What's the matter with you calling me so late at night? Get over here. You were the former boss of the Mingyue Hotel, right? Come to the Qingxi police station for questioning. Bai Wani on the other end of the phone said angrily. What did I do? Just come over, no more nonsense, or I'll bring people to your house and arrest you. After Bai Wani hung up the phone, Tang Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. This woman was still as fiery as ever. She had a very famous reputation in the Su Hang circle. Because of her straightforward nature, many young masters had suffered losses at her hands. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any dirt on her, and her family background was quite impressive. Even Tang Feng had to admit defeat when he encountered her. Power was indeed much more formidable than money. This was also the standard character setting for a refreshing female police officer. With a prominent family background and a strong sense of justice, she spent her days either catching criminals or catching criminals. But unexpectedly, such a justice-loving beauty had actually become a concubine to the Dragon King. Tang Feng couldn't help but mock this setting, it was too ridiculous. But this was also the reason why Tang Feng had chosen her. Heh, using the spear of the female lead to attack the dog of the Dragon King. When it was time to be cunning, be cunning. When it was time to make a move, make a move. With a smile on his face, Tang Feng got ready to go out. After all, the legal representative and the person in charge of the hotel were not him. He was just going through the motions. When Tang's father saw him coming out dressed neatly, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where are you going so late at night? Are you going to see that kid, Xin Ming again?" "No, I'm going to sit in a cell for a while," Tang Feng said cheerfully. Tang's father felt that something was not quite right, but by the time he wanted to go and correct the character of the Seven Wolves, Tang Feng had already slipped away. By the time he voluntarily ran to the Chengxi police station, it was already quite lively over there. Such a big incident had occurred that even the city leaders had come. When these leaders saw Tang Feng, they all smiled and greeted him. "Isn't this young Master Tang? What are you doing here so late at night? Little Feng, what are you doing here at this late hour?" "I'm going to sit in a cell." Tang Feng greeted these elders with a bitter smile and quickly ran inside. When he entered, Bai Wani was waiting for him. She was holding a pair of shiny handcuffs and looking at him with disgust. "That's right, big brother, you're absolutely right. You should look at me like that. That look is perfect. Although I deeply feel that my character is being scorned, it's okay, I like it. I hope you can put in a little more effort. If you can even spit on me, yes, spit mouth to mouth." Bai Wani felt that she might have been too tired recently and hadn't rested properly. Whose voice was that just now? It seemed to be this guy's? "Miss Bai, oh no, Officer Bai, can you not wear the handcuffs? I don't think I did anything wrong." Tang Feng walked up to her with a smile and looked around. Unfortunately, he didn't see Longya. "The hotel belongs to you, you deserve it." Bai Wani shook her head to clear her mind and handcuffed Tang Feng with a cold voice. "Stop smiling, you're also a suspect. Go inside and wait for me." She pointed to an office nearby. The interrogation room was already full tonight, so they had to make do with the office. Tang Feng obediently went inside. Soon, Bai Wani walked in with a cup of black coffee. After taking a sip, the bitterness in her mouth made her feel much more alert. "Do you know about the incident at the Minuet Hotel today?" she asked as she sat down. "I know, it's all over the news," Tang Feng nodded. "All right, as the former owner of the Bright Moon Hotel, you are also a suspect in the crime. Let's start recording your statement now," Bai Wani said as she prepared to take notes. "No, how am I a suspect in the crime?" Tang Feng looked innocent. "You're damn right you're a suspect. With your family being so wealthy, why would I bother with this? That email was sent to you by me, right? Why would I report myself for a crime when I have nothing to gain?" After hearing the inner thoughts again, Bai Wani finally confirmed that she wasn't imagining it. It was clearly the sneaky voice of this guy. She furrowed her beautiful brows slightly. She didn't have time to dwell on the fact that she could hear inner thoughts. What she was more concerned about was the email. Was it really sent by him? She didn't like to be manipulated, and with the Tang family's capital, there was no need to get involved in such dirty business. "Alright, I admit that using the term crime suspect may not be entirely appropriate, but you still need to cooperate with our investigation," Bai Wani said, turning the pen in her hand and staring at Tang Feng. "Do you know any clues about this case?" "I don't know, I bought the hotel a while ago just to celebrate Susia's birthday, and then I plan to sell it," Tang Feng said with a smile, using Susia as a shield. "I've shared everything I know with you, right? But I did find out that those scumbags were causing trouble, so I sold the hotel. Under normal circumstances, I would have reported them directly, but Longya insisted on buying the hotel, so I had no choice. That damn guy is trying to frame me, causing trouble at my hotel, killing someone, and then making it look like a suicide, and bringing people to stir up trouble. If I had found evidence, I would have reported him along with them, right?" Bai Wani's body trembled slightly, and her eyes almost spewed out anger. Longya? The hotel murder case she had been painstakingly investigating was actually orchestrated by him? When she went to arrest Longya today, she already felt that something was off. He had calluses in several places on his hands. Based on her judgment, this was a characteristic of someone who had been practicing with a gun for many years. Longya, what a piece of work, Bai Wani gritted her teeth. As a police officer, she detested this kind of criminal the most. However, she also felt a bit annoyed with Tang Feng in front of her. He knew so much and yet he kept it from her? Fortunately, she could hear his inner thoughts. Why is this silly girl gritting her teeth? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Is she jealous because I celebrated Susia's birthday? Well, I can understand, always busy with work and never had a relationship, jealousy is normal. You're jealous, but don't take it out on me. Can't get it, so destroy it. I know you women like that. Seeing Baiwani suddenly brimming with anger, Tang Feng muttered to himself in his mind. Baiwani almost slapped this guy to death. Who wants to get you? She took a big sip of black coffee to refresh herself and stared at Tang Feng. I'd like to know, why did you suddenly sell the hotel to Longya, and at such a low price? This action is very suspicious. Money, caprice, Tang Feng said with a shameless smile. He's causing trouble every day, and I can't run the hotel properly, right? If he continues to cause trouble, what if he frames me for murder? People like him, who come from a mercenary background, have no humanity. Mercenary? Baiwani's expression changed again. She had already investigated Longya. According to the information she had gathered, Longya's identity abroad was that of an entrepreneur, and he had returned this time to invest. As for his identity as a mercenary, she hadn't found any evidence of that. She quickly noted down this crucial information. It couldn't be wrong. This clue happened to fit her speculation. How much do you know about Longya? Baiwani continued to ask. Not much, but Officer Bai, I feel like this guy is not a good person. He looks like someone who was killed before. He was in a hurry to buy the hotel from me. I suspect he might be involved with a criminal gang. You must thoroughly investigate him. Tang Feng didn't hesitate to start smearing Longya. I don't give a damn about scum like him. He's a crazy mad dog. After killing someone, he collects the victim's body parts. Oh, I remember, the hair of the woman he killed might be hidden in his house. I'll email you later, almost forgot about that. Baiwani quickly noted this crucial clue. With so many clues, this case could finally be solved. She looked at Tang Feng with a slightly more favorable eye. This guy did indeed help a lot. But how did he know so much? After symbolically going through a few questions, she put away her pen and said, Alright, let's stop the investigation here. Thank you for your cooperation. Not hard, just unlucky. If Officer Bai could treat me to a barbecue as compensation, that would be great. Tang Feng chuckled as he shook off the handcuffs. Sure, but next time, I'm busy now. Baiwani unlocked Tang Feng's handcuffs with the keys. She agreed so readily that it puzzled Tang Feng. Damn, is this woman really inviting me to dinner? Maybe not, don't be so polite. I dare not have a meal with you. What if you're attracted by my handsome face and it affects my future? Baiwani looked at him with a puzzled expression. Am I supposed to be attracted by your handsome face? Heh, forget it. I'm busy with the case and don't have time to deal with him. As for hearing his thoughts, she planned to think about it later. First, deal with Longya. Just as the two were about to leave the office, the door was pushed open. Yidong walked in with a lawyer, looking somewhat displeased. Half an hour ago, he suddenly received news that Longya had been arrested. After investigating the case of the Mingyue Hotel, he rushed over with people. Longya had been abroad for years and was not particularly clear about domestic laws, but he was clear about these things. However, after entering the office and seeing Baiwani and Tang Feng together, he instantly locked eyes with Tang Feng. This bastard! How can he be with Baiwani? Noticing Yidong's gaze, Tang Feng cleared his throat as if he hadn't seen it. What are you staring at me for? Do you think I'm competing with you for Baiwani? Damn, are all the beauties in the world yours? Baiwani raised an eyebrow and gave Tang Feng a fierce look. What's this guy muttering about again? Then she looked at Yidong and asked, What's wrong? Are you here to report a case? No, Yidong looked slightly embarrassed and smiled bitterly. I'm here to visit a friend of mine who was arrested by you. Ha, my friend, the murderer. Tang Feng gloated silently. Who's your friend? After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Baiwani's slight fondness for Yidong disappeared instantly. Playing with criminals, what else could there be besides trash? Seeing Baiwani's cold gaze, Yidong also felt a bit frustrated. His name is Longya. As a master of picking up girls, he naturally knew that his behavior today had committed a major taboo and could easily incur Baiwani's disgust. But if Longya got into trouble, as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, he couldn't just ignore it. If this matter wasn't handled well, Longya would be in big trouble. How would the organization view him then? He's my employee, and I'm the boss of the Longchen group. Yidong had to reveal his identity. But Baiwani was not shocked by this. She was not interested in such power and influence. Even if the emperor himself came, he still had to follow the rules. She said in a cold tone, the nature of the crime he committed is quite serious. He is not accepting any visits at the moment. You should go back. Upon hearing this, Yidong became anxious. He pointed at Tang Feng and said, Officer Bai, I need to explain to you. If Longya really committed a crime, I would be the first to report him. But this time, he is innocent. He only took over the Mingyue Hotel a few days ago. The previous owner of the Mingyue Hotel was this Mr. Tang. He is the one you should be arresting. Tang Feng widened his eyes and wondered, what does this have to do with me? I wasn't involved. Officer Bai has already completed the investigation, and I am innocent. Guanlin Niang, what's the matter with Guanlin Bei? Stupid Dragon King, don't you dare blame me. I didn't kill anyone at the hotel. If anyone should be arrested, it should be you. Your lecherous behavior only drives up the cost of rice. Damn it, they are in cahoots. I hope that stinky woman Baiwani isn't really helping to frame me. After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Baiwani really wanted to beat this bastard. What does he mean by we are in cahoots? They had only known each other for a short time, right? She would never frame an innocent person. She looked angrily at Yidong and said, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Lanya is the legal representative and person in charge of the hotel now, and he is the one I am arresting. You are his boss, so the Minuet Hotel is essentially your property. That's perfect. You should also be prepared to be investigated. Yidong was so angry that his face turned green. What kind of logic was this? These things like the legal representative and shareholder of Longchen Group were not him, right? If it weren't for choosing her as his concubine, Yidong really wanted to teach her a lesson. His woman only needed to obey him. What use was there in being upright? Is the plot not quite right? Baiwani seems to dislike him? No, at this point, Yidong should have already gained favor with her. This guy deliberately went to catch a pickpocket to create a first meeting. He even went to buy a bag of plastic bottles, saying it was for an old lady who collects recyclables. After these two waves of favor, Baiwani should have fallen in love with him. Hey, the plot must have gone wrong again. Officer Bai, hurry up and arrest him. A man like him belongs in jail. Tang Feng was watching the drama unfold, almost shouting for them to fight. People experience joys and sorrows, and these are the embellishments of life. Indeed, defeating magic with magic is the way to go. Baiwani's eyes were dark. Was even their initial encounter deliberately orchestrated by this guy named Yidong? This man was truly disgusting. Officer Bai, I can cooperate with your investigation. The innocent will always be proven innocent. But the person you should really investigate is this Mr. Tang. I suspect he deliberately sold the hotel at a low price to frame my friend. The estimated value of the Minuet Hotel should be around 20 billion, and he sold it to Lanya for 5 billion. This is the best evidence. Yidong pointed at Tang Feng, full of conviction. Damn, can't you have some dignity? If it weren't for you letting Lanya cause trouble at my hotel, would I have sold it so cheaply? Speaking of which, Lanya framed me for murder, and you are at least 89% responsible, right? Tang Feng was about to retort, but Baiwani spoke first. Is it not okay for someone to have money? He bought the hotel to express his love to his girlfriend. Yidong was so angry that he trembled, his hands and feet cold in the hot weather. He remembered the humiliating scene at the hotel that day. Baiwani snorted coldly and stopped talking to Yidong. After listening to his thoughts for a while, she was convinced that Yidong was definitely not a good person. If the hotel murder case was related to him, she wouldn't mind personally arresting him and sending him to prison. She turned to Tang Feng and said softly, Tang Feng, thank you for cooperating with the investigation today. It's late. You should go back and rest. Next time, let me treat you to a meal. After listening to her inner thoughts for a while, she was already sure that Tang Feng was innocent. Moreover, he had found the criminal clues and immediately emailed them to her. What did this indicate? He believed he deserved unconditional trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed over such important clues to her. Being trusted was indeed a very happy thing. Ha! Tang Feng looked puzzled. What's going on? Why are you suddenly so gentle with me? Stop it, don't be so aggressive towards me, she said. This isn't like you. Calm down, you have a bad temper, don't you? Yidong's veins were bulging on his forehead. Baiwani, she was being so gentle with this guy? And she was indifferent to herself, as if she had seen an enemy? He glared at Tang Feng with resentment, feeling intense hatred. At this moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A very beautiful woman walked in, followed by bodyguards and a lawyer. It was none other than Susia. Seeing Susia walk in, Yidong, who had just been filled with anger, suddenly felt better. He was even a little touched. This girl, always keeping her distance from him. But when he was really in trouble, she came. She was indeed the woman he had his eye on. He smirked mischievously and said, Xia, you're here. Are you okay? Before he could finish, Susia walked up to Tang Feng and asked softly. She had just been busy working overtime at the company. After acquiring the land in the west of the city, there was too much to do. Then her secretary suddenly told her that Minuet Hotel had an accident. She knew Tang Feng was the owner of Minuet Hotel, so she immediately called him. After getting no answer, she contacted Tang's father, only to find out that Tang Feng was not at home and had gone to sit in jail, and then she found out he was here. Nothing, just came to cooperate with Officer Bai's investigation, Tang Feng said expressionlessly. Don't come over, Dammy. Don't provoke the Dragon King, look at his face. Give brother some space, otherwise this guy will come at me with a knife tonight. He had already seen Yidong's liver-colored face from the corner of his eye. This awkward scene. Tang Feng almost wanted to use his toes to help him dig out a Dragon King's palace on the ground. After hearing Tang Feng's inner thoughts, Susia glanced at Yidong with her peripheral vision. Seeing Yidong's dark and resentful face, she found him even more annoying. Could he really think that she was interested in him? Nonsense. After thinking for a moment, she simply took Tang Feng's arm and said, It's good that you're okay, let's go home. Tang Feng widened his eyes and wanted to cry for help. What are you doing again? Don't do this, Wang Laosher, I'm a 100-plus-pound child, it's not appropriate. Yidong was now clenching his fists, his nails almost piercing into his flesh. How could the woman he liked be so intimate with someone else in front of him? What was she thinking? Did she really have no interest in him? It shouldn't be. Her eyes wouldn't deceive him. Tang Feng was about to pull his arm away and leave this place of trouble, when someone else walked into the office from outside. This time, it was another stunning beauty. Wang Chun walked in with a frown on her face. Seeing that Tang Feng was fine, her expression instantly changed to a bright smile. Tang Feng, are you okay? I heard that the owner of Mingyue Hotel was arrested. It scared me. She had just received the news and hurried to the Qingxi sub-bureau to see this guy. But what she didn't expect was that Susia was here, and she was holding her little Tang Feng's arm? What did she mean? This woman, hadn't she not looked at her precious one directly for 3 years? Noticing Wang Chun's gaze, Susia quickly became alert. She knew that Wang Chun was Tang Feng's ex-girlfriend. Women are quite sensitive when it comes to exes, especially when the other party is a stunning beauty who can match them. As the two locked eyes, the temperature in the room seemed to drop instantly. Wang Chun took the initiative to provoke, sneering at Susia. Oh, isn't this Miss Su? Our first ice queen of Su Hang has such an active side? I thought you didn't like men. What's it to you? Susia retorted without hesitation, holding onto Tang Feng's arm tightly. What are you doing? Stop it, don't fight over a handsome guy like me, it will break my heart. Oh no, I mean, don't do this in front of the Dragon King. Can't you let me enjoy myself? Seeing the two women at odds, Tang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He had heard about their strained relationship and rarely saw them together. But if you don't get along, why drag me into it? Just as he was about to slip away, Wang Chun had already come up and grabbed his other arm. She looked at Susia askance and said, "You're holding my boyfriend's hand, how is that not my business? If you really like handsome guys, I can introduce you to a few, just don't harass my baby." Your boyfriend? Miss Wan, you really have thick skin, calling someone else's fiancé a boyfriend? Susia was just as formidable as Wang Chun, her eyes full of hostility. Oh, he's your fiancé? Then how well do you know him? Do you know what he likes to eat? What brand of cigarettes he smokes? Does he prefer black stockings or white? Can you answer that? Wang Chun sneered at Susia's words. Fiancé? She had heard Tang Feng muttering about breaking off the engagement. Based on her speculation about this woman, she must have felt uncomfortable after her 3-year lapdog disappeared and wanted to win him back. Well, how could she give her that chance? Susia was indeed at a loss for words. She couldn't come up with a response. Is it important to know these things? He likes me, that's enough. The whole of Su Hang knows he likes me. He even threw me a birthday banquet a few days ago. Susia decided to strike back with a big move. No matter how beautiful or goddess-like a woman is, she still has her tricks when it comes to fighting with other women, and she was no exception. Sure enough, Wang Chun was instantly infuriated. She even felt like giving Tang Feng a few punches. This guy, wasn't he uninterested in her? What was the deal with that birthday banquet a few days ago? She was so angry when she saw it, so she gritted her teeth and took out her phone. You want to show off your love? Let me show you what real love looks like. Tang Feng's face changed instantly when he saw her move. He was about to stop Wang Chun's crazy actions when Bai Wani slammed the table and said angrily, "Enough, stop arguing here, I still have work to do, get out." Bai Wani had a good relationship with both Susia and Wang Chun, both of whom were her high school best friends. Seeing her two best friends arguing over Tang Feng, she was also very annoyed. This circle is really chaotic. Bai Wani got angry, and Tang Feng quickly dragged the two women out of the office. Meanwhile, standing on the side, Yidong's face was even more unsightly than if he had eaten a dead fly. The two women he liked were actually fighting over another man in front of him, and that man wasn't him? As they walked out of the office, the two women were still holding onto his arm in a huff. So the single dogs at the West City police station received a heavy blow. Two beauties serving one man? Who is this guy? Can we arrest him? Shoo, that's Tang Xiao from the Tang family. Do you know he's the #1 lapdog in Su Hang? Lapdog, there are plenty of them? Damn, from tomorrow I'm going to be a lapdog too. Tang Feng occasionally heard the words lapdog and almost went back to hit someone. You're the lapdogs. I hate lapdogs the most. After leaving the West City police station, Tang Feng looked at the two women helplessly. Are you planning to tear me in half and take me back? Then you let her go first, Wang Chun grumbled. Why should I go first? Susia coldly snorted, refusing to give in. Don't be so childish, okay? Is this still your character? Hurry up and let go, bro. Are you trying to snatch a toy? Even if bro is a toy, there's only one, not enough for all of you. Tang Feng looked pained but also slightly pleased, because they were holding onto his arm tightly, feeling a soft and warm sensation. Fortunately, at that moment, a Maybach pulled up in front of them and stopped. After the door opened, Xin Ming got out of the car. Seeing Tang Feng being held by two women, he was immediately surprised and wondered if he was still asleep. Damn, bro, what are you doing? Xin Ming hesitated. What was going on? Susia and Wang Chun, two famous and arrogant beauties in the circle, were actually holding onto bro's hand together? Damn, bro, when did you become so skilled? Seeing Xin Ming coming, the two women felt embarrassed to continue being stubborn and both let go of Tang Feng at the same time. They were playing truth or dare. Tang Feng awkwardly smiled and explained. Is that so? Qin Ming's eyes held a hint of playfulness. As an old hand in the social scene, he understood these things very well. Then he asked with concern, "Bro, are you okay? I heard something happened at your hotel." "It's fine, I just sold the hotel to someone else a few days ago." Tang Feng shook his head. "That's good, bro, everything will work out for the best. Let's go celebrate with a drink." Qin Ming walked over with a smile and hugged Tang Feng, then noticed Susia and Wang Chun staring at him with murderous eyes. They remembered the last time he took Tang Feng to the Galaxy Club. Wang Chun directly made a throat-slitting gesture as a warning. If he dared to take their little Tang Feng to that kind of place again, she would definitely kill him. The two women glared at Qin Ming and then greeted Tang Feng before leaving. As soon as they left, Tang Feng quickly took out a cigarette and lit it to calm his nerves. Qin Ming chuckled and squatted next to Tang Feng. "Bro, you're quite lucky. Do you think this is a good thing?" Tang Feng said irritably. As a villain who wanted to quietly survive until the end, keeping a low profile was the way to go. Qin Ming just chuckled and didn't say anything. He certainly thought it was a good thing. After Tang Feng finished smoking, he stood up wearily and said, "Bro, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to rest. Let's have a drink next time. I've been so tired lately, I can't sleep well and have nightmares every day." "Okay, go back and rest quickly." Tang Feng nodded, feeling warm inside. He knew that his brother had come over as soon as he heard about the incident, and that was really thoughtful of him. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Qin Ming, frowning. "You haven't been sleeping well and having nightmares these days?" "Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because of kidney deficiency." Qin Ming forced a smile. Tang Feng furrowed his brow and said, "Go on a trip for a few days and relax." "Forget it, I don't feel like going out. I'll go back and rest first." Qin Ming waved his hand and got into the car. After Qin Ming left, Tang Feng lit another cigarette in the car. He already knew the reason for Qin Ming's discomfort. This was a plotline from the original book, where the feng shui of the Qin family's old mansion had a problem. The root cause of the problem was a jade Buddha statue that Qin Ming had bought a week ago. The statue had been tampered with by Yidong. After Qin Ming brought it back, it greatly affected the feng shui of the Qin family, turning the originally auspicious place into a place of evil. In the midst of the crisis, Yidong stepped in to save the Qin family. In the end, the people of the Qin family treated him like a god and showed him great respect. Qin Koxian, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, also developed a strong liking for him and gradually fell into his hands. This kind of plot may seem a bit absurd, but in the context of urban fiction, it was quite normal. Showing off, facing challenges, and gaining power and beautiful women in one go. Just as Tang Feng was thinking about the plot, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The host successfully survived the plot of the Qinshi Sub-Bureau. Reward, perfect cultivation of the ancient martial arts Yin Yang infinite power, usable once. After hearing the reward, Tang Feng was stunned and immediately cursed. Damn system, why do you always give one-time use items? Why not give a one-time use chopstick? According to the system's introduction, after perfect cultivation of the ancient martial arts Yin Yang infinite power, one can use it to double the damage received. This is definitely a top-notch item. But the one-time use restriction is too frustrating. Ha ha. Because the host did not perfectly survive the plot, he has drawn the hatred of Dragon King Yidong, the system explained. Tang Feng was instantly speechless. I wanted to perfectly survive it, but the whole world is full of uncertainties. After Tang Feng left, Yidong was left in the office. Baiwani thoughtfully put handcuffs on him. In her mind, Yidong was no different from a criminal. Otherwise, how could he be the boss of Dragon Tooth? After putting on the handcuffs, Yidong's face remained calm, but he was extremely angry inside. He was the mighty Dragon King. Handcuffed? Wouldn't that make him a prisoner? But thinking about his plan to pick up girls, he had to endure it. He had endured it for so many years, he couldn't falter at this moment. He originally thought that with his relationship with Baiwani, making a statement should not take too long. Although he said he was the boss of Dragon Tooth, he had no relationship with Longchen Group. He was just a behind-the-scenes boss. This also meant that even if there were major problems at the Bright Moon Hotel, it couldn't be blamed on him. But Baiwani just wouldn't let him go. She had to get something out of him. They stubbornly held on until the next day at noon, when a tall and beautiful woman came to the Qingxi Sub-Bureau with people and took him away. After being taken away, Yidong's face was somewhat gloomy. He looked at the tall and beautiful woman and said gratefully, "Missy, thank you for making a special trip." The beautiful woman who came to pick him up was He Huayin, a top beauty in Suzhou and also from the prominent He family in Suzhou. The He family was low-key in Suzhou, but their strength was no less than the four major families. They were a branch of the He family, a prominent family in Yanjing. The head of the family, Mrs. He, had some connections with his master. So after coming to Suzhou, he visited the He family for the first time and helped Mrs. He with her illness, leaving the He family owing him a favor. But such a precious favor was used in such a trivial matter. It made him want to die. "It's nothing." He Huayin smiled slightly. "Miss He, my friend was imprisoned because of this." Yidong looked at He Huayin with a helpless tone, hoping she could help. He was out, but Dragon Tooth was still inside. "I can't do anything about this. When it comes to drugs, no one can say anything. I hope Mr. Yi can understand, after all, this is China. He Huayin shook her head. The He family wouldn't help with such troublesome matters even if they had the ability. Well, then I won't trouble Miss He. I'll think of another way and visit Mrs. He in a few days. Yidong knew this matter was quite tricky, and his relationship with the Yi family was not at that level yet. Okay, then I'll go back to the company for a meeting. He Huayin said goodbye and left in the car. After she got in the car, she couldn't help but shake her head. Grandma said that Yidong was definitely a true dragon, but she didn't think so. But whatever. After seeing Yi Huayin leave, a hint of gloom flashed in Yidong's eyes. Was this woman looking down on him with such a cold attitude? When he finally took her down, he would have to punish her well. The He family, he had to take them down. It was a stepping stone for his future entry into Yanjing. In the next few days, Yidong and the people from Longchen Group tried to find connections and find a way to get Dragon Tooth out. And Dragon Tooth, who was detained for investigation, felt like life was not worth living. Originally, it was bad enough that the Mingyue Hotel incident went south. Then the police went to his residence and found the dead woman's hair from the hotel. When this was found, the situation became much more serious. This time, it's a complete disaster. Fortunately, after being locked up for a whole week, Yidong was finally able to come and visit him. Knowing that the Dragon King was coming to visit him, Longya was extremely excited. The Dragon King is truly omnipotent. With his help, I can definitely leave this place. After being taken to the meeting room, Longya excitedly shouted, "Young Master Yi." Yidong was sitting behind the glass in the meeting room, nodding and smiling. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The good news? I had the lawyer fight for a reduced sentence. And the bad news? Even with the reduced sentence, it's probably still 20 years. Longya's legs went weak, almost falling off the chair. 20 years? The mighty Dragon Soul Organization's 8th warlord, Long Laoba, being locked up for 20 years in a place like this? At that moment, he deeply regretted coming to Huaxia. Damn it, if only I hadn't gotten involved with that damn hotel. I will continue to find a way, don't worry, maybe you'll be out in a while. Yidong reassured. After he controls the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou, would it be difficult to release someone from prison? Conquering the 4 major families has already begun. Although there have been some minor issues with the plan to control the Wang family, it is still within his grasp. The Qin family's side is also progressing very smoothly, and results will be seen soon. With Qi Yin and a few other pawns from the Tang family, it will only take some time to bring them down. After taking down the 3 families, it will be as easy as pie to take down the weakest Su family. In short, the advantage is mine. Before controlling Suzhou and Hangzhou, let's just endure Longya's suffering for now. Longya sighed, "Young Master Yi, I'll trouble you. I hope to get out soon and serve by young Master Yi's side again, eating the many hamburgers I made." Okay, we'll see each other again soon, brother. Yidong gave Longya a determined look and left the meeting room. Antique Street, an antique shop called Debo Lu. This shop is one of the top shops in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and it is also a property of the Tang family. The person in charge of this shop is Zhao Gaoshan, who has been a long-time employee of the Tang family. He has been working at this antique shop since he was in his teens, and has been there for over 30 years. He is highly trusted by the Tang family in terms of ability and in all aspects. Young Master Tang, take a look at the account book. This is last month's cash flow. The store has been quite profitable in the past few months. Zhao Gaoshan took out an account book and handed it to Tang Feng. Although the times have changed, antique shops still use account books for bookkeeping. Okay, thank you. Tang Feng smiled as he took the account book and started flipping through it. He had just flipped through a couple of pages when a couple walked in from outside. Tang Feng looked up and quickly closed the account book, hiding behind a cabinet and deliberately turning away from the 2 people to avoid being recognized. The couple who walked in were Yidong and Qin Kursen. Qin Kursen, as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, is a very famous beauty in Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, she looked extremely haggard today, like a wilting rose. The reason for this appearance is because the Qin family has recently encountered some problems. No one in the family has been sleeping well, and they have been having nightmares. Over time, everyone's health has been affected. Some of the Qin family's servants and bodyguards have been so scared that they chose to resign and leave the Qin family. After they left, these phenomena disappeared. So everyone in the Qin family suspects that there may be a problem with the feng shui in the house. She came to the antique market today to see if there was anything that could improve the feng shui, and unexpectedly ran into Yidong on the way. Of course, this encounter was also deliberately arranged by Yidong. As the Dragon King, he spends his days either chasing women or on his way to chase women. Miss Qin, I know a thing or two about feng shui and metaphysics. If you want to improve the feng shui at home, you probably won't find what you need in these antique shops, Yidong reminded Qin Kursen as she carefully selected items in the store. You also know about feng shui? Qin Kursen looked surprised. She hadn't known Yidong for very long. The last time a snake somehow got into her house and scared her, Yidong happened to be patrolling in the neighborhood and rushed over when he heard her scream. After helping her get rid of the snake, the 2 of them had met. Yes, I have quite a talent. Being a security guard was just a temporary job to settle down, Yidong said with a mischievous smile. Getting close to women and piquing their curiosity was his skill in picking up girls. Indeed, you have quite a talent. Being a security guard was just an excuse to pick up girls. Only you could come up with the idea of throwing a snake into someone's house and then playing the hero. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. If it weren't for your unethical behavior, would the Qin family's feng shui have been a problem? It's embarrassing to act like this. You should be acting in a movie instead of burying your talent. You're always fooling around, so why not try ballet? Tang Feng, who was in the corner, silently criticized after hearing the conversation between the two. Qin Kurson, who was choosing antiques, suddenly heard a series of voices and couldn't help but look surprised. She looked around but didn't see anyone speaking next to her. However, after hearing the voice, she felt somewhat familiar with it. It seemed like the voice of an old acquaintance. What made her more curious was the content of these few sentences. Did he really throw a snake into her house and cause the feng shui problem at the Qin family? She was clear that these few sentences were all pointing to Yidong next to her. She couldn't help but glance at Yidong, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Was this seemingly harmless guy really the culprit behind all this? Or was she just not well rested and experiencing auditory hallucinations? Yidong looked at Qin Kurson staring at him blankly and thought she must have been attracted by his handsome appearance. So he smiled more confidently and said, Miss Qin, from my observation of you, there must be a feng shui problem in your home, attracting negative energy. It's not very realistic to rely on these antiques to improve feng shui. How about this? I have a protective talisman here. Take it back and see if it can improve the situation, he said, taking out a yellow talisman from his pocket and handing it to Qin Kurson. I learned this talisman from a master and it took 3 months to make. As long as you wear it, it will definitely protect you from negative energy. You're just bragging. It didn't take 3 months to make this. It could be done in 3 minutes. You just need to scribble some symbols on it, and it's crucial to have your blood. Who says you caused the negative energy? With your blood, you won't be attacked by negative energy. Poor Qin Kurson, this foolish woman has been deceived. She thinks this man is her Prince Charming sent by heaven to save her. After hearing the voices again, Qin Kurson was finally sure that she wasn't hallucinating. Someone was indeed talking to her, but it seemed that only she could hear the voice. She wasn't sure what was going on, but she was feeling angry at the moment. If all this was true, she wouldn't be polite. However, she wouldn't rush to confront him without evidence. Qin Kurson disguised her emotions well and took the talisman, saying softly, Thank you, I will wear it. We're friends, so don't be so polite, Yidong said smugly. He knew that as long as this talisman was brought back by Qin Kurson, the evil energy at her home would not attack her. When it took effect, she would definitely find a way to help solve the problems of the Qin family. In this way, the plan to subdue the Qin family would be successful. Then, after dealing with Qin Ming, the Qin family would be under his control, right? This time, he finally felt that everything was going to go smoothly. The day when the two of us brothers go out to eat mini hamburgers is not far away. Qin Kurson nodded and carefully put away the talisman. After wandering around the shop for a while, she left the antique shop. Yidong quickly followed her footsteps and left together. After they left, Tang Feng came out from behind the counter. He walked around and stopped in front of one of the counters, his gaze falling on a jade talisman. The jade talisman was carved in the shape of a yin and yang fish, looking vivid and deserving of its reputation as a masterpiece. The price of the yin and yang fish jade talisman was 880,000. According to the original plot, Yidong would come to the shop later and buy this yin and yang fish jade talisman. Because this was the key prop he used to show off, it could absorb all the evil energy. Looking at the yin and yang fish jade talisman, Tang Feng hesitated for a moment and decided not to put it away. He wasn't some lucky son with all kinds of skills from the start, and he wouldn't know how to use it. According to the original novel setting, the Dragon King was omnipotent. He was proficient in feng shui, medicine, gambling, and stone gambling. So, this thing could only be used by him to solve problems. However, watching Yidong successfully take down the Qin family, Tang Feng felt quite unhappy. He couldn't just watch his own brother be played to death and have the family business taken away by that jerk. The fate of the antagonist is still a fate. So after thinking for a moment, he decided to make a decision that went against his ancestors. Zhao Shu, come over here, Tang Feng beckoned to Zhao Gaoshan, who was sitting behind the counter eating melon seeds. Zhao Gaoshan quickly put down the melon seeds and ran over, looking at Tang Feng. What's the matter, Tang Xiao? Take good care of this yin and yang fish jade talisman. Except for a customer named Yidong, no one else can sell it, understand? Tang Feng instructed. This key prop had to fall into Yidong's hands in order to resolve the crisis of the Qin family, so there couldn't be any mistakes. The plot always collapses, and he had to put in the effort. Zhao Gaoshan nodded, feeling that the name Tang Xiao mentioned was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly became alert. Yidong, wasn't that the little punk that Boss Wang mentioned in the group chat some time ago? It was said that this jerk dared to snatch a woman from Tang Xiao. After Boss Wang gave him a good beating, he was promoted and given a raise to go abroad as a manager. Could it be that heaven was giving me an opportunity? He smiled knowingly, understanding another layer of meaning in Tang Xiao's words. Was he trying to set up this kid? And make the price a little higher. 30 million will do, Tang Feng added. This item had to be obtained by Yidong, and it couldn't be too cheap for him. It would be good to get some money out of this jerk and do some charity work. Tang Xiao, rest assured, I understand. Zhao Gaoshan patted his chest firmly. He knew that his chance to perform had come. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Tang Feng gave Zhao Gaoshan a thumbs up. The plot of the Qin family had to proceed smoothly. After Yidong resolved the troubles of the Qin family, he would find a way to expose the true face of this jerk behind the scenes. It's okay to confront him directly. It's also okay to make a move behind his back. After Tang Feng left the shop, Zhao Gaoshan immediately took out the yin and yang fish jade talisman from the counter. He had personally retrieved this item from outside. At that time, he had retrieved a total of 2, representing yin and yang respectively. He had been working in the shop for so many years and was quite knowledgeable about this. He knew what the real purpose of the yin and yang fish jade talisman was. Is that little punk named Yidong coming to buy this thing? Is it for absorbing evil energy? After muttering to himself, Zhao Gao chuckled and went to fetch a box. Inside the box was a jade talisman, exactly the same as the one he had. It was the yin talisman, one of the 2 talismans for yin and yang. The yang talisman was used to eliminate evil energy, while the yin talisman was used to nurture it. When placed in a location with heavy evil energy, he exchanged the 2 talismans, placed the yin talisman on the counter, and adjusted the price to 30 million. Satisfied with his actions, he returned to the counter, waiting to see the scoundrel who dared to compete with Tang Xiao for a woman. After about half an hour, Yidong walked in from outside. He walked around the store and approached the counter where the yin and yang fish jade talismans were displayed. When he had entered with Qin Kursen, he had noticed the item and knew it was a good treasure for dealing with evil energy. Originally, he could handle the Qin family's problem without these props, but he hadn't expected the feng shui of the old Qin residence to be so good. With the adjustments he had made, the accumulation of evil energy had become too exaggerated, so he had to rely on external objects to solve the problem. However, when he saw the price, his expression changed slightly, and he exclaimed, "Are you trying to rob people? This thing is priced at 30 million? Are you adding an extra 2 zeros by mistake?" Zhao Gao, who was casually eating melon seeds, walked over with a smile and said, "Boss, we're not trying to cheat you. This was something we acquired last month. It's a good treasure obtained from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty, and the price is already quite fair. Don't play games with me. I know more about these things than you do. In short, will you sell it for 500,000 or not?" Yidong said coldly. One of the things he hated most in his life was being cheated out of his money by others. "Friend, don't joke with me. A feng shui master from Hong Kong who came yesterday said this is a good treasure and will come to buy it tomorrow. If you want it, take it. If not, forget it. I'll sell it to anyone," Zhao Gao said, waving his hand and preparing to walk back to the counter. When he heard that someone else also wanted the item, Yidong's expression involuntarily changed. After thinking for a moment, he reluctantly paid the money and said, all right, just pack it up for me." It was a bit expensive, but compared to conquering the Qin family, it was nothing. As long as he took down the Qin family, the tens of billions of assets would be his. Zhao Gao immediately ran over with a smile to pack the item for Yidong. After Yidong left the store, Zhao Gao's smiling face turned cold. He snorted and spat on the ground, disdainfully saying, "Such a thing dares to compete with our Tang Xiao? Seeking death." The Wang family. Since Jiang Qiu last came to the Wang family to treat the old master's illness, the old master's health had gradually improved. After dinner today, the old master was preparing to practice calligraphy with a brush in hand. He hadn't even finished writing the first character when the brush suddenly fell from his hand. Then the old master sat down in a chair, clutching his chest, his body trembling violently. The nearby caregiver was frightened and helped him to the bed, then quickly called the family's private doctor. Soon, the private doctor arrived to examine the old master. When the Wang family received the news, they also hurried over. Seeing the pale-faced old master lying on the bed, they were all extremely nervous. The old master had only just recovered, so how could this happen again? After the examination, Wang Chun quickly asked, "Dr. Shou, how is my grandfather?" The doctor looked somewhat puzzled and shook his head, saying, "The old master's condition is a bit dangerous. His organs are slowly failing, but we can't find the specific cause. I suggest you quickly invite Dr. Jiang to come over." He was a well-known expert in the country, but this was the first time he had encountered such symptoms. Obviously there is a serious problem with the body, but the cause cannot be found. Wang Chun immediately called Jiang Qiu with his mobile phone. After confirming her location, he quickly arranged for the Wang family's private helicopter to pick her up. When Jiang Qiu arrived, she quickly ran over with her small bag to start examining the old master Wang's body. After examining for a while, a look of doubt appeared on her face. The old master's current condition is very critical, but she couldn't find the problem? "Qiu, what's the situation with my grandfather?" Seeing Jiang Qiu's puzzled expression, Wang Chun also felt a little panicked. The people of the Wang family next to him were equally anxious. With the old master in the Wang family, it is completely different from without the old master. "I can't figure out what the problem is, but the old master's current condition is indeed very critical. If it is not resolved within a day, I'm afraid that Jiang Qiu's expression was quite ugly. She didn't expect that she couldn't even find the problem with her medical skills. It was the first time she encountered such a difficult problem. After hearing Jiang Qiu's words, everyone's faces turned pale. Even Jiang Qiu, with such superb medical skills, couldn't find the problem. How could this be? Wang Rulong, who was standing at the back of the crowd, showed a hint of relief in his eyes. When Jiang Qiu arrived just now, he was extremely nervous. He was afraid that Jiang Qiu would find some problem, but fortunately, Jiang Qiu couldn't solve it. Last time, he wanted to cooperate with Yi Xiao to freeze the Wang family's liquid funds, to drive Wang Chun out of the center of power and take his place. But for some reason, the plan failed. Wang Chun not only noticed some clues, but also turned the tables on Yi Xiao. At that time, he was quite scared. Later, seeing that Wang Chun did not seem to trouble him, he thought it was just a coincidence and his identity had not been exposed. As for today's scene, it was naturally his doing. After the plan failed, Yi Xiao came up with another plan for him. He was instructed to directly deal with the old master. In this way, if the old master is gone, the issue of the heir will be settled. According to the family rules, the ultimate power of the family must be in the hands of the male heir. Without the protection of the old master, Wang Chun's power cannot be maintained. Grandfather, don't blame me for being heartless, it's because you are too biased. Wang Rulong sighed in his heart, feeling somewhat guilty. But compared to power, what did this matter? What should we do now? Should we let the old divine Dr. Jiang come and try? Wang Chun said with a bitter tone. Jiang Qiu shook her head. I can't figure it out. Even if my grandfather comes, it may not help. This situation is quite troublesome, but bringing someone over might help. Who? Brother Tang Feng. Jiang Qiu replied. Last time at the Tang family, she overheard Brother Tang Feng's thoughts and found that he had actually learned the Qingnan Tianjing and entered the state of enlightenment. If she couldn't figure it out now, she could only rely on him to use the state of enlightenment to see where the problem was with the old master Wang's body. Wang Chun also didn't expect that Jiang Qiu would ask him to invite Tang Feng over. It was related to the life and death of the grandfather, and she wouldn't ask much, so she took out her phone and called Tang Feng. At this moment, Tang Feng was playing games with Qi Yin in the office. He found that since he let this guy play games and report data here, she worked quite seriously every day. From work to off work, she almost didn't move from here. When ordering takeout, she was quite diligent. At least 3 cups of milk tea and various junk food a day. It's like a lying fat otaku. But Tang Feng was very clear that all of this was definitely her superb acting skills. She just wanted to numb herself with serious work in order to achieve her goal of stealing information. Tang Feng didn't care about it. Anyway, all the information had been tampered with, so she could steal more if she wanted. After receiving Wang Chun's call, Tang Feng picked up his phone and said, "What's up? Where are you now? I had the helicopter come to pick you up. My grandfather is in bad shape. Hurry over." Wang Chun's urgent and aggrieved voice came through the phone. At this most vulnerable moment, she really wanted to see Tang Feng. "I'm at the office. Just have the helicopter pick me up from the office building rooftop," Tang Feng replied without hesitation, dropping the controller and hastily leaving the office to wait on the top floor. The sudden incident with Grandpa Wan was unexpected for Tang Feng. According to the original plot, Grandpa Wan was supposed to be healthy until the end. After waiting for a while, the helicopter quickly landed nearby. Tang Feng hurriedly climbed aboard and began to ponder what had gone wrong. After several consecutive abnormal plot developments, he had to admit that the plot of this book had collapsed. When the helicopter arrived at the Wang residence, Tang Feng saw Wang Chun, with red eyes, waiting for him as soon as he got off. "It's okay, Grandpa Wan will be fine. Everything will be okay," Tang Feng reassured her softly. "Okay, you go and see him first," Wang Chun said, grabbing Tang Feng's hand and pulling him into the house. When they entered, Jiang Qiu was giving Grandpa Wang an injection. She couldn't figure out what was wrong, but it wouldn't be difficult to ease Grandpa Wang's condition. The eyes of the Wang family members all turned to Tang Feng. They also wanted to know why Jiang Qiu had called Tang Feng over at this time, as he didn't understand medicine. "What's wrong with Grandpa?" Tang Feng, still unclear about the situation, walked over and asked Jiang Qiu. "I can't figure out what's wrong with Grandpa right now. I plan to try the 13 Ghosts needle treatment first and have you help." Jiang Qiu came up with a lame excuse, leaving everyone in the room a little dumbfounded. Tang Feng was also puzzled. Was he deliberately called over to assist? He subconsciously focused his attention and scanned Grandpa Wang's body. Even Jiang Qiu couldn't find the problem. What kind of illness did Grandpa Wang have? Did the plot collapse on the Wang family's side, and in order to fix it, they forced the Dragon King to come out again and pretend to be a divine doctor? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the previous rounds of transmigration, he hadn't been able to survive the first plot. Either he would hiccup at the beginning, or he would live for 2 or 3 hours before being killed. Fortunately, after scanning for a while, he finally found a golden thread in Grandpa Wang's heart. Weird, what is this golden thread? How did it wrap around Grandpa's heart? Damn, it's still moving. Isn't this Yidong's golden silkworm goo? This thing is really insidious. Once it enters the body, the host will undoubtedly die within 24 hours. After the host dies, this thing will self-dissolve, leaving no evidence behind. So, to save Grandpa Wang, either Yidong has to come and remove the goo, or we can try the secret formula from the Qingnan scripture. It can be made into incense using 11 medicinal herbs such as mugwort, valerian, and cinnabar. I'll find a way to secretly remind them later. We can't let Grandpa Wang die no matter what. After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Wang Chun and Jiang Qiu's faces changed. When they noticed each other's expressions, they instantly guessed what the other was thinking. They both could hear Tang Feng's thoughts. At that moment, Wang Chun understood why Jiang Qiu had brought Tang Feng over. I suddenly thought of a prescription. Have someone bring the medicinal herbs to me first. Jiang Qiu quickly wrote down the list of medicinal herbs she had just heard and sent someone to fetch them. A servant from the Wang family immediately went to fetch the herbs. Jiang Qiu began to consider the pharmacological compatibility of this prescription. The prescriptions in the Qingnan scripture were all precious lost treasures. Since Sister Qiu has a treatment plan, let's go out and rest first, and let her watch over Grandpa here. Wang Chun also breathed a sigh of relief, asking everyone to leave the room. Ah, does that have nothing to do with me? Tang Feng was still thinking about how to remind them. Yes, I have something to tell you. Come with me first. Wang Chun grabbed Tang Feng's arm and walked towards the small garden nearby. Why so serious? Is there something important you want to tell me? Tang Feng followed Wang Chun with some confusion, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off. After reaching the small garden, Wang Chun pulled Tang Feng to sit down and asked, I feel that my grandfather is not right. He was originally in good health, but suddenly it's very likely that he was poisoned. What do you think? I also think there is a possibility, but we still need to investigate carefully. Tang Feng nodded in agreement. It's not just poisoning, it's being cursed. The golden silkworm curse must be used close to the target. If Yidong didn't personally do it, then it's probably that idiot Wang Rulong. Wang Chun's eyes turned cold instantly. As she had guessed, it was Wang Rulong causing trouble in secret again. The last time she kept him around was not because she lacked evidence. She just didn't want to startle the snake and wanted to use Wang Rulong's stupidity to set up Yidong. She didn't expect him to be so reckless as to target her grandfather. In that case, she no longer needed to keep him as bait. Wang Chun sighed lightly, feeling a bit tired. She didn't really care about the family's wealth, as it was all unspendable, but not everyone could think like that. Besides Wang Rulong, were there not others with similar thoughts? She leaned her head on Tang Feng's shoulder. Sensing that Tang Feng was about to move, she couldn't help but chuckle. If you were honest, I'd show you a bunny girl outfit next time. I don't care about bunny girls or not, just don't get dandruff on my shoulder. Tang Feng grumbled discontentedly. I hate dishonest people the most. Words must be kept. As for bunny girls, I don't really care. I am an honest man. If you're sincere, you can switch to blood drops. Wang Chun was slightly stunned by the mention of blood drops. What was that? But she didn't bother to think about it. She was already happy to be by Tang Feng's side. At least at this moment, she didn't have to think about those intrigues. The two of them sat quietly in the small garden. Wang Chun listened to Tang Feng's rambling thoughts and found this introverted man even more adorable. Until a voice broke the peace. Miss, Master Jiang has already treated the old master. You should go and see him quickly. A bodyguard ran over and shouted. Let's go see the old master quickly. Tang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Bro, if you had been a few minutes later, I would have gotten shoulder periarthritis. Wang Chun hurriedly went to see the old master after hearing Tang Feng's thoughts. When they arrived, there was a somewhat pungent smell in the room. The old master had already woken up, and a nurse was feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup. After a sudden illness, the old master looked visibly weakened. Grandfather, are you okay? Wang Chun asked with concern. There's nothing wrong, just feeling weak. After I finish the medicine, I'll take a nap. The old master didn't know the exact condition of his body, but at the moment, he just felt weak and wanted to sleep. Let the old master rest for a few days. Jiang Qiu treated the old master with the prescription she got from Tang Feng, and after the treatment, the curseworm crawled out and died on its own. She had already collected the dead curseworm and planned to study it with her grandfather. This guy named Yidong was really disgusting. After a while of everyone coming over to show their concern, they let the old man stay in the house alone to rest. Just as Tang Feng walked out of the house, his phone rang. He glanced at the phone and realized it was a call from Qin Ming. Big brother, didn't you say to call you when my family is doing feng shui? Hurry over, there are already a lot of people here today. Qin Ming's voice came through the phone. Okay, wait for me, I'll be right over, Tang Feng replied before hanging up. After saying goodbye to Wang Chun and the others, Tang Feng hurriedly drove to Qin's house. According to the original plot of the book, today Long Wang Yidong was going to put on a big show here, and he now had the identity of the top feng shui master in Su Hang. Wealthy people tend to believe in metaphysics, so they have great respect for feng shui masters. With this new identity, Yidong's status in Su Hang had risen significantly, and he was now referred to as Master Yi. However, he did have some skills in feng shui. After all, he was the son of the author of the silly and enjoyable novels, and he understood everything, almost as if he had 5 wisdom roots. How can I expose this bastard appropriately? Tang Feng pondered this matter as he drove. Following the principle of if you can avoid it, it definitely wouldn't work to expose him face to face. After thinking it over, Tang Feng could only find a way to inform the Qin family privately. As soon as Tang Feng left, Wang Chun looked at the people in the Wang family and said, "All the elders, let's gather at the Wang family ancestral hall. There's something I want to tell everyone." "What's wrong, Wang Yatu? What are we going to do at the ancestral hall?" A hoarse voice came from an elderly man with white hair. When a family gathers at the ancestral hall, there must be an important announcement. Everyone's eyes turned to Wang Chun. Wang Rulong, who was feeling guilty, also became nervous. He really didn't expect Zheng Qiu to cure Grandpa's illness. Didn't she say it was impossible before? Now Wang Chun was calling everyone to the ancestral hall. Could it be that she had discovered someone tampering with Grandpa? But he wasn't too worried because he wasn't concerned about his own identity being exposed. The methods used by Yi Xiaogong to poison himself were very subtle and would never be discovered. It's something that concerns the life and death of our family. I ask everyone to go now, Wang Chun said and walked towards the ancestral hall. The remaining people also became serious and followed Wang Chun, looking somewhat puzzled. What could be so serious that it concerned the life and death of the Wang family? It's okay, even if she finds out, there's no evidence, Wang Rulong comforted himself silently. When everyone arrived at the ancestral hall, an elder spoke up. "Xiaoxue, everyone is here. What's the matter that's so serious? Please tell us quickly, and let's think of a solution together." Wang Chun nodded and, with a cold face, pointed to Wang Rulong, who was standing on the edge, and said, "Rulong, come and kneel in front of our ancestors and ancestors." Everyone looked shocked at Wang Rulong. Had Wang Rulong committed another serious mistake this time? Wang Rulong's mother stepped forward and said, "Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly asking your brother to kneel down? Has he offended you in any way?" Wang Rulong walked over with a bitter smile. "Yeah, sister, do we have a misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? Collaborating with outsiders to harm our own family, is that a misunderstanding? The new energy project that the company cooperated with Fars on a while ago almost caused our family to suffer heavy losses. Today, Grandpa was poisoned, and it was you who did it, right?" Wang Chun questioned Wang Rulong. Wang Rulong's face turned pale with fear, and he shook his head desperately. "No, sister, are you mistaken? How could I do such a thing? It was indeed my mistake to cooperate with Fars last time. It's my fault for not being capable enough. But how could Grandpa's situation be related to me? Even if I had no humanity, I couldn't do such a thing. Yeah, is there a misunderstanding? Xiaoxue, do you have any evidence?" Others found it somewhat unbelievable, because usually Wang Rulong behaved quite well at home. "I'll just bring the witness up." Wang Chun clapped his hands. Soon, two bodyguards brought Li Deshen in from outside the door. Li Deshen, with a fearful expression, walked in and knelt down, explaining the situation in detail to everyone. This was now his only way of self-redemption. The young lady had promised him that as long as he testified, she would give him a way out. After Li Deshen finished explaining, both the testimonies and the physical evidence were in place. Wang Rulong, with a pale face, still wanted to explain something. His father was already furious and rushed up to him, punching him in the face. After knocking him down, he started kicking him. The wealthy family despised nothing more than betrayal. Moreover, he dared to lay hands on the old master, which was a definite death sentence. Except for Wang Rulong's mother crying and trying to stop her man, everyone else looked on coldly, and Wang Chun said nothing. After Wang Rulong was beaten to the brink of death, she spoke up. "That's enough, uncle. Let's stop here for today. Grandfather's health hasn't fully recovered yet, and I think we should let him decide after he's better." Wang Rulong's father nodded, feeling somewhat despondent. He hadn't expected his son to be so foolish. With the old master's temperament, would there be any way out for him after knowing about this? "Take him away for now," Wang Chun ordered the two bodyguards, then turned to the Wang family and said, "This matter cannot be entirely blamed on Wang Rulong. He was foolish, but someone else was even more malicious, and they must be avenged. Right, we can't let this person off. He must pay the price." Everyone agreed to seek revenge. This person had actually targeted the Wang family, so there was no need to be polite. Soon, the Wang family began to search for Yidong's whereabouts in preparation for retaliation. At the same time, all the enterprises under the Wang family's name started to attack the Longchen group. The Qin family was bustling at this moment. 2 days ago, the Qin family suddenly announced that they were inviting feng shui masters from all over to solve their family's problems. Whoever could solve it would receive a reward of 10 billion. For these feng shui masters, 10 billion was definitely an astronomical figure. So, feng shui masters from all over the country gathered to solve the Qin family's difficulties today. When Tang Feng drove over, he happened to see Yidong getting out of the car. After he got out of the car, Qin Kurson was already waiting for him. "Miss Qin, how effective was the talisman?" Yidong asked with a smile after getting out of the car. "Very effective, so all trouble Mr. Yi today." Qin Kurson nodded, but her eyes were somewhat complicated. She still remembered the voices she had heard last time. To verify, she had secretly dismantled the talisman this morning. Inside was indeed a hastily drawn ghostly symbol with a dried bloodstain. Ha, Shin Kurson must have been shocked by the talisman. It's a good thing I'm being merciful this time. I'll help you expose his true face later. Speaking of which, where did Qin Ming go? Just as she was wondering, that familiar voice rang out again. She immediately began to look around. Who could it be? She looked around but couldn't find the source of the voice, but it made her very excited, because today, all the truth was about to be revealed. If the benefactor who told her all this came, she would definitely thank him well. And he was also mentioning her brother's name, indicating that he knew her brother. In that case, it would be even easier to find him. After these two entered, Tang Feng slowly got out of the car. He didn't see Qin Ming, but he did see Zhao Gaoshan, dressed in a black Tang suit, pacing at the door with a cigarette holder. His appearance today gave him a somewhat lofty air. Tang Feng walked over with a smile, patted his shoulder and shouted, "Uncle Zhao, why are you here too?" Zhao Gao quickly smiled and whispered, "I had to come for the chance to give face to young Master Tang. After Yidong bought the yin-yang fish jade talisman last time, I was wondering where he would use it. After receiving the news from the Qin family, I finally understood. It turns out this kid wants to show off and pick up girls at the Qin family. So he decided to come and show off. Who made this kid offend young Master Tang? Give me face?" Tang Feng didn't quite understand, probably thinking that Uncle Zhao came today for the 10 billion reward from the Qin family. If he could solve the Qin family's problem, it would indeed give him face. So he gave a thumbs up and said, "Alright, we'll rely on you today. Uncle Zhao must secure the 10 billion reward from the Qin family." "No problem." Zhao Gao patted his chest and quickly agreed. If they could pull this off today, it would be a reward of 10 billion. When they spread the word later, what was Mr. One's treatment worth? He would be the first loyal and capable minister of the Tang family. With their own thoughts, they looked at each other and smiled happily. Qin Ming also ran over. He had been waiting for Tang Feng at the door, but suddenly felt a bit unwell and went to the restroom. Seeing Tang Feng smiling here, he ran up and hugged Tang Feng, saying, "Hey, big brother, why are you so happy? Aren't you happy for you? Your family's problem will definitely be solved today." Tang Feng looked at Qin Ming with a meaningful smile. "Don't mention it. I don't know if this mess can be resolved. If not, we'll just move." Qin Ming sighed, not very optimistic, because in the past few days, they had privately invited several feng shui masters to solve the problem. None of them succeeded. There was even a master who, while performing a ritual, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was now lying in the hospital. Otherwise, their family wouldn't have offered a 10 billion red envelope and invited masters from all over the country to gather and see which great master could solve this troublesome matter. Don't worry, not only will this matter be resolved today, but the culprit who caused your family's trouble will also be revealed, Tang Feng said. Qin Ming was stunned, thinking that Tang Feng was joking with him and didn't take it to heart. When the three of them walked in together, a group of feng shui masters were sitting together drinking tea and chatting. They were dressed differently and looked mysterious. If you didn't know, you would think they were on a film set. To keep a low profile, Tang Feng deliberately sat in a corner. He had just sat down for a short while when the head of the Qin family, Qin Pengqi, came out with several bodyguards. Everyone stood up to greet him, casting warm and respectful glances at this god of wealth. Qin Pengqi nodded in greeting to everyone and said, "Thank you all for gathering here to solve the difficulties of my Qin family. My Qin family keeps its word, and the 10 billion check is ready. As long as any master can solve the problem today, I will personally present the check, and this master will forever be a guest of honor in my Qin family." With these words, the masters were all as if injected with chicken blood, and the 10 billion seemed within easy reach. "President Qin, rest assured, I will definitely solve the difficulties of the Qin family today. What's a little evil spirit? After I make a move today, the feng shui of the Qin family will be problem-free for 50 years. Such a trivial matter, this monk can solve it with a wave of his hand." Fellow Taoists, there's no need to compete with this monk. Many masters stood up to express their determination. It was like a market inside with everyone talking at once. At this time, a middle-aged man in a purple Taoist robe stood up. He shouted, "Quiet, everyone, listen to what I have to say." After his shout, the whole room immediately quieted down. All eyes were on him. "Isn't that Master Zhao from Longhu Mountain? Why is he here? Heck, for 10 billion, he would go even to Africa." The crowd began to whisper and look at Zhao Shizhu with some fear. Tang Feng also looked at Zhao Shizhu with interest. Having read the original book, he knew that this person was the current Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, and his strength was quite formidable. Unfortunately, he had encountered the protagonist's law and had to become a cannon fodder, suffering a humiliating defeat. In short, as long as you compete with the Dragon King, no matter how outstanding you are in your respective fields, even if you have studied diligently for a lifetime, you cannot compare to the Dragon King's progress in half a year. "Who is this old man? He looks impressive," Qin Ming asked curiously. Zhao Gaoshan quickly answered, "This is Zhao Shizhu, the Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. Have you seen the group of disciples behind him? There is one helping him hold the sword, and that sword is the Tianshi sword, said to have been passed down for over 400 years. Qin Ming nodded, not really understanding these things. but having someone who looked impressive might be helpful in solving their own problems. Zhao Shizhu looked at the crowd and spoke, "Fellow Taoists, there is only one reward today. But there are so many of us here, we can't all compete at once. How will the reward be divided?" Everyone was thinking about this problem. They looked at each other, unable to come up with a suitable answer. Everyone wanted to keep the money for themselves. Who would be willing to share? So, I believe that the reward should be decided based on one's abilities. I will step forward and accept your challenges here. If any of you win, I will leave immediately. If no one can defeat me, then I will take this merit. Zhao Shizhu looked at the crowd with a proud expression and said, "This arrogant attitude of his made many feng shui masters angry. Those who dared to come here today were all experts in the occult. For him to stand out and try to overpower everyone, was he not claiming to be the number one in the occult world?" Although Longhu Mountain held a high position in the occult world, the crowd was not to be underestimated. Especially with the 10 billion reward, no one was willing to easily concede to others. "Zhao Tianshi is so arrogant, I will be the first to challenge him," said Song Qingshan, the head of the Song family, who was also quite famous in the occult world. Their 64 pieces of mysterious copper coins had been passed down for hundreds of years, and could be used for divination and to eliminate evil spirits. But Zhao Shizhu didn't even look at him, and said calmly, "Then please, my friend, make your move." Song Qingshan snorted and threw a string of copper coins high into the air. Then he formed a hand seal, and the coins floated and formed a formation in the air. Seeing this, the crowd applauded him, as this skill was not something anyone could possess. Qin Ming was also amazed. These feng shui masters were quite capable. But Song Qingshan was very pleased with the applause. He pointed at Zhao Tianshi and the floating copper coins, and they all flew towards Zhao Tianshi. "A mere trick, and you dare to show off in front of me?" Zhao Shizhu showed a disdainful expression and lightly commanded, "Sword, come." A young disciple behind him was holding the Tianshi sword. After he gave the command, the Tianshi sword flew into the air and cut down all the copper coins. After being struck by the Tianshi sword, the coins fell to the ground and split in half. In just a moment, more than half of the 64 copper coins were damaged. Song Qingshan was heartbroken and almost spat out blood. These were his family's heirlooms. He couldn't continue the fight and quickly retrieved the coins. But the Tianshi sword continued to chase after the coins. Song Qingshan was in great pain. He looked at Zhao Shizhu and angrily said, "Zhao Tianshi, why go to such lengths? How can I challenge you without paying a price? Do you think you can leave without paying a price?" Zhao Shizhu smiled slightly. Song Qingshan's face turned as red as a liver, and he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Today, Song made a sudden move, and I hope Zhao Tianshi will be lenient." "That's about right." Zhao Shizhu then reached out and the Tianshi sword flew back into his hand. Song Qingshan quickly collected the copper coins one by one, his face dark and terrifying. He didn't make any money today, and instead destroyed the family heirloom. Other members of the Shinmen were also shocked by Zhao Shizhu's move. Many of them were considering backing out. Their strength was not as good as Song Qingshan's, so how could they dare to provoke Zhao Shizhu? "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Feel free to make a move. If no one dares to come, I will take the Qin family's offer today." Zhao Shizhu held the Tianshi sword, looking at the crowd with a smile, exuding an air of aloofness. "I'll do it." An old man with a youthful appearance and white hair stepped forward. He was also dressed in a Taoist robe, albeit a bit dirty, but no one dared to underestimate him. This person was well known in the northern Shinmen and was called the Old Man of Kueisheng. Zhao Shizhu glanced at him and said lightly, "Come, show me your treasure and let me broaden my horizons." The Old Man of Kueisheng snorted coldly and a red rope floated up from his hand, with a faint flame appearing on it, resembling a fire snake. This scene immediately amazed the crowd. Qin Ming slapped his thigh and said, "Damn, these people really have some skills. I should learn a thing or two from them to impress girls. Then you'll probably need to spend a dozen years practicing." Tang Feng, who had already seen the plot, was not particularly interested. No matter how powerful they are, it's useless. In the end, they are just pawns for Yidong. According to the plot, this old man will also lose to Zhao Tianshi, and then Zhao Tianshi will have a conflict with Yidong. After Zhao Tianshi's spell fails, it's Yidong's turn to show off. Qin Kurson, this silly girl, will start admiring him from here. Poor me and my brother Qin Ming, not only were we harmed by Yidong, but our family property and sister were also taken advantage of by this guy. After hearing the inner voice again, Qin Kurson's gaze quickly locked onto Qin Ming. Then she saw Tang Feng sitting next to him and instantly remembered that it was his voice. There was no mistaking it. Besides him, she had no other brothers. She was extremely shocked in her heart, but her face remained calm. She wanted to see if what Tang Feng said was true. At this moment, the old man of Kueisheng had already started to compete with Zhao Shizhu. He controlled the red rope, turning it into a fire snake and shooting it towards Zhao Shizhu. This seemingly powerful attack was met with a disdainful smile from Zhao Shizhu. When the fire snake flew in front of him, he pointed and it stopped on its own. "Go back." Zhao Shizhu lightly commanded, and the fire snake made of the red rope flew back, heading straight for the old man of Kueisheng. When his weapon was controlled by the opponent, the old man of Kuei-shing's face changed drastically. He desperately tried to dodge the attack, looking extremely embarrassed. The crowd burst into laughter, and their respect for Zhao Shizhu increased even more. Truly, Zhao Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. With just one move, he proved himself to be a master among masters, and they were completely convinced. Zhao Tianshi, I have lost. I sincerely admit defeat. After running for a while, the old man of Kuei-shing had no choice but to lower his face and beg for mercy. Zhao Shizhu smiled satisfactorily. He pointed, and the red rope fell to the ground and stopped moving. The disheveled old man of Kuei-shing picked up the red rope and tied it to his hand, grumbling a few times but dared not say anything more. With this, no one else dared to come forward to challenge Zhao Shizhu. Zhao Shizhu looked at the crowd with a satisfied smile and clasped his hands. I appreciate your understanding. In that case, I will take care of the Qin family's issue. Although many feng shui masters were reluctant, they had no choice. After all, none of them were a match for him. Then we'll trouble Zhao Tianshi. Qin Pengqi was also amazed today. We cultivators should be the ones to subdue demons and evil spirits. It's what I should do. Zhao Shizhu's attitude towards Qin Pengqi is still very polite. After all, he is a wealthy man. Qin Kursin is now dumbfounded. All of this is exactly the same as the voice he just heard. She quickly composed herself and looked at Yidong, saying, Mr. Yi, this Zhao Shizhu is really amazing, almost like a deity. Yidong, with a disdainful expression, sneered, just some unorthodox methods. This Taoist does have some skills, but compared to himself, there is a world of difference. After he shows his strength later, Qin Kursin will understand who the real master is. As soon as he said this, the eyes of everyone in the room turned to him. Here we go again, the classic provocation with a big mouth. After provoking someone, he will make a bet and then trample on them. After trampling on them, he will pretend to be magnanimous and win people's hearts. You are better at being a dog. Tang Feng, holding a cup of tea, couldn't help but roll his eyes. This familiar plot is really too much. Sure enough, Zhao Shizhu was provoked by his words and became furious. After looking over, he found a young man in his 20s with a dark face saying, Where did this brat come from? Dare to say that my Longhu Mountain is unorthodox. If you don't agree, let's have a fight. Who invited this person? Kick him out. Ridiculous little brat. The Grandmaster cannot be insulted. Zhao Shizhu, teach him a lesson. Many feng shui masters also started to scold, looking at Yidong as if he were a clown. Qin Pengqi frowned and looked at the two bodyguards, saying, Get this man out of here. Just as the two bodyguards were about to go and drive him away, Qin Kursin quickly stood up and said, Dad, Mr. Yi is a master I invited, and he is very capable. Then she took out the amulet from her pocket and said, This is the amulet he gave me. After wearing it, I have been sleeping well these past 2 days and haven't had any nightmares. The truth has not yet come out. She cannot let Yidong leave. Yidong stood up and smiled at Qin Pengqi, saying, Uncle Qin, I'm not being arrogant, I'm just telling the truth. This Zhao Shizhu cannot solve your family's problem. If I don't come out to stop him, he will only bring disaster upon himself. In the end, it will harm the Qin family. Ignorant child, if I can resolve this small evil today, will you kneel down and apologize to me? Zhao Shizhu said angrily. What if you can't resolve it? Yidong asked. If I can't resolve it, I will give you this Tianshi sword. After Zhao Shizhu finished speaking, he looked at his disciples behind him and said angrily, Bring the incense. Immediately, 2 of his disciples took out 3 incense burners. After inserting 3 sticks of incense into each burner, they did not light them. Zhao Shizhu began to chant and recite a spell. When he finished reciting the spell, the 9 sticks of incense instantly ignited. Then the smoke gathered in the air and formed a gray human figure. After seeing this figure complete, Zhao Shizhu looked at Qin Pengqi and said, Mr. Qin, this is the evil energy gathered by your Qin family. As long as I remove it, your Qin family will be safe and worry-free from now on. Then I'll trouble Zhao Shizhu. Qin Pengqi let out a long sigh of relief. The entire family has been troubled during this time, and finally, this troublesome problem is going to be resolved. It's a small matter. Zhao Shizhu smiled lightly, stepped on the 7 stars, and stabbed the Tianshi sword into the mist. When his sword struck, the mist seemed to let out a scream, startling everyone in the room. After a few seconds, the mist dissipated on its own. The people of the Qin family also felt much more at ease. After successfully dispelling the evil energy, Zhao Shizhu looked coldly at Yidong and said, Now that it's come to this, do you have anything else to say? Kneel down and apologize to me. Yidong's expression remained calm as he said, You might as well take a closer look and see if the evil energy has really disappeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the dissipating evil energy once again gathered and rushed towards Zhao Shizhu in a frenzy. Zhao Shizhu waved the Tianshi sword and counterattacked twice, but still was affected by the evil energy. His face turned pale, he spat out blood and fell to the ground, convulsing. His disciples panicked and quickly helped him up to check his condition. The Qin family members, who had just felt at ease, now felt extremely uncomfortable, as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on their shoulders. The other feng shui masters present also had a drastic change in their expressions. They had never seen such powerful evil energy before. Some of them attempted to join forces to eliminate the evil energy, but their attempts backfired, leaving them in the same state as Zhao Shizhu. Qin Pengqi, feeling extremely uncomfortable, looked towards his daughter and was surprised to find that Qin Kursen was unaffected. Could it be that the protective charm was really effective? Was this young man truly extraordinary? With a fearful expression, he looked at Yidong and said, "I apologize for my offense just now. Please help my Qin family." The people in the room also turned their attention to Yidong. After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Qin Kursen's pupils contracted. She had indeed brought back a jade Buddha from outside some time ago, claiming it was a valuable item obtained from a high monk. Suppressing her anger, she softly said to Yidong, "Mr. Yi, I would appreciate your help. Of course, you are my friend, and the matters of the Qin family are also my concern," Yidong said with a sly smile. He took out the Yin-Yang fish jade charm from his pocket, infused it with a drop of blood, and the charm emitted a faint white light. The gray evil energy in the room crazily gathered into the charm and eventually disappeared. "A small evil energy, easily dispelled with a snap of my fingers," Yidong said proudly. The people in the room looked at him with admiration, regardless of his pretentious words, acknowledging his genuine skills. However, less than 5 seconds later, the jade charm in Yidong's hand cracked and shattered, releasing the evil energy that had been absorbed, which was even more concentrated than before. The entire room was shrouded in gray evil energy, making it difficult for the Qin family members to breathe, leaving them pale and speechless. Yidong's expression also changed. What was happening? Had he lost control due to the excessive evil energy he had cultivated? This doesn't seem right. Shouldn't he have resolved it with the jade charm at once? Could there be another problem? Tang Feng was also puzzled. At that moment, Zhao Gaoshan suddenly stood up, looking disdainfully at Yidong and said, "I thought you were capable, but instead of solving the problem, you made the evil energy even more severe." With his words, the crowd's gaze turned to Yidong, their admiration turning into anger and disdain. This young man, full of boastful words, had only made the situation worse. Yidong recognized Zhao Gaoshan and his face changed. He instantly realized that the item he had purchased was not right. Was he being manipulated, or was there someone else involved? Zhao Gaoshan no longer wasted words on him and said to the crowd, "Don't panic, although this person is useless, our Tang Xiao is truly knowledgeable and capable of dispelling the evil energy with a snap of his fingers." Tang Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. How did I become knowledgeable and capable of dispelling evil energy with a snap of my fingers? Old Zhao, be a man. Even a low-level thug wouldn't stoop to this level. I wouldn't even do it. You want me to play this role? At this moment, Tang Feng was completely at a loss. He really didn't know what to do. But everyone was already looking at him with warm and expectant eyes. It was as if he was the only light in the darkness. Qin Ming, with a splitting headache, looked at Tang Feng and said, "Damn, brother, if you really have a way to save my family, then do it quickly." At this moment, he finally understood. Why did his brother tell him earlier that the family's problems would definitely be resolved today? It turned out his brother had a trick up his sleeve. He truly lived up to being his brother, capable of anything. Zhao Gaoshan pulled Tang Feng out of the corner. Tang Feng, feeling bewildered, sensed something hot in his pocket. When he took it out, he found it was a yin-yang fish jade charm, which he didn't know had been placed there. At this moment, the yin-yang fish jade charm had been activated by dripping blood. When Tang Feng held it in his hand, the jade charm immediately emitted a brilliant golden light. Standing there, Tang Feng seemed like a human-shaped sun. The gray aura around him rushed towards him frantically, but was melted by the golden light. Soon, the aura in the room dissipated. The golden light around Tang Feng also disappeared. After the aura vanished, the members of the Qin family felt their bodies recovering. The several feng shui masters who had been injured by the aura also felt the aura within them disappearing. The consequences of having such aura entering their bodies were extremely severe. If not resolved quickly, it could lead to a shortened lifespan or even immediate death. They all looked at Tang Feng with reverence. What is a master? This was a master, sitting silently in the corner from beginning to end, until the critical moment when he stepped forward to turn the tide. Looking at his handsome face and towering figure, everyone was moved to tears. They never expected to witness a true master today. Truly, a master doesn't reveal himself easily, and one who reveals himself is not a true master. I am ashamed. As a Tiansher of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, my cultivation is far inferior to Tang Xiao. Forget it, forget it. After returning to the mountain, I will meditate for 20 years. Tang Xiao, I will remember your help today. If you need me in the future, I, Song, will die for you without hesitation. The group of feng shui masters praised Tang Xiao loudly. They truly admired him. He was truly remarkable. Despite being praised so much, Tang Feng's mouth twitched. Who am I? Where am I? Damn, this plot is wrong. How did I end up pretending? Stop boasting. I really can't take it. At this moment, Yidong was trembling with anger. He never expected that his carefully planned scheme would be ruined by Tang Feng. According to his plan, he should be the one standing here, receiving the admiration and praise of everyone. Then he would transform and become the #1 feng shui master in Suhang. The members of the Qin family would admire him, and Qin Kursen would fall in love with him. But now, everything had turned into nothing. He stood there, like a lonely clown. Occasionally, a few glances were cast at him, filled with disdain. He was filled with raging anger and wanted to kill everyone present, especially Tang, who had repeatedly brought him shame. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Qin Kurson suddenly rushed to the statue of Buddha on the altar. She grabbed the statue and slammed it onto the ground. With a crack, the sound of the broken statue attracted everyone's attention. After the statue broke, a red light shot out and flew towards Yidong. After this red light entered his body, Yidong's face turned pale, and blood flowed from his nostrils. Because the jade Buddha was refined by him using the blood of a baby and a stillborn child, now that it was destroyed, as the owner, he would suffer the backlash. He had learned a lot of unorthodox methods from the old man since he was young, so he didn't think much of it. A great achievement requires no trivial matters, and success requires great sacrifice. If he, as a Dragon King, didn't have this kind of courage, how could he achieve anything? But today, the feng shui masters present may not be as powerful as Yidong, but their vision is not far behind. After seeing the red light and Yidong's reaction, Zhao Shizhu was the first to react. He pointed his Tianshi sword at Yidong and said, "You shameless scoundrel, you set up this ominous energy. I also saw it, this person's scheming is so malicious." After all the commotion, it turns out it was all staged, truly shameless. The other masters also angrily scolded Yidong. Seeing the reactions of these masters, Qin Kurson finally confirmed that what she had heard was all true. After being exposed and scolded by everyone, Yidong's face became extremely resentful. When did he, the Dragon King, ever have to endure such insults from such lowly people? It's over. I tried to act cool and ended up being exposed. This petty dragon must be angry. Don't start a bloodbath. As the Dragon King, you should know how to endure, right? Seeing his dark expression, Tang sensed that something was wrong. He had only planned to get through the plot and then remind the Qin family that this kid was setting them up. He didn't expect things to escalate to this point. After Qin Kurson realized what was happening, she ran over to her father and said, "Dad, this person is malicious. Our Qin family cannot let him go." Qin Pengqi stared angrily at Yidong and said, "Mr. Yi, should you give an explanation to my Qin family?" His eyes were full of killing intent. During this time, the Qin family had truly been harmed by this kid. What explanation? I don't know what you're talking about. What was I staging for? Did I predict that the Qin family would offer a reward of 10 billion? Yidong denied coldly. Of course you didn't know that the Qin family would offer 10 billion. You went for Qin Kurson. Didn't you want to be a hero to save her? If you win over Qin Kurson, the Qin family will be yours. You lack virtue. The evidence is all there and yet you still deny it. Tang sneered in his heart upon hearing this. Qin Kurson's eyes shot out anger. She stared at Yidong coldly and said, "Stop pretending. I know this was your doing. The snake incident at my villa, that was also your doing, right? I've checked the surveillance footage." Yidong's face showed a hint of embarrassment. She knew about the snake incident? Then why didn't she expose him? Sis, why bother talking to him? Just kill him. Qin Ming gritted his teeth with hatred, as he was the first one to be manipulated. That jade Buddha. He was fooled into buying it. After he shouted, about 10 of the Qin family's bodyguards immediately rushed forward. However, Yidong showed no intention of escaping. The Dragon King. He would rather die standing than flee with his tail between his legs. Faced with the encirclement of the bodyguards, he snorted and took the initiative to attack. He dodged the punch from the foremost bodyguard and then kicked him away effortlessly. Then he attacked 2 more bodyguards with punches from both hands. These bodyguards were undoubtedly trained professionals. Faced with ordinary people, they could take on 10 with their bare hands. But in front of Yidong, they were like inexperienced novices. Qin Ming grabbed a vase as a weapon and charged at Yidong to help his bodyguards take down this kid. Seeing his actions, Tang didn't have time to stop him before Yidong grabbed him by the neck. When Qin Ming was choked, everyone's faces turned pale. The remaining bodyguards were also hesitant to make a move. "Let go of my brother." Qin Kurson was instantly furious. "If you dare to cause trouble, I will make sure you never leave Suzhou." Qin Pengqi was also furious. How could an outsider be so arrogant on their turf? Faced with Qin Kurson's anger, Yidong felt deeply pained. Even with his skills in picking up girls, it's probably impossible for him to turn the situation around. He looked at the people from the Qin family and said coldly, "Does the small Qin family also deserve to threaten me, Yidong? Originally, everyone could have been peaceful today. If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard surnamed Tang." After speaking, he looked at Tang his eyes full of resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family and then to the Qin family, this kid is always causing trouble for himself. He decided not to endure it any longer. Today, he will let him know what it means to not insult the Dragon King. As he stared at Tang also felt a bit amused. "You useless thing, it's none of my business. You had the chance to be useful. Can you blame it on Lin Beifong? I don't want to pretend to be cool. I just want to be a quiet handsome man. Surname Tang, come, today I'll give you a choice. Either the Qin kid dies, or you suffer for him," Yidong said angrily to Tang "This cunning bastard. He has stabbed me in the back countless times. If he doesn't take back some interest from him today, it would be too cheap for him." After he finished speaking, he exerted a little force, causing Qin Ming's face to instantly turn red and have difficulty breathing. Don't mess around, just leave, and we, the Qin family, won't hold you accountable for today's matter. Seeing that his son's face was not right, Qin Pengqi looked a bit flustered. He should be the one to decide. Yidong pointed at Tang Feng. Although Qin Ming was already having difficulty breathing, he still struggled to gesture towards Tang Feng. He had trained for a few years and knew very well that his big brother's skills were not to be underestimated. Let his big brother do it. Isn't that letting him die for himself? He had already saved him once, there was no need to save him a second time. If he really died at the hands of Yidong, he could just be brothers again in the next life. What? You useless thing, do you want to watch your brother die at my hands? Yidong stared at Tang Feng with a cold tone. Does he like to play tricks behind his back? Then he will play tricks with him. Do you really want to watch your brother die at my hands in front of so many people? Do you have no shame? Let him go, I'll go with you. Tang Feng gritted his teeth. This damn guy is really losing his mind. Although he really wanted to quietly endure, even enduring has its limits. After Tang Feng agreed, the people of the Qin family were a bit panicked. They didn't want to see Qin Ming in trouble, but they also couldn't bear to see Tang Feng suffer for Qin Ming. Qin Kursen looked at Tang Feng with red eyes. Because of certain things in the past, she had a very unpleasant relationship with Tang Feng. Plus, Tang Feng had been a lackey for 3 years, which made her impression of him even worse. What kind of man can't maintain his dignity? But today, her impression of Tang Feng instantly changed. What woman would dislike a man with integrity and loyalty? You really dare to agree? Yidong didn't expect Tang Feng to really agree, and he loosened his grip on Qin Ming to let him breathe. He hadn't planned to kill Qin Ming, he just wanted to humiliate Tang Feng and get revenge on him. But since he agreed, then he shouldn't blame himself for being ruthless. Let him go, we'll go outside and have a fair duel, each side will throw a punch, and the winner takes all. Tang Feng pointed to the open space outside the hall. Although he really wanted to quietly endure, he also had his limits. For the sake of his brother. Okay, although Yidong agreed verbally, he still grabbed Qin Ming's neck and the three of them walked outside. After seeing the three of them leave, the others followed. The various feng shui masters looked at Tang Feng with even more admiration. What is a master? Strong, low-key, and so loyal and righteous. What should we do now? Qin Pengqi's mind was in chaos. He couldn't watch his son die, but he also couldn't watch his nephew die for his son. This guy was able to send more than 10 of their bodyguards flying. His strength was simply unfathomable. Even if they called the police, it would be too late. If he had known earlier, he should have spent more money to hire some experts to guard the house. Trust him. Qin Kursen bit her lip, and at this point, this was the only thing she could do. She hated Yidong to the core, that bastard. If given the chance, she would definitely kill him with her own hands. After walking out, Tang Feng took a deep breath and said, "You can let him go now." "Good. You finally dare to stand up like a man. What's the point of playing dirty tricks?" Yidong snorted coldly and casually threw Qin Ming to the side. Several bodyguards quickly rushed to catch their young master. Yidong stood with his arms crossed, looking at Tang Feng disdainfully. "Don't say I bully a waste like you. You can throw 3 punches first. If I frown, I will never set foot in Suzhou and Hangzhou in this lifetime." As a master of martial arts, he could tell that this guy was a weakling. Not to mention giving him 1 punch. Even if he were to be punched 100 times, he wouldn't be able to harm himself. "You go first, hit you, I'm afraid of dirtying my fists." Tang Feng also stood with his arms crossed, provoking. Take the initiative to punch? Is he out of his mind? This damn system didn't give him any ancient martial arts skills for attacking. He rushed up, giving this bastard a massage with 1 punch? Now the only 2 skills he could use. They were the immovable Vajra technique and the Yin-Yang infinite technique. These 2 techniques could only be used once, and the damn system had him firmly in its grip. There were 2 streams of energy flowing in his body, which were these 2 techniques. Although they could only be used once, both techniques were at the grand mastery level. The former could withstand 1 attack. The latter could use force to counteract the damage received. Truly, Tang Xiao, this is the true demeanor of a master. Indeed, why bother taking the initiative against such small fries? With Tang Xiao's extraordinary skills, eliminating this person will surely be as simple as crushing an ant. Many feng shui masters had become fans of Tang Feng. They were all convinced. This Tang Xiao must be a true master with extraordinary skills. Seeking death. Yidong hated being looked down upon by others like this. He was the high and mighty Dragon King. In places like Africa and the Middle East, he was invincible wherever he went. At this moment, the countless grievances accumulated in his heart surged out. With a roar, he rushed towards Tang Feng and threw a punch. But he didn't use all his strength in this punch, because he couldn't kill this guy. He wanted to make this kid lie on his sickbed and watch the downfall of the Tang family. The distance between the two was only 3 meters. With Yidong's strength, he rushed to Tang Feng in an instant and punched him in the chest. At the same time, the 2 streams of energy in Tang Feng's body began to operate at his will. After Yidong's punch hit Tang Feng, it was as if it had hit cotton. Tang Feng, standing in place, didn't even flinch. The terrifying force of this punch was absorbed by the immovable Vajra technique and then converted by the Yin-Yang infinite technique. Tang Feng felt a majestic force gathering in his right hand. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. Yidong was still shocked. Why couldn't he cause any harm with a punch? Tang Feng's fist had already hit him. This punch, which was slow to him, contained a terrifying force. Unprepared, Yidong was hit by a punch and flew out like a kite with a broken string. After flying several meters, he crashed into a statue in the courtyard. The statue was of a green ox, with a shepherd boy riding on it. Yidong hit the ox horn right in the middle of his buttocks. Soon, the ox horn was dyed red with blood. A wave of pain spread from his buttocks to his whole body, and Yidong couldn't help but shiver. If it weren't for his astonishing willpower, he would have screamed out by now. He felt a sweet sensation in his throat, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood mist. The people present were also stunned. Tang Xiao, indeed, was a master with extraordinary skills. This person could easily deal with more than 10 bodyguards, but was easily knocked out by a punch from Tang Xiao. The difference in strength between the two was simply heaven and earth. Zhao Gaoshan was also dumbfounded. Tang Xiao, are you really hiding so deeply? Damn, big brother, you're so awesome. Qin Ming sat on the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently, his eyes almost bulging out. If this punch landed, that bastard Surname Ji would not only spit blood on the spot, but even his ass would be seriously injured. In short, everyone present had only 4 words in their minds at this moment. Tang Xiaoniao is awesome. Tang Feng, standing in place, looked at his fist and Yidong's bleeding buttocks. He was a little panicked. Damn, he even caused trouble for the Dragon King's ass. Fortunately, the Dragon King had a clean trip to the toilet today. Otherwise, if his shit had been knocked out, the Dragon King might have really gone all out against him. What a guy Tang Feng is, hiding so deeply. After descending from the statue, Yidong's gait was not quite right. There was no way. Every step he took, his ass hurt like hell. He took a deep breath, looking at Tang Feng with a gaze full of hatred and a few more traces of fear. Even if he didn't use all his strength, he shouldn't have been unable to cause any harm. As for the punch that the kid threw at him, although it was a bit slow, its destructive power was even more terrifying than his own. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique, that punch might have already taken his life. He was now suffering from both internal and external injuries. Don't let him go up and beat him. If you break a hand, I'll reward you with 10 million, and if you kill him, I'll reward you with 1 billion, Qin Kurson suddenly shouted. She had been holding back for a long time and finally had the chance for revenge. How could she miss it? The bodyguards of the Qin family had just suffered a big loss, and now they were all full of anger. Seeing the opportunity to beat the fallen dog, they all rushed forward. How could the pale-faced Yidong dare to fight these people? Just the hidden Tang Feng made him extremely wary. A real man can bend and stretch. He comforted himself silently in his heart, enduring the pain and quickly rushing out of the old Qin family mansion. He rushed forward and directly jumped over the wall, but when he landed, he was dumbfounded. Outside the old Qin family mansion, there were about a dozen cars parked. Wang Chun, with a cold expression, was standing outside the old Qin family mansion with more than 30 people by her side. These people were all dressed in black suits, the elite forces of the Wang family. After dealing with the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family mobilized their forces to find out Yidong's whereabouts. Revenge was a must. After learning that Yidong was at the Qin family, she brought all the elite forces from her family. As soon as they got off the car, they saw Yidong jumping over the wall. After noticing the bloodstains on Yidong's body, she pointed at him without hesitation. Kill this bastard. The bodyguards of the Wang family all rushed forward. Yidong's eyes were filled with anger. He, the Dragon King, who had roamed the world and swept across the 8 wildernesses, had always been the one to beat others down. When had it become his turn to suffer such humiliation? Looking at the more than 30 people, Yidong roared in anger and fought with all his might against them. But after just taking a punch from Tang Feng, he had already suffered internal injuries. After his ass was injured, it seriously affected his performance. Every step he took, his ass hurt like hell, as if he had a 5-pound hemorrhoid. With his strength severely reduced, facing the siege of so many elite bodyguards, this time, the goddess of victory finally stood on the side of the bodyguards. After injuring more than 10 bodyguards, Yidong couldn't hold on any longer and was pressed to the ground and beaten by many bodyguards. Tang Feng and the others had already chased after them. Seeing Yidong being pressed to the ground and beaten by a group of people, Tang Feng's face. This has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. I just punched you. Seeing how fiercely this group of people was attacking, Tang Feng had to consider a question. If the Dragon King was beaten to death, how would the plot continue? When Qin Kurson was about to let her bodyguards go up and finish him off, Yidong, who had almost been beaten to shit, struggled to take out a small bottle from his pocket. After smashing the bottle on the ground, a red smoke immediately floated out. The bodyguards who were beating him felt extremely itchy all over after inhaling the red smoke. They couldn't continue to beat Yidong and scratched themselves all over. After all the bodyguards were affected, Yidong finally managed to break free. Staying here any longer will definitely get me killed by these bastards. Enduring the pain, he gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, ready to snatch a car and make a quick escape. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Just as he was about to flee, a bodyguard gritted his teeth and grabbed his pants tightly. When the young lady ordered it, she said to kill this kid. The year-end bonus will increase tenfold. If they personally capture him, there will be a reward of at least 20 million. 20 million! That money is enough for him to go to the club in a Cadillac 10,000 times. So he endured the unbearable itch and vowed not to let this kid escape. Don't even think about running, the bodyguard growled with wide eyes. The other bodyguards couldn't just stand by and let the year-end bonus slip away. They endured the excruciating itch and struggled to get up to detain Yidong. Yidong was already driven to the brink by these people. It was the first time he had seen someone get up after being affected by the itching powder. With no way out, he could only use his last resort, the cicada shedding its shell. Releasing the last of his true energy, his pants instantly tore apart. Using this method, he successfully shook off the bodyguards. At the same time, his bloodied buttocks were exposed to everyone, like a wild monkey. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in shock. It's outrageous. Even if he managed to leave alive, as a person, he was already dead in society. But Yidong couldn't care less. He rushed towards a Mercedes to make his escape. At this point, who the hell would care about anything else? Quick, lock the car, a bodyguard immediately shouted as they realized the situation. They all took out their car keys and locked the doors of over a dozen cars. Yidong tried to pull the car door with all his might, but it didn't budge. Feeling deeply embarrassed, he had no choice but to turn and run towards the roadside. There happened to be a taxi parked there. Without a second thought, he rushed into the passenger seat and glared at the driver, shouting, "Drive now. Who are you?" The driver, a young man, looked at Yidong with fear and confusion. "Why aren't you wearing pants?" "Just drive, stop the bullshit," Yidong urged as the pursuers were catching up. "It's not that I won't drive, I want to know where the hell you got the money from," the driver said angrily. Yidong punched the driver in the head. The driver's head hit the glass and he instantly passed out. Yidong skillfully threw the driver out of the car, stepped on the gas pedal, and raced onto the road to escape for his life. When the group of bodyguards caught up and saw him running, they were also frustrated. Damn it, the bonus is gone. After learning that Yidong had escaped, Wang Chun and Qin Kursen were both annoyed. They let this bastard escape? Tang Feng, on the other hand, was not surprised. What does it mean to be the son of destiny? It means having adventures wherever you go and being able to survive any crisis. That's why he wanted to avoid provoking him as much as possible. But the whole world was forcing him into confrontations. Seeing Yidong escape, the feng shui masters present also felt regretful. Such a disaster, and they let him escape. From today onwards, we, the Shenmen, will expel Yidong. Anyone related to him will be considered our enemy. Zhao Shizhu of Longhushan shouted to the crowd. His face was still pale at this moment, even though the evil energy in his body had been removed. It would take some time to fully recover. Indeed, such a villain should not be allowed to continue to use the name of Shinmen to deceive and swagger. If I encounter this person in the north, he won't have a good ending. The others also expressed their opinions. People in the Shinmen adhere to the rules of the martial world. Yidong's actions today were the most despicable to the people of Shinmen. After the unanimous attitude of the crowd, Zhao Shizhu looked at Tang Feng and said, "Tang, I will remember your kindness today. If you need anything from Longhushan in the future, feel free to ask." "The same goes for me," Song said. The young Tang has such a profound knowledge at such a young age. I believe Tang is the #1 feng shui master in Suhang. Does anyone have any objections? Tang is not exaggerating to say he is the #1 in China. Ha! The group of people started praising again. Tang Feng wanted to use his toes to dig out a Grand Ming palace, add a summer palace, and throw in a Prince Gong's mansion. Stop blowing. Really, stop blowing. How can you blow so much about being the #1 in China? Elders, you are too kind. I have only done some insignificant work. Don't think too much about it. Let's go rest first. Tang Feng said with an embarrassed smile. Such talent at a young age and so humble, Tang is truly a dragon among men. A son should be like Tang. The crowd started praising again, and then each went to rest. Are you okay? When these flatterers left, Qin Kursen ran to Tang Feng and asked with concern. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Having known Tang Feng for many years, she was very clear that Tang Feng should not have much strength. This guy stood here calmly, he must be forcing himself to hide his injuries and not let these people worry about him. I'm fine. Tang Feng shook his head calmly. Why did you come over here? Wait, don't you hate me, your brother? After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Qin Kursen smiled gently. Thank you so much today. She had known Tang Feng for many years, and their relationship could not be described as respectful, but at least they were like strangers. The reason for their strained relationship was that more than 10 years ago, one day Qin Kursen was sleeping at home. She was used to sleeping without clothes, otherwise she couldn't sleep. As a result, that day Tang Feng came to Qin's house to play with Qin Ming and opened her door. So the two of them had a frank meeting. How could a teenage girl tolerate such a thing? In a fit of anger, she didn't even put on clothes. She got up and walked over to give Tang Feng a big slap. For a teenager, how much damage could such a slap cause? Since then, their relationship has been strained. You're welcome, Qin Ming is my brother, it's only natural. Tang Feng shook his head, but his gaze unconsciously fell on a certain well-developed part of Qin Kurson. It's not that he's lecherous, but a man's gaze is naturally attracted to certain things. This is an instinctive appreciation of beauty, not a vulgar act. Every man is an artist. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen her. How did she develop so well? When I first saw her, she was just a little girl. It's all Qin Ming's fault, that little bastard. He deliberately made me help him get something, and tricked me into this silly girl's room. He wants me to be his brother-in-law. Is that so unethical? That big slap was for nothing. After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Qin Kurson felt a little embarrassed and guilty, and gave her brother a murderous look. So this little guy tricked her back then? He and Tang Feng have a good relationship, almost like real brothers. So he would come to her and praise Tang Feng for no reason, trying to match her with Tang Feng. With his intelligence, it's not surprising that he would do such a thing. Wang Chun, who came over, also heard Tang Feng's thoughts. She also gave Qin Ming a look full of murderous intent. This little guy, how dare he try to help her sister steal a man from her? Oomph, this guy can't be left alone. Qin Ming was drinking a bottle of mineral water. Today, he was scared enough by Yidong, who had him by the neck. He felt like he was halfway to death's door. Suddenly feeling two icy gazes, Qin Ming couldn't help but shiver. What did he do again? He stood up and ran over to touch Tang Feng's chest and asked, "Damn, big brother, are you really okay after that guy punched you?" "It's not a big deal." Tang Feng shook his head. Although the dog system sometimes plays tricks, the rewards it gives are still genuine. "Big brother, you're amazing. I never thought you were so hidden." Qin Ming's eyes became even more admiring. He is indeed a good big brother. Get lost. Wang Chun walked over and let Qin Ming go aside. She looked at Tang Feng and frowned. Did Yidong really hit you? She had witnessed Yidong's skills just now. To be able to escape from the bodyguards despite such serious injuries, he was indeed quite capable. Took a punch, but it's nothing serious. Tang Feng smiled bitterly and pointed to the group of bodyguards, asking, "Why did you suddenly bring so many people here?" Today, the situation at the Qin family was already strange enough. Why did she also bring people here to cause trouble for Yidong? Wang Chun briefly explained the situation at home. After hearing it, Tang Feng could only wear a helpless expression. Wang Rulong, this gangster, was actually exposed? In that case, wouldn't Yidong have offended both the Qin family and the Wang family to the extreme? Adding himself into the equation, 3 out of the 4 major families had already turned against him. Go in first and let them check if you're injured. Wang Chun grabbed Tang Feng's arm and pulled him into the house. Yes, go get checked. Qin Kurson was also quite worried about this. I'm really fine, don't worry, let me go back and rest. Tang Feng didn't dare to let these 2 women check his body. What's wrong? Absolutely not right. Is this a body check, or a body check? My family's doctor resigned a few days ago, so let's get checked first. Qin Ming, although unable to hear Tang Feng's thoughts, as a good brother, he understood women. Elbow, go in, wait for me to come and check. Wang Chun took out her phone and shook it. Tang Feng could only obediently comply. He felt as if he were a weak female lead in some movies, being manipulated by others. Just as the 2 entered a guest room, Wang Chun was about to close the door when Qin Kurson quickly followed. I'm going to check his body. What are you doing here? Wang Chun frowned slightly. In her eyes, this woman was already a threat. And that guy praised her figure? It's just so, not necessarily better than her. If it's about legs, her legs are much better looking than hers. This is my home, can't I come to care for my brother's benefactor? Qin Kurson said proudly. Wang Chun frowned, knowing that she couldn't gain any advantage in this topic, so she didn't say anything more. She walked to Tang Feng's side and said, "Take off your clothes, let me see if you're injured." "I'm really not injured, why would I lie to you?" Tang Feng felt like crying without tears, trembling slightly. How is she more like a pervert than himself? Let me see. Wang Chun took off her glasses and reached out to pull Tang Feng. Knowing that it was difficult to escape, Tang Feng could only obediently cooperate, quickly taking off his own shirt to prove that he was indeed uninjured. Although he didn't have much combat power, he usually exercised to maintain his physique. When he took off his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs, both Qin Kurson and Wang Chun couldn't help but be attracted. Women are much more lustful than men. Moreover, Tang Feng was a genuine handsome guy. Seeing Tang Feng a little embarrassed, they became even more bold. Women also like to see men shy. They also like men's vulnerability, which can stimulate their maternal love and protective instincts. I said it's nothing. Being stared at so directly by the 2 women, Tang Feng really couldn't bear it. Wang Chun smirked and lightly traced her fingertips across Tang Feng's chest, asking, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Tang Feng shook his head and quickly grabbed his clothes to put them on. "Seeing you like this, the 2 of us won't eat you." Wang Chun coldly snorted and gave Tang Feng a slap on the butt. "Damn, you female hooligan, do you really think I'm easy to bully? If it weren't for Qin Kurson here, I would have to send you back." After Tang Feng's voice sounded, the 2 women's faces looked a bit strange. This guy seemed to be quite happy to talk big in his heart. Wang Chun chuckled in his heart. "Dare to fight in private? If you dare, I dare to let you fight." Should I go back first? After putting on his clothes, Tang Feng felt like a duck who had come to work and was ready to leave after finishing the job. Go back for what? There's something important I need to tell you, Qin Kurson called out to Tang Feng. What's the matter? Shouldn't our three families join forces? Although I don't know much about Yidong, he should have a big background, right? Qin Kurson spoke. She indeed didn't know much about Yidong, but this person is quite formidable in both means and skills. Letting him escape today means the war is not over yet, and he must be eliminated quickly. My Wang family will kill this person, Wang Chun said with a cold face. How dare he plot against himself, and dare to make a move on his precious one? This matter cannot be left like this. Seeing both women looking at him, Tang Feng suddenly felt a bit of a headache. I just want to quietly enjoy the rewards, but today, I almost got into big trouble. At this point, just thinking about enjoying quietly is not enough. My Tang family is the same, Tang Feng said with a bitter smile. I didn't expect that my brother, a villain, would join hands with the female leads to fight the Dragon King. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? I simply can't understand it, but it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Anyway, we can't just muddle through anymore. Let's do whatever needs to be done. Okay, from today on, we should also spend some money to increase our security forces. In addition, the three families will join forces to suppress the Dragon Morning Group, which is Yidong's company. Wang Chun began to arrange. The security forces of their several major families are currently not strong. The reason is simple, Suzhou is their territory, and everyone knows the four major families. Those with normal brains dare not provoke them. Those with abnormal brains are not qualified to provoke them. Now the situation is different. They need to invite some experts back to ensure that Yidong does not escape again. After the three major families join forces, the contained power is extremely terrifying. At least it is not something that the Dragon Morning Group can resist. After driving a taxi for more than 20 kilometers, Yidong finally escaped to the He family. He did not go to the Dragon Morning Group. The Dragon Morning Group is just a company, and there is no security force that can protect him in his current state, so he chose to come to the He family. After driving the car to the entrance of the He family, Yidong was about to get off, but suddenly realized a problem. Although he was wearing clothes, he wasn't wearing pants. Seeing his extremely embarrassed appearance, he hated Tang Feng in his heart. As for Qin Kurson and Wang Chun, he must capture these two women. There is no reason to let go of what he desires. After thinking for a moment, he took off his coat, tied it around his waist, and walked into the He family. He was quite familiar with the people of the He family. Seeing his miserable appearance, they quickly sent him to the He family's private hospital for treatment. After some treatment, he was sent to the ward for recuperation. It would definitely take at least half a month to recover. Lying on the hospital bed, Yidong finally understood thoroughly. The main reason for his failure to conquer the four major families was still because of Tang Feng. This waste of a second-generation rich actually concealed himself so deeply. Every time something bad happened to him, it was related to him. If he wants to take over Suzhou, this person must be eliminated. At this time, a series of footsteps came from the corridor. Then Yi Huayin and an old lady with white hair walked in from outside the door. The old lady is the current head of the He family, He Lianhua. The He family is a very strange large family, always led by women. The women in their family never marry outside, only marrying in. With the power of the He family, there are countless men who want to become their sons-in-law. After the two entered, they saw Yidong lying in a sorry state on the hospital bed. Mrs. He walked up with a smile and asked, Xiaoyi, I heard you got injured. Is it serious? It's okay, just a minor injury, Yidong replied, looking a bit embarrassed. As long as it's not serious, take this time to rest and let the servants know if you need anything, Mrs. He said with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries in the ward, Mrs. He and her granddaughter, He Huiyin, left the room. Once they were out of the ward, He Huiyin's face showed a hint of disdain. She already knew about the situation with the Qin family. She didn't think much of Yidong's methods. As long as things were accomplished, that was what mattered. But things didn't go as planned, and he ended up being beaten like a dead dog, even losing his pants. Useless. Grandma, do you still think he has the potential to be a true dragon among men? He Huiyin couldn't help but speak up. Mrs. He sighed and said, indeed. A bit disappointed. He doesn't even have half the charisma his master had when he was young. His master was a natural genius, so how could he have taught a disciple who ended up being beaten like this? After hearing this from her grandmother, He Huiyin didn't say much more. Earlier, when her grandmother found out he had come to Suzhou and Hangzhou, she had wanted to place her bets on him. Now, that was definitely not possible. Yidong, who was alone in the ward, had no idea what the Yi family thought of him. After resting in the ward for 2 hours, 4 men in black suits walked in from outside. They all wore a skull ring on their hands. This was the characteristic of the death squad of the Dragon Soul Organization. It was an honor. In the Dragon Soul Organization, only experts with sufficient strength and qualifications were eligible to join the death squad. It was also one of the most elite forces under Yidong, second only to the 8 war generals. They had originally been sent by Yidong to gather intelligence in Yanjing. Because of today's events, they had been temporarily called back. Dragon King. The four men walked in and knelt down to pay their respects. Seeing Yidong injured and lying on the hospital bed, their faces were somewhat solemn. Who were the fools who dared to join forces and attack the Dragon King? How's the intelligence gathering in Yanjing? Yidong asked. We've investigated 3 major families and found some clues. One of them handed a document to Yidong. After looking at it, Yidong's expression turned grim. Understood. Once I'm healed, I will personally go to Yanjing. Yidong took a deep breath. He really didn't want to show his face in Suzhou and Hangzhou for a while. He ordered the 4 men, the 4 of you stay in Suzhou and Hangzhou and kill Tang Feng, the young master of the Tang family, for me. Lying on the hospital bed, he had already sensed that something was amiss. He didn't understand why his punch didn't harm Tang Feng. But the punch Tang Feng threw back contained his unique Xianyang True Qi. Xianyang True Qi could only be cultivated with a 1 in a million Xianyang body. Apart from himself, there was definitely no second person in the entire Huaxia, so he speculated that Tang Feng's strength might be different from what he had thought. It was best to have the death squad test it out. The 4 of them joining forces would even give him a headache. Okay, the 4 of them responded and left the ward to carry out their mission. After leaving the Qin family, Tang Feng left with Zhao Gaoshan. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with today? Zhao Gaoshan asked with a smile. Today, young Master Tang was truly impressive. The renowned Feng Shui masters and the Xinmen all respected him. The Qin family was also extremely grateful to young Master Tang, and the friendship between the 2 families had taken a big step forward. In the future, when young Master Tang took over the Tang family, the family's status would only continue to rise. Satisfied, very satisfied, Tang Feng said, feeling itchy at the sight of this henchman. He wondered if there was something wrong with his Feng Shui. Why was everyone trying to betray him, and planning it so thoroughly? They would probably do a better job as the Dragon King than Yidong. That. Zhao Gaoshan blinked at Tang Feng, feeling a bit hopeful. After all, he had helped Tang Xiao achieve such a great feat this time. Shouldn't he receive a huge reward for it? Tang Feng took out a $1 billion check from his pocket and handed it to him. He didn't want the money in the first place, but the Qin family insisted that he take it, saying that refusing it would be untrustworthy. Upon receiving the $1 billion check, Zhao Gaoshan was overjoyed. Tang Xiao really is generous to loyal subjects like us. By the way, Uncle Zhao, wasn't our family planning to develop a tourism project in Antarctica? I want you to be in charge of that project. It's not easy to make a round trip there. To avoid affecting your family, you should all go together tonight. Your salary and bonuses will be tripled, and I'll need your help for the next few years, Tang Feng instructed. Anyone who betrays the boss will be exiled. He originally wanted to send them to Syria, but then he thought that Syria was still too close. Sending them to Antarctica would be more peaceful. If there are any more betrayers in the future, he would have to consider sending them to the space station to explore outer space. Thank you, Tang Xiao. Zhao is dedicated to the Tang family until death, Zhao Gaoshan said gratefully, tears welling up in his eyes. Tang Xiao really took good care of him, even allowing him to bring his family along. After getting off the car, he took a picture of the check with his phone and sent it to the management group. Oh, I accidentally did something for Tang Xiao today, and he rewarded me with 10 billion. Tang Xiao also arranged for me to be in charge of the new project in Antarctica. When I come back, I'll bring some penguins as souvenirs for my brothers. All the brothers need to work harder. Tang Xiao never mistreats those who have contributed. After sending the check picture to the group, Zhao Gaoshan boasted for a few moments. Soon, the whole group was in an uproar. He Jean, 10 billion? I made a mistake. I should have stayed by Tang Xiao's side to continue making achievements and building a career. Wang Defa, old he, you're wrong. Even though we're not by Tang Xiao's side, it doesn't stop us from making achievements, right? We need to work harder. What does Tang Xiao want to do recently? If anyone knows, please tell me. I'll give you 10% of the reward. If anyone knows, tell me first. I'll give you 1/5. I'll give you 1/3. You're trying to take advantage of your mother? Get lost, you overworked dog. While the group was arguing in the chat, Tang Feng suddenly shivered inexplicably. He felt as if he had sensed some kind of malice, but he didn't know where it was coming from. Could it be that idiot Yidong is cursing me? Tang Feng grimaced and hurried back to his room after parking the car in the garage. Closing the door, he silently prayed in his heart, dog system, what's the reward this time? Please don't give me a one-time reward again. Ding, the host has successfully survived the plot and is rewarded with a complete ancient martial arts practice. You can choose between immovable Vajra technique and Yin-Yang infinite technique or randomly select an ancient martial art. After hearing the system's voice, Tang Feng was dumbfounded. He had nothing to do with the plot this time. The doggone system was unexpectedly generous, not giving a one-time reward. Could it be that the more reckless he was, the better the reward? He was moved to tears. This unfilial system had finally become human. Dad, I choose immovable Vajra technique. Tang Feng quickly made his choice. Because he was afraid of pain, he went all out on defense. This thing could withstand Dragon King Yidong's punches. Not choosing it would be brain damage. Soon, he felt a seemingly inexhaustible energy surging within him. This energy flowed through his entire body, ready to protect him at any time. After practicing this martial art, Tang Feng tried hitting himself. Hey, it didn't hurt. No, I need to find someone else to try it. Tang Feng felt that he had been too gentle with himself. With his noble status in the Tang family, the only person who dared to be ruthless to him was that man. So he left the room and went upstairs for a walk, and ended up in his old man's study. When he went in, Tang's father was in there looking at stocks on the computer. His business talent wasn't great, so he didn't really manage Tang Group's affairs, just used his tens of billions of idle money to speculate in stocks as his hobby. Seeing Tang Feng come in, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Aren't you supposed to be at work, kid? I'm just afraid you're bored, old Tang, so I came to chat with you." Tang Feng laughed and walked over to pat Tang's father on the shoulder, saying, "How's the stock trading been going lately, old Tang? Making any money?" Tang's father's face instantly darkened. "Old Tang? This kid must want to die, huh?" Tang's father extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, forced a smile, and said, "Whether I've made money or not, you can see for yourself, can't you?" With that, he got up and walked towards the door. Click! The sound of the lock echoed. Tang's father slowly pulled out his belt and walked towards Tang Feng. A loving father, a son who dared to challenge him. Tang Feng looked at Tang's father with bright eyes, his face full of longing. After the belt came down, he didn't yell as he used to. The calm and composed smile on his face made Tang's father suddenly doubt life. Was there a problem with his belt? Or was he really getting old and couldn't beat this kid anymore? "Dad, have you had lunch yet?" Tang Feng asked with concern. This not-moving king skill is really useful. With this, Dad can't beat me anymore. Faced with Tang Feng's provocation, Tang's father suddenly felt that something was not quite right with this kid. He put the belt back on, worriedly took out his phone and called Tang's mother. "Hongying, go find a specialist in psychiatry and bring them back. Your son seems to have a bit of a problem." After hearing his old man's words, Tang Feng was startled. He quickly jumped up and ran out, shouting as he ran, "I'm not sick, Dad, I'm just joking with you." He just wanted to test whether the not-moving king's skill given by the system was working. Being able to withstand a hit from his old man's belt without feeling anything was really something. It seems the system has really improved this time. With this thing, his ability to survive is really strong. Seeing Tang Feng whistling and jumping around, the Tang family's servants all looked at him with fear. Young Master Tang, did he take the wrong medicine? Just as he was about to go back to his room and relax for a while, Tang Feng saw a beautiful woman in a maid's outfit at the door. She was also wearing a pair of glasses, adding a touch of aloofness to her exquisite and beautiful face. What caught Tang Feng's attention even more was her voluptuous figure, which was perfectly suited for the maid's outfit. In terms of figure, she was only slightly inferior to that girl, Xiao. "Young Master Tang, hello." The girl in the maid's outfit smiled and bowed slightly to Tang Feng. "Hello, hello." Tang Feng quickly greeted her with a smile. "Finally, there's a beautiful maid in the house. This is the kind of life a handsome and wealthy man should have. Oh, this girl is really something. I wonder if she's tired from walking so much." After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. She looked up at Tang Feng and said softly, "Young Master Tang seems to have forgotten me?" Tang Feng was slightly stunned, and after looking at her carefully, he recognized her. "Isn't this Ling Han that he met at the Star River Club last time?" He didn't recognize her at first because Ling Han had put on light makeup and her style had become that of a pure and beautiful girl. This was also her specialty, makeup and disguise. In simple terms, she had all the looks you liked. According to the original plot, she should be flirting with Qin Ming and another young master, trying to sow discord between the two. Later, he reminded Qin Ming to stay away from her, and he never heard from her again. How did she end up in his house? Damn it, Yidong, are you in such a hurry to get back at me? Just because I made your ass bleed, is it worth holding a grudge like this? After hearing Tang Feng muttering in his mind, Ling Han also looked stunned. She did receive a message that the Dragon King was injured in a surprise attack by several experts while protecting a little girl. But what's the situation with Chrysanthemum's bleeding? Miss Ling is working at my house now, it's great. Did you used to be a maid before? Tang Feng asked with a smile. This female demon is not easy to deal with. She ranks third among the 8 great war generals. Is she here for brother? It's okay, it's your specialty to infiltrate. But I'm afraid you won't be able to do it all day with brother around. Today, I'll let you know how brother Scum Phone got his nickname. I can do laundry, cooking, and cleaning. I even took a maid class. Ling Han sweetly smiled in response. As a top killer of the Dragon Soul organization, she often carries out such tasks. Being a maid is her most commonly used identity. But our Tang family is different. You've seen it too, the head of the Su Hang 4 families. It's not so easy to be a maid in our house. After saying this, Tang Feng pointed to his room. First, tidy up my room. Let's see if you can handle it. Okay, young Master Tang. Ling Han obediently smiled and went into the room to start cleaning. Tang Feng closed the door behind her. Heh, brother used to be afraid of you. After all, you're one of the 8 great war generals. But now, times have changed. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Today, I won't let you go. I'll let Yidong have the nickname of Brother Scum Feng. He sat cross-legged on the floor, his gaze directly on Ling Han. This maid outfit is well chosen, but it's a bit too conservative. A heart-shaped neckline would be better. The length of the skirt is just right. Why is it safety shorts again? While tidying up, she listened to Tang Feng's thoughts. Ling Han really wanted to hit this guy. Should I not wear safety shorts? Should I wear a thong? Fortunately, she had received professional training, so she could accept this level. After quickly tidying up the room, she softly asked, "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied?" "It's okay, passable." Tang Feng nodded. This woman is indeed quite versatile. Those who don't know might really think she's a professional maid. He sat on the carpet and patted the edge. In our house, maids also need to be good at massage. Come, let's see if you can do it. Ling Han, holding back the urge to hit him, put on a sweet smile and asked, "How does young Master Tang want it?" "I haven't been sleeping well lately. Give me a head massage." Tang Feng lay on the bed and gestured for her to start. Ling Han brought a stool closer, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently pressed on both sides of Tang Feng's temples. "Is this pressure okay?" It's fine, but I have a question for you." "Please ask, young Master Tang." "I get tired just walking with a soccer ball." "Aren't you tired after a whole day like this?" "It's okay to be tired. Just tell the young master, it's just a small effort." "Then thank you, young Master Tang." Ling Han tried to keep her tone calm, but her fists had unknowingly hardened. Forget it, don't get angry. It's not worth it to get sick from anger. It's more important to find out the news." Ling Han took a deep breath and gently pressed her ice-cold hand on Tang Feng's head. "Oh, comfortable. Your technique is quite good." Tang Feng looked pleased. This is the life of a fairy. The technique is so professional. "Ah, such a beautiful girl, why be a killer? If you stayed in my house as a maid, working 2 hours a day and enjoying the rest of the time, that would be the life you deserve. The world of a killer is so dangerous. Killing and lurking all day, it's so tiring for a girl like this." After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Ling Han couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and even a little touched. Knowing that she was an enemy, he still wanted to think like this for her? But deep down, she had also had such thoughts. Why can't she be like other girls? Living an ordinary life, going to school, working, playing games, and hanging out with friends to find a boy to date. In her own world, it's either killing or completing missions. Dealing with all sorts of people every day, narrowly escaping death countless times. Living a life on the edge, it's truly exhausting. She also wants to be a normal girl, collecting protection fees everywhere, going to dessert shops for free meals. "Tang Xiao, do you have any siblings?" Ling Han suddenly asked. "No, I'm an only child in my family, but I do have a few cousins." Tang Feng smiled. "Speaking of cousins, I remember Tang Ruoyu, that little punk. He's now the vice president at Miley Food, but I haven't seen any action from him. Yidong also disappeared, without his orders. Tang Ruoyu shouldn't be causing any trouble recently. It's best if he does cause trouble. Anyway, he's under 24-hour surveillance." Ling Han had to admit that this man was a bit cunning. No wonder the Dragon King suffered at his hands. Even Tang Ruoyu, a crucial pawn, was firmly under his control. "I'll tell the Dragon King later," Ling Han muttered to herself, becoming more curious about Tang Feng. This man really knows too much. Fortunately, she can hear his thoughts. She started massaging Tang Feng's shoulders and softly asked, "Tang Xiao, is this pressure okay?" It's fine. Tang Feng gave her a thumbs up. "It feels really good." After being here for so long, he finally enjoyed the treatment of a genuine handsome villain. "So, does that mean I passed and can stay as a maid, Tang Xiao?" Ling Han asked softly. Tang Feng pondered for a moment. It seemed like he couldn't find a reason to kick her out directly. That would be too deliberate and would only arouse suspicion. "As long as you can adapt to the job, if you can't, just tell me, you can resign at any time, your salary won't be reduced," Tang Feng said, patting her leg. "Hee, if you want to stay, don't blame me for being shameless. If you can't stand it, just leave, don't force yourself. But to be honest, if it weren't for your family being harmed by Yidong, in terms of status, you're not inferior to me, miss. Losing your parents and brother at a young age, being taken by enemies to be trained as an assassin, you're a pitiful person, sigh." Tang Feng couldn't help but feel emotional about Ling Han's background. In the original plot, Ling Han's parents were the targets of Yidong. After killing the targets, Yidong originally planned to take the 3-year-old siblings away for training. At that age, the children had no memories, and Yidong didn't have to worry about revenge. As a result, the brother, for not cooperating, was killed. Unaware, Ling Han was taken away and trained from a young age, eventually becoming an outstanding assassin. The reason why the Dragon Soul organization was so powerful was because they liked to train orphans into killing machines from a young age. In an organization of hundreds of people, not even 10 had parents. Later, Ling Han discovered this secret, but she only hated Yidong's master and remained loyal to Yidong. It's just a fun story. Even if the Dragon King killed the entire family of the female lead, she would still fall in love with him, asking if he had a reason that she must forgive. Ling Han, who was massaging Tang Feng's shoulders, suddenly stopped. She looked dazed, unable to believe what she had just heard. The reason she came to find Tang Feng was to get information about her brother from him. The old man from the organization told her. He said her parents were killed by a certain assassin organization, and he only managed to save himself when he arrived. As for her brother, the old man said his whereabouts were unknown. Later, in order to seek revenge, she personally destroyed that assassin organization, but still couldn't find any information about her brother. The one who planned all this was the old man she deeply respected? Her eyes turned red, a suppressed killing intent rising. Why did we stop? Tang Feng, who was enjoying himself, asked. I need to use the restroom first. Ling Han's voice was a bit low. Go ahead, Tang Feng said contentedly as he lay on the carpet, waiting for her to come back and continue massaging him. If she stayed here and didn't leave, he could have her massage him for 2 to 3 hours every day. After all, her target was himself, and he wasn't afraid now that he had gained some weight. Ling Han, feeling confused, returned to the restroom to wash her face and calm down. The voice of her heart wouldn't lie, but she still wanted to continue investigating the clues and confirm this matter. If that old man was really her enemy, then from now on, she would stand in opposition to the Dragon Soul organization. Take it slow, don't rush. She took a deep breath to adjust her mindset. She had come through so many years, a little delay wouldn't matter. As for the news she had just heard from Tang Feng about Tang Ruoyu, she would definitely not tell Yidong. When she returned to the room, there was already a young man inside. It was Tang Ruoyu, who had come to visit Tang Feng with a gift. Brother, didn't you get engaged to Miss Su recently? I've come to bring you a gift, he said with a smile as he handed a delicate box to Tang Feng. Tang Feng opened it and saw 2 Van Cleef & Arpels diamond rings inside. Thank you, that's very thoughtful of you, Tang Feng chuckled. This little punk was up to no good, most likely. He casually asked, how's work at the company recently? There's still a lot to learn. I feel like I have a lot to catch up on. If only I had half of your talent, brother, Tang Ruoyu said modestly. Indeed, if only you had half of my talent, Tang Feng nodded. Then you wouldn't have scored 250 on your college entrance exam. Tang Ruoyu was slightly surprised. Why was his brother not following the usual script? He felt a bit annoyed, but still maintained a respectful demeanor. By the way, brother, after working at the company for a while, I found a problem. What problem? The company's accounts don't seem to add up. I suspect some of the management is cooking the books. I want to ask you to take a look. Cooking the books? Tang Feng glanced at the young man and nodded. Alright, now? In a couple of days, I'll prepare some evidence first and let you know in advance. Seeing Tang Feng's agreement, Tang Ruoyu's eyes lit up with joy. An hour ago, 4 people had found him, claiming to be sent by Yi Xiao. They asked him to find an opportunity to lure Tang Feng out alone, making it easier for them to assassinate him. Once this punk was dead, no one from the Tang family would be able to compete with him for power. Alright, let's go with that plan for now, Tang Feng grinned. He was waiting for this punk to take the bait. Now that Yidong was hiding, these little punks would definitely come out one by one to cause trouble. He then waved at Ling Han. You should rest too. We'll continue with the knee pillow massage tomorrow. Okay, Tang Xiao. Ling Han nodded with a complex mood, wanting to be alone for a while. Today's events had been too overwhelming for her. Seeing Ling Han, Tang Ruoyu was instantly captivated. When did the house get such a stunning beauty as a maid? Her looks were no less than those top-tier beauties like Susia. And a knee pillow massage? That's really something. He swallowed his saliva and quickly followed Ling Han's footsteps after leaving Tang Feng's room. You're the new maid. What's your name? Ling Han. What's the matter? Ling Han frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. I'm Tang Ruoyu, Tang Feng's cousin. I usually don't live here, so it's normal if you don't know me. Let's go out for dinner tonight and get to know each other. Tang Ruoyu grinned and reached out to hug Ling Han's waist. Such a beauty as a maid, what a waste. He had the means to support her. Ling Han's face turned cold. Seeing no one around, she delivered a slap to Tang Ruoyu's face. After taking a puff, Tang Ruoyu was about to shout, but Ling Han had already reached out and grabbed his neck. Tang Ruoyu's face changed instantly. At that moment, he felt that the person in front of him was no longer a stunning beauty, but a venomous snake. Ling Han's face was cold as she said, don't push your luck. I was also sent by Yidong. She was filled with anger. How could a fool manipulated by Yidong try to take advantage of her? I'm sorry, Tang Ruoyu said, his legs trembling with fear. It was the first time he had felt fear from a woman. Ling Han then let go of Tang Ruoyu, wiped her hands with a wet tissue, and walked away with a look of disgust. After Ling Han left, Tang Ruoyu felt ashamed and angry. He couldn't believe he had been hit by a woman. He looked resentful. When he got back to the Tang family, he would make sure someone took her down. However, he was also surprised that Yi Xiao could send pawns here. Working with him, he would surely succeed this time. After leaving the Tang family and getting back to his car, he quickly took out his phone to report the situation. This time, Tang Feng was definitely a dead man. However, what Tang Ruoyu didn't know was that as soon as he finished the call, Tang Feng had already obtained the recording. After listening to it, Tang Feng raised an eyebrow. The Death Squad? Tang Feng had a deep impression of this team. They were the elite of the Dragon Soul organization and had helped Dragon King Yidong accomplish many things. Each of them was a skilled martial artist, and in this book's setting, martial artists who reached the peak were considered ancient martial artists. The Death Squad's 4 members were all at the peak of the yellow-level ancient martial artists. Just 4 little brothers, Tang Feng smirked, feeling a bit proud. Even the Dragon King Yidong, a master at the profound level, couldn't break through the defense of the immovable Ming King's technique. They wanted to collaborate with Tang Ruoyu to kill him. He would turn the tables on them. In short, these small fries and potential threats had to be dealt with one by one. If he couldn't relax, he would solve each factor that prevented him from doing so. After lounging at home for 2 days, Tang Feng hadn't received any news from Tang Ruoyu. Instead, these past 2 days, he had asked Ling Han to come to his room, where she slept on the soft and smooth knee pillow. What puzzled him was that this woman's patience was much better than he had imagined. In the original plot, she wasn't like this. But because of the setting of the novel, how could the Dragon King's woman be touched by other men? It wasn't a fantasy novel about minotaurs. She must be waiting for an opportunity, Tang Feng thought to himself, wondering if he could increase his efforts. For example, asking her to help with a back rub? Since he hadn't received any news from Tang Ruoyu, Tang Feng couldn't continue to laze around. Today was the day of the annual meeting of the Suhang Chamber of Commerce. All the major companies in Suhang would attend. Tang Feng, as the representative of the Tang Group, had to go. Before he left, Qin Ming had sent him a WeChat message, saying that their family would openly suppress the Dragon Shen Group at the annual meeting. The Tang and Wang families would definitely respond, as the 3 families had formed an alliance and were all roundly suppressing the Dragon Shen Group. Although the Dragon Shen Group had a market value of 500 billion, it was somewhat inadequate in the face of the joint efforts of the 3 major families. During this time, their businesses in various sectors had suffered heavy losses, and their stocks had been falling for 3 consecutive days. After dressing up, Tang Feng went to the garage and saw his father already sitting in the Rolls-Royce, ready to leave. He quickly opened the car door and got in, saying, "Dad, why didn't you tell me you were leaving? How would I know you hadn't left?" Tang Gangcheng said irritably. He was a bit annoyed whenever he saw Tang Feng now. "Last time I used a belt to hit him, this kid actually smiled and asked himself if he hadn't eaten. Now when he sees this guy, he has a feeling of drawing a sword and looking around in confusion. I drank some fake alcohol last time, got a little tipsy, don't hold it against me, old man." Tang Feng saw the disapproving look from his old man and quickly chuckled. Tang Gangcheng coldly snorted, too lazy to deal with this kid. In previous years, the Chamber of Commerce meetings were always held at the Mingyue Hotel. Due to a recent major case, the Mingyue Hotel has been sealed off, so they had to switch to a slightly lower grade 6-star hotel. As soon as the father and son got out of the car at the hotel, many prominent figures from Suzhou and Hangzhou came up to greet them. Although Tang Gangcheng doesn't get involved much in the group's operations, his social relationships are still quite extensive. People were greeting him everywhere, and a few beautiful women even came up to hug him. He didn't forget to give Tang Feng a look, meaning don't blab to your mom, kid. Tang Feng just chuckled and pretended not to see, thinking there was nothing to say about such matters. "Damn, big brother, you're here." Qin Ming emerged from a corner with a few charming young ladies behind him. "Hello, young Master Tang." These young ladies also come from prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, just not as prominent as the Tang family. "My brother and I have some matters to discuss, we'll catch up with you later." Qin Ming didn't dare to let these rich and beautiful women interact too much with Tang Feng. After pulling Tang Feng aside, he said, "Come, I'll introduce you to someone." "Who are we meeting? Why all this secrecy?" Tang Feng was a bit puzzled, but he was quickly led to a suite by this guy. After entering, he found Qin Kursen sitting by the window painting. "Sis, I brought someone for you." Qin Ming greeted with a smile, then turned and left, closing the door behind him. "Damn, I let my guard down." Tang Feng hadn't expected this guy to trick him into coming here. Seeing Qin Kursen smiling at him, Tang Feng couldn't help but recall a scene from over a decade ago. A scantily clad beauty walked over and handed him a big bottle. It was truly unbelievable. Qin Kursen put down her paintbrush, sat down on the sofa, and looked at Tang Feng, asking, "Do you want some tea? I can make it for you if you want. Just water is fine." Tang Feng waved his hand and opened a bottle of mineral water. Qin Kursen just looked at him. "What are you looking at me for?" Being stared at by her, Tang Feng felt something was off, especially since Qin Kursen hadn't been friendly to him in recent years. Since the incident with the Qin family last time, her attitude towards him had suddenly become a bit ambiguous. She even added him on WeChat and chatted with him a few times. "Help me open a bottle." Qin Kursen smiled and asked. Tang Feng felt even more that something was off about this woman today. "You can open it yourself, you're so fiery, you could even open my skull." Hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Qin Kursen couldn't help but smile wryly. That incident had left a deep psychological impact on him. "I called you here today to apologize. I misunderstood you before, I didn't know it was Qin Ming deceiving you." Qin Kursen's eyes were a bit evasive as she spoke. Thinking about that incident, she did feel a bit embarrassed. Since she was young, she had never let anyone of the opposite sex look at her like that. "What incident? I've forgotten all about it." Tang Feng pretended to be clueless. "Forgetting is enough." Qin Kursen lightly bit her lip. A beauty like her, every smile and frown was captivating, making Tang Feng unable to help stealing a few more glances. After taking a sip of mineral water, she pointed to the drawing board. "Do you still paint now?" Tang Feng glanced at the drawing board. There was a butterfly painted on it, with colorful and vibrant wings that seemed to want to fly out of the painting. It's been a long time since I painted. Tang Feng shook his head and shrugged. When you used to come to my house to play, the three of us often painted together. Qin Kursen's expression was somewhat nostalgic. She had been sensitive since she was young, and her demeanor was quite aloof. Coupled with her special status as the young lady of the Qin family, she had been somewhat awkward at school. Those classmates who knew they were not as good as her, would flatter and please her on the surface, but would secretly exclude her. School is like a small society. The more special a person is, the harder it is for them to fit in. She didn't want to wear a mask and deal with these people, and over time she became depressed. At that time, the only ones who played with her were her younger brother, Qin Ming, and Tang Feng. The three of them would often sit together and draw. Tang Feng also had some nostalgia. He walked up to a painting by Qin Kursen and smiled. You've improved a lot from before. The colorful butterfly was vivid, and without a certain level of skill, it couldn't be painted. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Do you remember when you helped me paint a colorful butterfly before? Qin Kursen's face showed a few more gentle and grateful expressions. At that time, her depression was quite severe, and she even secretly cut her wrists. Because her mood had fallen into a dead silence, she only liked to paint in black when drawing, especially black butterflies. Until one day when she was halfway through her drawing, something suddenly came up. When she came back, the black butterfly she had drawn had turned into a colorful one. The originally dark and gloomy background had also turned into a brilliant sea of flowers. She knew that this kind of painting skill definitely wasn't her younger brother, Qin Ming's, so it could only be Tang Feng. That touch of color brought her a great impact. From that moment on, she slowly emerged from her depression. She was undoubtedly grateful to Tang Feng for reaching out to her from the depths of despair. Until, after that misunderstanding, their relationship became very awkward. Oh, that time. I remember, Tang Feng awkwardly smiled. I've been holding back for a long time. The butterfly you painted was so ugly, I couldn't bear to look at it, so I wanted to teach you a thing or two. Qin Kursen's mouth twitched. This guy, did he really think her paintings were too ugly back then? She then smiled and let it go. No matter how the misunderstanding was back then, it was a very important turning point in her life. She was still grateful to Tang Feng, grateful for his unintentional help, grateful for saving the Qin family and her younger brother. Let's paint together again. It's been a long time since we painted together. She looked at Tang Feng expectantly. You paint, I'll just go for a walk downstairs. Tang Feng shook his head. The atmosphere here was a bit off. Do you really dislike me that much? Seeing Tang Feng about to leave, Qin Kursen looked aggrieved. She didn't know why, but she felt very uncomfortable when she saw Tang Feng being a little cold towards her. This feeling was something she had never experienced with other men. It's not that I dislike you, it's just... Tang Feng was trying to find a suitable reason, but he saw Qin Kursen's eyes turning red. Seeing her tears starting to fall, Tang Feng's heart softened and he said, I just need to go to the bathroom. Then you can use the one in the suite. Qin Kursen pointed to the bathroom in the suite. Okay, I'll go. Don't cry, or people will think I bullied you later. Tang Feng quickly comforted her and went in to symbolically urinate. If this man and woman are alone in a room, if she goes out crying, my reputation will be ruined. If Qin Ming finds out, this guy will definitely spread it all over the place. After washing his hands and coming out, Tang Feng obediently sat next to Qin Kursen and painted with her. Seeing Tang Feng staying behind to paint with her, Qin Kursen smiled happily, as if she had found something she had lost for a long time. She was about to get up to get a paintbrush for Tang Feng, but she accidentally tripped over the drawing board and fell forward onto the ground. Ah! Hearing the noise of Qin Kursen falling and screaming, Tang Feng quickly helped her up and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine, there's a carpet here. Qin Kursen shook her head. The soft carpet on the floor prevented her from getting hurt. It's just that as she tried to stand up, she felt a sudden pain in her ankle, which made her gasp for breath. It seems like I twisted my foot. She looked pitifully at Tang Feng. I'll help you to the sofa first, Tang Feng said with a wry smile. It felt somewhat familiar. He let Qin Kursen put her hand on his shoulder, and then he used his hand to support her body as he helped her onto the sofa. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Kursen lowered her head to check on her foot. However, she was wearing stockings, so in order to see clearly, she had to take them off. Should I take them off in front of you? I can't resist. I really can't resist. I'm still a child. How can I look at this kind of thing? Tang Feng tried hard to control his eyes from peeking, but he was too concerned about whether Qin Kursen was injured, so his gaze was somewhat uncontrollable. There's no way around it. Men are just so kind. They like to care for girls. After hearing Tang Feng's inner thoughts, Qin Kursen's face blushed slightly. It's just taking off a pair of stockings, right? Meanwhile, the cause of all this, Qin Ming, had already gotten himself into trouble. 3 women had come to find him, Susia, Wang Chun, and Zhang Qiu. Where did Tang Feng go? After the 3 women arrived, Wang Chun stared at Qin Ming and asked. They had come a little later today, and after finding out that Tang Feng had come, they had searched for him but couldn't find him, so they targeted Qin Ming. Big brother said he had something to do and went out. Maybe he'll be back later? Qin Ming said somewhat nervously. It's rare to let his big brother and older sister be alone. How could he let the suite turn into a battlefield? The three women stared at him, and a strange pressure made Qin Ming feel a bit overwhelmed. After a brief standoff, Qin Ming finally gave in and weakly pointed upstairs. It seems like big brother is chatting with my sister. The three women immediately rushed upstairs to find Tang Feng. When they reached the door, the three women looked at each other and no one knocked on the door first. Let's listen, Wang Chun suggested quietly. Susia and Jiang Qiu nodded, and the three women pressed their faces against the door. Then, they heard some murmuring sounds. The three women, with puzzled expressions, opened the door without hesitation and walked in together. When they entered, Qin Kursen was applying medicine to her ankle. The murmuring sounds the three women had heard outside the door were from her applying the medicine. Tang Feng looked at the three women with a bewildered expression. Why are you three here? Are you playing mahjong here? Seeing that it was a misunderstanding, the three women felt a bit embarrassed. They had thought something else was happening in the room. Fortunately, it wasn't. Otherwise, they would have been furious today. Seeing the expressions of the three women, Qin Kursen couldn't help but smile slightly. As women, how could she not guess their thoughts? Why did you come here? Tang Feng looked at the three women awkwardly. Why did it feel like being caught in the act? Qin Ming said you were here, so we came to find you, Wang Chun said bluntly, as was her usual style. Miss Qin, what's wrong? Are you injured? Jiang Qiu ran over and sat at Qin Kursen's feet, deliberately blocking Tang Feng's view. Just long legs, blocking them from being seen. If only she were 20 centimeters taller, she would have long legs too. Besides, she's much older than her. I twisted it, but Tang Feng helped me massage it for a while, and it's much better now, Qin Kursen said with a hint of provocation in her tone. The three women looked at Tang Feng with different expressions. Tang Feng looked bewildered and felt that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. What are you looking at me for? She's just making things up. I didn't do anything, he said. After hearing Tang Feng's inner thoughts, the three women realized that they had been fooled by Qin Kursen, and they were on high alert. Women are very sensitive. By deliberately fooling them at this time, wasn't she trying to provoke them? Let me do it. I'm a professional. After pinching Qin Kursen's ankle a few times, Jiang Qiu made her feel no more pain in her ankle. It's really better, thank you. Qin Kursen smiled and said thank you, then put on her stockings again. Wang Chun rolled her eyes. Oh, these are all the tricks left by the old lady. She held Tang Feng's arm and said, let's go, the meeting is about to start. Uncle asked me to call you down. Why are you holding his arm? Susia was not happy to see Wang Chun's actions. She walked over and held Tang Feng's other arm unhappily. Miss Wang, please behave yourself and stop thinking about other people's fiancé. Among the people in the room, she was most wary of Wang Chun. This woman has a thick skin. Clearly she's an ex-girlfriend, yet she still comes to pester him. How annoying. He's your fiancé? Then why don't you let him make it clear to me? What era is it, and you're still thinking about arranged marriages? Wang Chun pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Qiu. Am I right? Jiang Qiu already knew that Wang Chun, like herself, could hear Tang Feng's thoughts. Plus, their relationship was indeed closer. So she decisively joined Wang Chun's camp and nodded. Yes, times have changed. It's about free love. Qin Kursen didn't intend to speak. She actually had a good relationship with Wang Chun and leaned more towards her side. It's just this marriage thing. She didn't care before, but now she definitely opposed it in her heart. After finally clearing up the misunderstanding, she didn't want to miss out on this relationship. The relationship between women is so complicated. 4 people in a dorm can create 8 WeChat groups. Susia was so annoyed that she couldn't help but hold on tightly. I still have 2 legs here. Why don't you just carry me down? Seeing them starting to argue, Tang Feng suggested helplessly. To be fair, each of the 4 should take one. Dream on, the 4 women said in unison. Being surrounded by 4 stunning beauties should be a happy thing, but Tang Feng felt overwhelmed. After walking down from upstairs, he clearly felt everyone's eyes focused on him. Those attending this annual meeting today were all influential figures in Suzhou, and even the city leaders were present. Even in such a crowded place, Wang Chun and her group of young ladies were still the most eye-catching. The 4 of them stuck close to Tang Feng. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was amiss. What's going on? Why are these few all following young Master Tang? Young Master Tang is too greedy, isn't he? 3 young ladies from the 4 major families are all following him? Dr. Zhang is also with them. What's going on? Who told me that young Master Tang is the #1 bootlicker in Suzhou? Is this the treatment of a bootlicker? The crowd was discussing one after another. Tang Gangchun was chatting with 2 middle-aged beauties. When he was young, he was extremely handsome and was known as a playboy in Suzhou. There were quite a few young ladies who admired him, such as the 2 in front of him. Although they didn't end up together, their relationship was still quite good. Mr. Tang, the noble young master has your style. Suddenly, one of the beauties in front of him pointed to where Tang Feng was. What? Tang Gangcheng turned his head and almost fainted. This little bastard? What's he up to? Except for his own family, the young ladies from the other 3 major families are all following him? And it seems that the atmosphere is a bit off? Doesn't he know where this is? Is he playing around in front of so many people? When he was young, did he ever do such a shameless thing? Damn it, is he trying to get me a few daughters-in-law for the Tang family? Tang Gangchun wanted to beat someone with a belt again, but thinking that he couldn't move this little guy with his belt, he became even more angry. Today, the reputation of the Tang family was completely ruined by this little bastard. Mr. Wang, who had just recovered, also felt his blood pressure rise a bit when he saw this scene. His granddaughter, who usually disdains other men, what's going on? The whole upper-class circle of Suzhou can smell the jealousy. Old Wang, your granddaughter is very brave. Another old man standing beside him gloated, and he was Qin Wenwen, the old master of the Qin family. The relationship between the Qin and Wang families was not very harmonious. Because the two families had similar strength, they often competed for the position of the second most powerful family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In recent years, both families' daughters have shown remarkable business talents in the market. Wang Chun's business talent was slightly better than Qin Kursen's. Therefore, in recent years, the Wang family has developed better than the Qin family. The Qin family was quite unhappy about this. Today, Qin Wenwen finally found an opportunity to vent his anger. However, he had barely enjoyed it for a minute when Qin Kursen suddenly grabbed Tang Feng's arm. She pointed to a piano between the hall and, after dragging him along, they walked towards the piano. Wang Hanfei immediately sneered and taunted, where, she is still far inferior to your granddaughter. I've heard that Kursen is very brave, and it seems to be true. Qin Wenwen almost spat out blood. He thought his granddaughter was just following along for fun. He didn't expect her to be jealous too. He said with a dark face, that's right, my granddaughter is as daring as me. Back in the day, I dared to compete with you for women, and so does my granddaughter. Xin Lao Wang, I understand that you two have a bad relationship, but isn't Tang Feng my future son-in-law from the Su family? At this point, Su Zhongshan, who was standing behind, couldn't help but speak up. He was really aggrieved. His future son-in-law was being fought over by someone else's daughter. What if he was really taken away? The two old men turned to look at him and chuckled, instantly feeling much better. That's how people are. If you find a dead fly in your food, you'll feel very uncomfortable. But when you see someone fall into a dung pit while you're in pain, you'll feel that it's not so bad. When Tang Feng was surrounded by the four women and looked extremely flirtatious, his good friend Qin Ming immediately took a short video with his phone. He was used to being flirtatious, and as long as his older sister could be with his brother, it didn't matter how many sisters-in-law there were. My brother is so outstanding, it's normal to have more sisters-in-law. After taking this short video, he immediately posted it on his short video account. I thought I was the most flirtatious person in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but compared to my brother, I'm miles behind. As soon as this short video was posted, a bunch of comments appeared instantly. Nowadays, if you want a video to go viral, it has to have handsome men and beautiful women. And the short video he took, with 4 stunning beauties and a top-notch handsome guy, naturally had a great effect. Wow, this guy is so shameless, hitting on 4 women at once? What a beast! We can't even handle one each, isn't he afraid of exhaustion? Brother is so handsome, and the sisters are amazing. Various envious and jealous comments flooded the screen. Meanwhile, lying in the private hospital bed of the He family, Yidong was bored playing with his phone. His internal injuries had almost healed, but the external injuries left on his buttocks would take at least a week to recover. As the Dragon King, he wasn't interested in playing games. His biggest hobby was usually watching short videos. Because there were many beautiful women here, he liked to find suitable targets. As he was scrolling through, the video suddenly popped up. When he saw the key figures in the video, Yidong's forehead instantly bulged with veins, and he roared in anger as he jumped out of bed. I finally fell for someone, and you made me lose so thoroughly. Bang! He fiercely threw his phone to the ground. Crack! The phone made a crisp sound as it shattered into countless pieces. Even after throwing the phone, the anger in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. The woman he had set his sights on hadn't even been won over, and this guy had already taken the lead in establishing a harem? And Wang Chun and Susia even took the initiative to hold his hand in front of so many people? This was clearly the treatment that should have belonged to him. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his buttocks, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He felt something flowing out, and upon touching it, he realized it was blood. Just as he was about to get up in excitement, the wound that had just healed instantly split open again. Tang Feng, I want you dead, Yidong angrily shouted through the pain, about to contact the death squad on his phone to urge them to take action. Then he sadly discovered that his phone had been dropped. This feeling of frustration and pain made him want to punch himself. As the Dragon King, when has he ever felt so frustrated in his life? Qin Ming was unaware of the extent of the harm he had unintentionally caused to someone with a short video, and how much resentment he had brought upon his elder brother. He saw that the video had already received over 10,000 likes in less than 10 minutes, and he smiled with satisfaction. Good, everyone has seen it. His elder sister is now a member of his elder brother's harem. From today on, his elder brother is my brother-in-law. He calls me his little brother-in-law, and I call him elder brother. We each have our own titles. Feeling good, he casually started a 1 million yuan lottery. When you have money, everyone should be happy together. At that moment, Tang was nervously playing the piano with Qin Kursen in the middle of the hall. Four-hand piano. Accompanied by the cheerful music, the whole room quieted down, and all eyes turned towards the two of them. Compared to the other women, Qin Kursen was highly skilled in the arts, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Tang was also quite skilled. As the handsome and wealthy villain, he had all the skills to show off. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be a qualified stepping stone. Seizing this great opportunity, Qin Ming quickly shot another short video. What does it mean to be a perfect couple? My elder brother and my sister are. Fortunately, Yidong had already dropped his phone, so he didn't have to suffer any more harm. Wang Chun's three daughters stood at a distance, feeling a bit annoyed. They had also learned to play the piano before. It's just that there were too many things to do after entering university, and they had long since been neglected, so they really couldn't compare to Qin Kursen. Your fiancé is playing the piano with someone else. Miss Su, don't you want to perform as well? Wang Chun couldn't help but provoke. The enemy's enemy isn't necessarily a friend, so let them fight. Why don't you go play the piano with your ex-boyfriend? Susia coldly glared at Wang Chun. She could also play the piano, but her skill level definitely couldn't compare to Qin Kursen and Tang. Going up there would only make her look foolish, giving her a lower evaluation than Qin Kursen. Which beauty would want to lose to another beauty? They all say, hello, your skin is so good, your legs are so long, your chest is so big, I can't compare to you. But in their hearts, they are just being polite and don't take it seriously. I'm good at dancing. Next time I'll have him play the piano and I'll do a pole dance for him. Wang Chun snorted provocatively. Susia was almost choked by this statement. She wasn't as bold as Wang Chun. Zhang Qiu didn't say anything, just sighed. Brother Tang is too popular. It's so troublesome. Next time, she'll go with him to provide medical consultations for the patients. When she's with her sisters, she feels like she's not really their match. After Tang and Qin Kursen's forehand piano performance ended, the audience gave them warm applause. Seeing the looks from these people, Tang knew. From today on, he would be the Sea King, the pianist of Su Hang. After seeing this scene, Old Man Qin also felt that the young master of the Tang family was indeed quite compatible with his granddaughter. They are both outstanding. In Su Hang, it seems that there are indeed few who are more outstanding than the young master of the Tang family. He smiled and looked at Su Zhongshan. Zhongshan, I heard that your daughter hasn't spoken to young Tang for 3 years. Isn't this marriage a bit forced? Su Zhongshan's mouth twitched, knowing what the old fox was up to, and quickly said, 3 years of hard work, that's what makes a good story. Don't force yourself, your daughter's happiness is the most important thing. Don't let Xia be wronged. If you feel it's not appropriate, just tell the old man, and he'll take care of it for you. The Qin family's major projects can also be given to the Su family. Mr. Qin chuckled. Don't fight over it. You might as well marry all your daughters off to them, mister. Wang sneered on the side. Fortunately, it was time for the meeting to start, putting an end to the banter. The hotel had specially transformed a banquet hall into a large conference room. After everyone took their seats, the 4 major families and representatives from several other prominent families sat in the front row. However, what caught people's attention was the empty seat in the front row, which used to belong to the Haishi group. The Haishi group had been acquired and renamed the Longchen group. Surprisingly, they didn't send any representatives to the annual meeting, leaving many to speculate. Just a few days ago, 3 of the 4 major families had declared war on the Longchen group. Being simultaneously targeted by 3 families was quite an honor in Su Hang. As per tradition, the city leaders would give a speech at the beginning of the annual meeting, followed by discussions on the city's key projects for the coming year. Then it would be the turn of the major families and companies to speak. Next year, Su Hang's focus will be on environmental protection. We aim to reduce carbon emissions. The leaders spoke for half an hour. After the leaders finished, Wang Chun, representing the Wang family, stood up to propose, our Tingwan group will actively respond to the call and contribute to Su Hang's environmental cause. I have a question for the leaders. The Longchen group, as a major company in Su Hang, is willing to sacrifice the environment for financial gain. They have a chemical plant in the south of the city that discharges a large amount of wastewater, causing serious impact. Wang Chun was clearly aiming to publicly expose the Longchen group. After she took the lead, the Tang and Qin families also raised other issues with the Longchen group. The 3 families launched a joint attack in front of the entire Su Hang Chamber of Commerce, prompting everyone to consider one question: should they take sides? If the Longchen group were to fall, it would be a major opportunity. Many people began to ponder this and quickly reached a conclusion: it was time to take action. After this tense and explosive annual meeting, the enemies of the Longchen group had become half of Su Hang's business community. After leaving the hotel, Mr. Qin didn't seem to care much about the situation regarding the Longchen group. When he and his beloved granddaughter got back into the car, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Kursen, what's going on between you and the young man from the Tang family today? When the two of them were sitting together playing the piano, even a blind person could see the happiness on her face. As soon as her grandfather asked, Qin Kursen was about to speak, but Qin Ming cut in. Grandpa, why are you even asking? Big sis has feelings for my big brother. They are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. He had barely finished speaking when he received a whack from a cane. Mr. Qin glared at him and said, "Your sister is a perfect match, but you are a perfect mess, aren't you? If you bring women home and mess around, you'll be out of the Qin family." Wincing in pain, Qin Ming chuckled awkwardly and pretended to be clueless. Seeing her grandfather looking at her, Qin Curson bit her lip and said, "Grandpa, I have some feelings for Tang Feng." "Oh, you should have said so earlier. I would have settled this matter with the Su family before anyone else." Mr. Qin cherished his granddaughter dearly. He sighed and said, "You've seen it yourself. That young man from the Tang family is already engaged to Susia. It's not quite appropriate at this time." "There's nothing inappropriate about it. They're not married yet." Qin Curson's tone was resolute. Once she set her mind on something, she would never easily let go. Mr. Wang had a similar opinion. The young man from the Tang family was indeed good, but he already had an engagement. "Okay, Grandpa, take good care of yourself and don't worry about these things. Your granddaughter will definitely get what she wants." Facing Grandpa's earnest advice, Wang Chun just smiled and tossed her hair. Tomorrow, I'll dress up as a bunny girl and go find him." "All right." Grandpa Wan was also speechless. Young people nowadays are much more open-minded than they were back in their day. "Xia, you have to hurry up and not be as cold as before, you know? Good men are in high demand. When I was young, I was even more popular than the Tang family boy. Do you know why your mom chose me? She got me drunk and slept with me, and a few days later she said she was pregnant with you, so you." Su Zhongshan was advising his daughter in the car. The driver almost drove the car into a ditch when he heard this gossip. "Old man, when did you become so flirtatious?" Susia also felt her face burning from her father's teasing. She glared at her father and said, "Can't you teach me something else? Hey, men understand men. Dad is doing this for your own good. Go have a drink with him tonight, you know?" Su Zhongshan advised. Susia felt like maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Back at the Tang family, Tang Feng went to his room and called Ling Han. He looked at Ling Han with a knowing look. Ling Han forced a smile and skillfully sat down to massage his head. During this time at the Tang family, she felt quite comfortable. The Tang family treated their servants very kindly, and she was living a pretty comfortable life here. But this guy was getting more and more presumptuous. Every day, he would mutter to himself about why she hadn't fallen for him yet, which made her laugh. How could she possibly fall for him? "Ah, it's so comfortable. It's safer to stay at home. The outside world is too dangerous." Tang Feng lay on Ling Han's soft and fragrant thighs. It was a comfortable feeling. "How is the outside world dangerous?" Ling Han asked with a hint of caution after hearing this. Did Yidong send someone to deal with Tang Feng? She didn't seem to have heard any movement. "It's complicated. The world out there is dangerous." Tang Feng sighed. "These women are too dangerous. They all want a piece of me. They fight to hold my hand in front of so many people. Now everyone in Suhang is calling me a scumbag. How am I supposed to go out and pick up girls in the future?" Ling Han couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing his thoughts. Just as Tang Feng was feeling comfortable, his phone in his pocket started vibrating. He took it out and realized it was Tang Ruoyu calling. "What's up? Big brother, do you have time now? It's about what I told you last time." Tang Feng suddenly became alert. This little punk, is he finally going to make his move? "Sure, wait for me at the company, I'll be there in a while." After hanging up the phone, Tang Feng smiled and stood up. Finally, this kid took the bait. "You want to send the Grim Reaper squad to kill me, huh? You scoundrel, I've been waiting for you to take the bait." After hearing Tang Feng's thoughts, Ling Han's eyes flashed with worry. She knew the strength of the Grim Reaper squad, and even she wouldn't be a match for them if all four of them teamed up. Was Tang Xiao going to take a risk with his own life? She didn't want him to fall into their hands. Seeing Tang Feng rushing out of the room, Ling Han hesitated for a moment and decided to follow him. She couldn't let Tang Xiao get into trouble. Tang Feng didn't rush to find Tang Ruoyu. With the indomitable king's power, the Grim Reaper squad couldn't do anything to him. But the problem was, he didn't have any combat power either, so he needed to bring some help with him. He had the muscle, but he needed the firepower. During this time, the three major families had started recruiting soldiers and buying horses to retaliate against Yidong. The Tang family had already hired 2 ancient martial arts masters, both of them at the yellow level strength. Although yellow level was considered the lowest in the world of martial arts, ancient martial artists were extremely rare. It was like a mediocre student at Qingbei University being a top student outside. These 2 ancient martial artists are a father and son. The father, Huang Tianrui, is over 60 years old, and his son, Huang Juinxia, is in his early 40s. Upon seeing Tang Feng, the 2 nodded slightly in greeting, saying, "Hello, Tang." Their attitude was somewhat indifferent, but Tang Feng didn't find it strange. According to the setting of the novel, experts who work as lackeys for rich second-generation villains are not happy about it. Even when they fight the male lead, they will still exchange a few polite words, saying that they have no choice but to do so. For ancient martial artists like them, one could easily handle 10 professional bodyguards. It's normal for experts to have an attitude. "I'm going out for a while. There will be a few experts looking for trouble on the way," Tang Feng instructed them. but you don't need to rush to take action. I will play with them first. When the time is right, I will let you know when to act." He looked at the two and gave his orders. This father and son pair were definitely not opponents for the Death Squad. The Death Squad were peak experts in the Huang realm, known as invincible in the same realm. When they heard Tang Feng's words, a hint of mockery flashed in the eyes of the father and son. "Experts? Nonsense. Those who can exchange a few moves with you are just trash in battle." Huang Juanxia couldn't help but speak up. "Tang, when we came over, we heard that we were supposed to deal with an expert. If it's just bullying, wouldn't it be better to let other bodyguards handle it? As dignified ancient martial experts, what's the point of going to step on people like a young master?" "Exactly, it's an expert. Hurry up and stop dawdling." Tang Feng rolled his eyes and quickly settled the matter. Huang Juanxia was extremely unhappy in his heart. If he had known that he was coming here to do this kind of thing, he might as well not have come. Huang Tianruo patted his son's shoulder, indicating that he should endure for now. Under Tang Feng's arrangement, the father and son got into a relatively low-key Audi. He, on the other hand, drove the flashy Lamborghini. After the car hit the road, Huang Juanxia couldn't help but frown and say, "Dad, what's the matter with this Tang family? Didn't they say we were only needed to deal with an expert? To have us act as lackeys for a rich second generation, it's a disgrace to our Huang family." Their family was also a well-known ancient martial family in Suhang. This time, they were hired by the Tang family for a hefty sum because they heard they needed to deal with an expert. But the first task turned out to be following Tang Feng to deal with a few experts that he could easily defeat. "Isn't this embarrassing?" Huang Tianruo sighed and said, "Just go along with it this time. If it's really like this, we'll resign and leave tonight." As experts, they had to have some bottom line. After years of hard work in martial arts, they couldn't afford to be lackeys who helped bully people. Huang Juanxia nodded in agreement. When the car arrived at the gate of Milei Food, Tang Ruoyu was already waiting at the door. Seeing Tang Feng getting out of the car, he greeted him with a smile. "Brother, you're here. You've had a hard journey. How did the investigation of the false accounts go?" Tang Feng's smile had a hint of meaning. He already knew that this guy had contacted the members of the Death Squad, but he didn't know where they were hiding. "It's been investigated. We have the evidence, and the person has just been arrested." Tang Ruoyu smiled and said, "Why don't we brothers find a place to eat?" Checking the false accounts was just a cover. His task today was to lure the snake out of its hole. "Sure, we haven't eaten together for a long time. Where should we go?" Tang Feng cooperatively handed over the initiative to him. "I know a good farmhouse. Let's go there to eat. Should I sit in your car?" Tang Ruoyu looked at Tang Feng's flashy Lamborghini with a hint of jealousy and resentment in his eyes. Because they were far from the center of power, their family didn't have much money. Such a supercar wasn't something he could just buy whenever he wanted. This kid must die. The wealth of the Tang family belongs to him. "I'll sit in your car. I only let women sit in the passenger seat." Tang Feng chuckled and then sat in his Bentley with Tang Ruoyu. After getting in the car, Tang Feng glanced at the rearview mirror. The Huang family father and son's car was following far behind. They had brought the two of them here today specifically to help tie up loose ends. All four members of the Death Squad had to stay. At the same time, on a hillside on a certain stretch of road, four men dressed in black were sitting in the bushes smoking. "How much longer until the target arrives?" one of the thin-faced men asked. He had a striking 12 fingers, leaving a deep impression on anyone who saw him. "About 20 minutes, we can get ready," a companion replied. "No rush, let's play with him," the thin-faced man said after lighting a cigarette. "Do you know about Dragon Elder 8's situation?" "Yeah, he's in prison." The other three laughed. The Death Squad was full of a lively atmosphere. The 8 great warriors of the Dragon Soul organization returned to China for less than half a month and went to prison. It was truly a disgrace to the Dragon Soul. He was always a waste. If he didn't cling to Yidong's thigh, what qualifications does he have to be one of the 8 great warriors? The thin-faced man said disdainfully. The others nodded in agreement. The Death Squad was the elite force of the Dragon Soul organization, all eager to advance and become one of the 8 great warriors. Being overshadowed by such a waste as Dragon Elder 8 made them quite unhappy. Yidong isn't much better. He's only been back for a short time and has lost billions. He's squandered the hard-earned money of his brothers. The thin-faced man started to criticize Yidong again. The other three chuckled but didn't dare to agree too much. After all, he was the Dragon King. The thin-faced man spoke again. "Today's mission must be completed, not for Yidong, but for Lu Xiao." The Lu Xiao he mentioned was Lu Junzuo, ranked second among the 8 great warriors of the Dragon Soul organization. He was in a senior brother relationship with Yidong, and in terms of talent and skill, he far surpassed Yidong in every aspect. Many even believe that if it weren't for Yidong's blood relationship with the old Dragon King, the position of Dragon King should have belonged to Lu Junzuo. The 4 members of the Death Squad could be said to be the direct line team cultivated by Lu Junzuo. "After we kill the target today, we'll present his head to Lu Xiao," Stepping on Yidong's head and being easily killed by Lu Xiao, that's a great achievement. With this achievement, it's enough to prove that Lu Xiao's ability far surpasses Yidong's. With this great achievement for Lu Xiao, in the future, all 4 of us brothers can become the 8 great warriors. The thin-faced man's face became more and more excited. Brothers, we've endured with Lu Xiao for so long, and today is the day to make a name for ourselves. The other 3 also became excited. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. The 4 suddenly became impassioned, almost setting the bushes on the hillside on fire. In their extreme excitement, the target finally appeared in their sight. When the car was still 20 meters away, the 4 of them rushed out like cheetahs. The thin-faced man raised a dagger and threw it. The dagger pierced the windshield, startling Tang, who was driving. Damn it, if this had been a mistake, he would have been done for. He quickly slammed on the brakes and looked at Tang angrily. Bro, someone's looking for trouble. I'll go down and deal with them. There was a dashcam in the car, and he had to deliberately act this way to prove his innocence. Go ahead. Tang looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. This damn guy was still acting. Tang felt a surge of joy and pushed open the car door, clenching his fists as he charged toward the 4 members of the death squad. His combat power was not even as good as that of a piece of trash. After rushing over, he was easily knocked unconscious by one of them with a hand chop to the neck. Tang had already unbuckled his seatbelt and walked down from the car. He glanced at the 4 people and said calmly, "Did Yidong send you? Why does a dying person need to know so much?" One of the short men sneered and punched towards Tang. As a peak expert in the yellow character realm, he could easily kill such so-called rich second generations with a single blow in his eyes. Tang stood still with a calm expression, allowing the punch to hit his face. After the punch landed, he remained motionless. The short man who threw the punch was also stunned. His punch had no effect? He was a peak expert in the yellow character realm. Even a big shot in the profound character realm wouldn't be so relaxed after taking his punch. Is that all? Did you forget to eat? Seeing the shocked look on the man's face, Tang said disdainfully. This look, as if looking at garbage, deeply wounded the short man's pride. Who was he? An elite of the death squad. In the mercenary world, who didn't know their reputation? When did a small rich second generation dare to mock him? Take my tiger fist. He shouted angrily and used the Xingyi fist. This punch contained tremendous force, enough to easily kill even a bull. But even after this punch hit Tang chest, he remained unfazed. He looked dazed, finding it hard to believe that his full-force blow had no effect on the other person. Are you pretending? The short man's lips trembled, finding it hard to believe what he was seeing. How could his punch, as big as a pot, not affect the person? Pretending? Tang smiled faintly, his eyes filled with even more disdain. Did he think that the indestructible Vajra technique he had obtained from the system could be broken just because he wanted to? Eagle, use the dragon and tiger fist. The short man's mentality had subtly changed, and he turned to a teammate. The other 3 members of the death squad were also bewildered. They were evenly matched in strength. Seeing their 2 punches having no effect, they found it hard to believe. One of them with a hooked nose shouted angrily. He rushed forward and, like a ghost, appeared in front of Tang punching towards his left face. At the same time, the short man jumped up and punched Tang right face. After the 2 punches landed, Tang remained unfazed. This time, even the man with the hooked nose was dumbfounded. They had just used a combined attack, yet they couldn't affect this guy? Seeing the 2 men looking at him in disbelief, Tang took a deep breath and slapped each of them across the face. Need help, huh? Assassin, huh? Dragon fist, huh? Tiger fist, huh? After these slaps, the 2 men's faces stung. The physical pain was not high, but the insult was quite strong. The 2 quickly stepped back, glaring at Tang with grim faces. As experts, why didn't they attack, but instead used this method to humiliate themselves? The mighty death squad, with a success rate of 98% in mission execution, when had they suffered such humiliation? Attack together, the man with the hooked nose shouted. They were formidable in single combat, and their combined attack was invincible. The other 2 angrily rushed forward and joined their teammates in surrounding Tang and launching a frenzied assault. As peak experts in the yellow character realm, their strength was terrifying. The 4 of them attacked Tang with all their might, their movements as fast as shadows, almost invisible to outsiders. At this moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were hiding several tens of meters away. Seeing Tang being surrounded and beaten by 4 people, the father and son were deeply alarmed. Dad, these 4 are probably all peak experts in the yellow character realm. Huang Juanxia saw the speed and strength of the 4 and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had only become a true martial artist this year. As fellow yellow character realm experts, he doubted that he and his father could take down any of those 4. They are definitely peak experts in the yellow character realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. He has been in the yellow realm for 15 years, but he is still far from the peak. But what he is more terrified of than these 4 people is. Facing the siege of these 4 people, Tang Xiao stood still in place the whole time. He was like a towering tree, and the attacks of the 4 people were just like a drizzle falling on the tree. What kind of strength is needed to withstand the siege of 4 peak experts in the yellow realm without any harm? Is it the mysterious realm? Definitely more than that. The Earth realm? It seems difficult to achieve as well. Could it be the legendary heavenly realm? Huang Juanxia was also speculating on Tang Feng's realm at this moment, trembling as he spoke. Dad, do you think Tang Xiao has the strength of the Earth realm? At least. Huang Tianrui was excited and trembling. Even a master in the mysterious realm was beyond his reach. A master of the Earth realm at such a young age, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Being able to follow such a strong person, wouldn't he and his son make great progress with just a little guidance? Listen, from today on, we must obey Tang Xiao's orders. Even if he asks us to climb the electric pole, we must not hesitate, understand? Huang Tianrui commanded his son seriously. Understood. Huang Juanxia nodded solemnly. He knew that this was the only opportunity in his life. Then why doesn't Tang Xiao fight back, allowing a few ants to be so insolent? He looked at his father and asked. After pondering for a moment, Huang Tianrui said in a deep voice, Fool, can't you see Tang Xiao's good intentions? A master like him disdains to fight with such ants. This is deliberately allowing us to observe and learn. I see. Huang Juanxia suddenly realized, deeply regretting his previous suspicion of Tang Xiao's behavior. His attitude was so bad, yet Tang Xiao was so generous in teaching him. This kindness was as heavy as a mountain. The four people's fierce attacks were like a storm, but Tang Feng felt nothing at all. The immovable Mingwan technique in the perfect realm was so useful. An invisible energy surrounded him. After the attacks from these people, it was like a gentle breeze. It didn't even leave a wrinkle on his clothes. Seeing the increasingly terrified faces of the four people, Tang Feng was extremely satisfied. After attacking continuously for 5 minutes, the 4 members of the death squad were almost dumbfounded. Human strength is finite. They were martial artists, not superhumans, and their true energy and physical strength would eventually be exhausted. Eagle-nosed man was more sinister in his thoughts. Seeing that the combined attack of the 4 people was ineffective, he suddenly gave up the attack and pulled out a military dagger. Then, he aimed it at Tang Feng's vital point. Even the strongest man has some weaknesses, but this time, he miscalculated. After the extremely sharp military dagger hit, it couldn't advance an inch. Then, he received a resounding slap on his face. Do you fucking underestimate my anal sphincter? Do you think I'm that waste, Yidong? After a slap, Tang Feng was about to make a move. The 4 people had already retreated several meters at lightning speed. Their faces were terrified, panting heavily, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. The 4 of them had launched a full-force combined attack for a full 5 minutes. Even the extremely treacherous sneak attack couldn't harm this guy. Is this man a monster? When they saw Tang Feng reaching into his pocket, the 4 of them instantly tensed up, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Could it be that this man was about to make a move? With their strength, did they have a chance to escape? Then, they saw Tang Feng take out a cigarette from his pocket and leisurely light it. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring and said calmly, You are too weak. I have no interest in dealing with trash like you. What do you mean? The thin-faced man's teeth were trembling slightly as he spoke. This man was really oppressive. Except for the old man in the organization, he had never felt this kind of pressure from anyone else. If it were the Dragon King standing here, they would have died on the spot after being hit for just 2 minutes. At this moment, the thoughts of the 4 people were almost the same. That is, if this man had made a move, they would have been corpses long ago. What I mean is, everyone here is trash. Tang Feng was quite satisfied to see the 4 of them already weak in the knees. My strength comes from your imagination. He raised his hand high, and the 4 immediately took a big step back in fear. At the same time, the long-ambushed Huang Tianrui and his son reacted. Charge, Tang Xiao, let us clean up the trash. Huang Tianrui gestured, and the father and son quickly rushed towards the 4 members of the death squad. In terms of strength, any one of the 4 members of the death squad was more powerful than the father and son, but the intense battle had already depleted their true energy and physical strength. Coupled with the fact that the 4 had been frightened out of their wits, at this moment they were no different from ordinary people. Soon, the 4 were easily taken down by the spirited Huang Tianrui and his son. After the 4 were tied up, Huang Tianrui and his son looked at Tang Feng with admiration and respect. Tang Xiao, what should we do now? Tang Feng was just about to have them take the people to the police station when his gaze suddenly locked onto one of the men's hands. This man had 12 fingers? It suddenly occurred to him. In the original book's plot, when the ancient martial forces began to appear in the 400-plus chapters, there was a bodyguard from a certain big family who had 12 fingers, and his appearance and description were similar to the man in front of him. This bodyguard belonged to the antagonist forces and naturally met his end with a punch from Yidong. After staring at the man for a while, Tang Feng asked, What's your name? I'm Deng He. Deng He replied softly. In front of this powerful man, he had already lost his fighting spirit. A dull knife doesn't cut, and a skinny horse doesn't run fast. What could he use to fight against him? Tang Feng couldn't help but shudder. Damn, did I really run into him? This plot is too messed up, isn't it? Characters who haven't even appeared yet are showing up early, and their identity has become part of the Dragon Soul organization? Taking a deep breath, Tang Feng waved his hand and said, Take them to the police station. Lock them up first, and then slowly investigate. Okay, Tang Xiao. The father and son looked at Tang Feng with even more admiration. Indeed, Tang Xiao was a true master, not only hiding his strength, but also abiding by the law. Faced with these disrespectful trash, he didn't even want to resort to vigilante justice. After Huang Tianrui and his son took the four away, Tang Feng turned to look at Tang Ruoyu, who was still lying on the ground. In order to clear his name, the death squad had knocked him out directly, and they hadn't been gentle. Good opportunity. Tang Feng smirked and rushed up to start punching and kicking the punk. Since he was already unconscious, why be polite to him? Bullies are afraid of tough guys, and he was definitely a top-notch one. After a few minutes of beating, Tang Feng felt refreshed. Tang Ruoyu, who had been knocked out, was covered in blood and looked pitiful. Tang Feng whistled and dragged the kid into the car, then drove him to the hospital. Not long after Tang Feng left, a figure dropped from a tree nearby. It was Ling Han, who had been secretly following Tang Feng. From start to finish, she had been watching from the sidelines. Her face was now filled with shock. She knew the strength of the death squad better than anyone. The four of them had exhausted themselves in a joint attack and still couldn't harm Tang Feng. This strength was simply unbelievable. She finally understood why Tang Xiao, knowing her identity, still kept her by his side. It was because he had enough formidable strength. With Tang Xiao's strength, it would be easy for him to kill me, but he doesn't have that intention. Could it be he likes me? After muttering to herself, a blush flashed across her face. If not for this, how could Tang Xiao know so much about her? Only a powerful man like Tang Xiao would think she should be a normal girl. Only he had the right to think so. The next time he asked her to give him a massage, she would go. After Tang Ruoyu was taken to the hospital, the old man was rushed to the emergency room for treatment. Tang Feng called his second uncle's family to explain the situation, then lit a cigarette in the car. The plot was getting more and more unusual. Dog system, what's the situation now? Why are the characters who haven't appeared yet showing up early? Beep, the plot has collapsed. Please be more careful, host, the system's cold voice sounded. The plot has collapsed? What does that mean for the future? Tang Feng frowned. When the plot goes out of control, it means the real danger is just beginning. The system fell silent, with no response. At that moment, Tang Feng suddenly flashed some strange images in his mind. Each image depicted his own death, but at the hands of different people. This sudden memory made Tang Feng's face look pained. A red number